From Du Zhizhao's corpse. An immortal goo floated up and appeared on his chest. This immortal goo seemed like it was made of crystals. It looked like a flea and was as large as a fist, curling up into a ball and staying completely silent. This immortal goo allowed a mortal like Du Zhizhao to exert influence on the tribulation. Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield of loot. He naturally found this immortal goo. To activate immortal goo, immortal essence was normally needed. But there were exceptions that did not face such a limitation. It seems that this peculiar immortal goo can be activated by immortal. Su Qihan said. This immortal goo is very uncommon. Let me check. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal goo with a peculiar expression and used his information path methods. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven. It focused on collecting and accumulating information. Even though Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was physically secluded, it had not dared to isolate itself from the world. It still maintained contact with the outside world. And Imperial Minister Su was an important person of the Imperial Court. With his authority, he could gain access to much of the Imperial Court's secret information. Soon, he got the answer. This is Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo? This was the first time that Su Qihan had heard of this. Imperial Minister Su explained, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. There are other similar goo like Heaven's Rage Immortal Goo, Heaven's Sorrow Immortal Goo, and others. This type of Heaven Path Immortal Goo cannot be activated even by a rank 9 Venerable. Father, you must be wrong? We saw Du Zhizhao activate this immortal goo with our own eyes to create trouble for husband. Su Qihan retorted. Imperial Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal goo like Heaven's Envy is quite special. It can resonate with emotions of envy and jealousy to activate itself. But the price to use it is huge, often requiring lifespan. Thus, Du Zhizhao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, before becoming an old man. Su Qihan was dazed. She could not help but think of The Legends of Renzu, saying, I remember that in The Legends of Renzu, there are similar records. Don't tell me Strength Goo and Wisdom Goo are also Heaven Path Goo worms. Imperial Minister Su smiled faintly. I am not sure about that either, even though The Legends of Renzu states that Heaven Path Goo worms cannot be used by any goo cultivator. The most famous example is Fate Goo. You've both seen the fight during the Fate War yourselves. Su Qihan pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought that this immortal goo would be useful to Xiaobai, but to think that it is a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. This immortal goo requires envy and jealousy to activate on its own. But my husband is someone with great personality, a noble and special individual in this world. How can he have such emotions? And the price of using it is too high as well. The lifespan needed is too much. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said, Xiaobai, this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is yours. As for how to deal with it, that is your matter. If you offer this goo to the Imperial Court according to the rules, you will be compensated. Su Qihan's eyes shined with bright light. Li Xiaobai pondered, Can I exchange for an information path immortal goo? Imperial Minister Su had a difficult expression. That? Su Qihan coyly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves. Father, our Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is rank 7. We will take the loss and just exchange for some rank 6 information path immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su flicked his daughter's forehead as he said jokingly, You silly lass, you're looking down on the Imperial Court. Do you think goo immortals are so stupid? Even if a Heaven Path Immortal Goo is rank 8, it has little actual value. It is far inferior to a rank 6 Information Path Immortal Goo. For her lover's sake, Su Qihan did not give up. Father, you are the current Imperial Minister. Imperial Minister Su sighed. What else could he do? This was his beloved daughter. I'll think of a way and find a chance for Xiaobai, he answered. Su Qihan smiled brightly, pressuring, Father, I am sure that you can succeed. Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. Little girl, I've never seen you so confident in your father before. Li Xiaobai was calm all along, he thought. Father-in-law has many political rivals and enemies, If I ask him to get an immortal goo exchanged from the imperial court, he would face many obstructions. The chance of success is low. Even if he succeeds, he will lose a lot of his political power and bargaining chips. That is not a wise act. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai said, "Father-in-law Han heir, no hurry in giving it up. I'll try to put this Heaven's Envy immortal goo up in Treasure Yellow Heaven and see if anyone wants to buy it." Imperial Minister Su nodded. "That is a good idea, but Xiaobai, don't be too optimistic about it. Even though Heaven Path immortal goo are rare, nobody can directly use them. This is a well-known fact. Who would use their own useful immortal goo to exchange for an unusable Heaven Path immortal goo?" Su Qihan sighed. "That is true." Li Xiaobai nodded. "I'll just give it a try." Imperial Minister Su advised, "Don't dwell on it. Putting an immortal goo up on Treasure Yellow Heaven requires a continuous fee." Li Xiaobai's expression suddenly changed. "Someone bought Heaven's Envy immortal goo." "What?" Imperial Minister Su was stunned. Su Qihan called out in joy. "What price did they pay?" Li Xiaobai said with uncontainable excitement. I already made the transaction. They are offering me rank 7 Poem Wall immortal goo. This is an offer I cannot reject." Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension did not have excess heaven and earth qi to refine his vital goo into an immortal goo. A large part of the reason was due to Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Li Xiaobai did not have the 10 extreme physiques. He only obtained a high-grade blessed land. But in this transaction, Li Xiaobai obtained his first immortal goo, and it was rank 7 at that. Imperial Minister Su looked at the Poem Wall immortal goo in Li Xiaobai's hands. He stared in disbelief. Someone actually bought this Heaven Path immortal goo? They even offered an Information Path immortal goo of the same rank? Which fool is this? The fool that Imperial Minister Su spoke of was none other than Gu Yu Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had always been paying attention to Li Xiaobai's situation. Even though Du Ji Xiao and Heaven's Envy immortal goo were out of his expectations, Fong Yuan had also not thought of interfering with Li Xiaobai's development. But having an immortal goo was simply too important to Li Xiaobai. He had to help in this aspect. Treasure Yellow Heaven was a safe place. Nobody would be able to investigate the identities of the people undergoing this transaction. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fong Yuan had a high success rate in refining rank 8 immortal goo, not to mention rank 6 or 7. The Time Path clone directly refined Poem Wall immortal goo and raised it to rank 7. He wanted to create some opportunity to hand this immortal goo to Li Xiaobai, but to think that he would appear in Treasure Yellow Heaven and sell Heaven's Envy immortal goo. With such a great opportunity, Fong Yuan immediately grabbed onto it. The transaction ended quickly. Li Xiaobai obtained rank 7 Poem Wall immortal goo, even though he was only rank 6 and had insufficient cultivation level. This rank 7 Poem Wall immortal goo was good enough to be his core immortal goo. On the way back, Imperial Minister Su sighed to himself internally. This Li Xiaobai's luck was simply unrivaled. So this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is the thing that caused my luck resonance. Fong Yuan obtained Heaven's Envy immortal goo and found that cooking luck pot was vibrating slightly. After inspecting it, he realized the truth of the matter. Looking at his silver light pillar again, the clouds on the surface had gathered into one, giving one a feeling of congruity. The clouds revolved around the pillar as they moved slowly. Not only were they clearly defending it, they were rising up too, clashing with the clouds that were at the peak of the pillar of light. Fong Yuan was deeply shaken. It seems that this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is the key to dealing with those venerables? Fong Yuan started to use wisdom path methods for deductions. Sharp light flickered in his eyes for a long time. Afterwards, he started to instill immortal essence into Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Heaven's Envy immortal goo shook intensely, resisting him stubbornly. But it could not stop Fong Yuan's powerful invasion. It started to falter. A moment later, Heaven's Envy immortal goo absorbed a portion of the immortal essence and spat out a lump of gray smoke. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with immense brilliance. I actually refined a part of Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Furthermore, I can actually activate a Heaven Path immortal goo. Is it because of my unrestrained heavenly marks? Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly marks had already passed 10,000 in number. Every grotto heaven that he annexed would provide the sovereign immortal aperture with a number of heaven path Dao marks, which would be refined by Fang Yuan into unrestrained heavenly marks. Earlier, he used his rank 8 immortal essence to forcefully refine heaven's envy immortal goo. He actually succeeded partially. Afterwards, he successfully activated heaven's envy immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not lose any lifespan. Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected it carefully. He found out new information. Even though I can activate heaven's envy immortal goo, I cannot fully utilize it. I have only partially refined heaven's envy immortal goo. I've only barely managed to gain its recognition. Thus, I cannot exert its full strength yet. Fang Yuan's thoughts clashed rapidly. This should be the result of having unrestrained heavenly marks. I am different from everyone else. If I continue gaining unrestrained heavenly marks, will I be able to further refine heaven's envy immortal goo? Or even completely refine it? Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was like lightning that pierced the darkness, creating a huge commotion in his mind. At this moment, Fang Yuan's lips became a bit dry. Heaven's envy immortal goo is a heaven path immortal goo. Fate goo is 2. Since I can refine heaven's envy immortal goo, does that mean that I can refine fate goo and control fate as well? Southern border. Tribulations were raging. While Wu clan's goo immortal Wu Zhan controlled the situation, he focused his attention on that chi cocoon. Suddenly, a person shouted from within the cocoon, breaking out of it and creating an immortal aperture, becoming an immortal. It was Wu Ji. In this immortal ascension, not only did she obtain a super-grade blessed land, her vital goo even became an immortal goo. Wu Zhan could feel Wu Ji's aura. He sighed, "Wu Ji, you chose strength path after all." Wu Ji had no regret. She laughed. "This is precisely the path I seek." And on Shang Liang Mountain, Shang Yanfei gathered his children in the same hall. He had died on Etian Mountain, but because of Fate Goo's destruction, he was revived by Shang clan's Goo immortals. Right now, he sat on the main seat with blood-red light surrounding his body. Congratulations to Father for succeeding in the immortal ascension. You have surpassed the mortal realm and become a blood path immortal. Shang Qianyo was the eldest son. He was the first to speak. After that, the rest of his children also congratulated him, including Shang Xinci. Shang Yanfei waved his hand. Bloodpath has a poor reputation. Keep the fact that I am now a Bloodpath Goo immortal as a secret. I gathered you here today because I want to distribute the family assets now, before I enter closed cultivation. The great era has arrived. I want you all to become immortals too, and lead the new tides of this great era. In the hall, Shang Yanfei sat on the main seat. He wore a black robe. His hair was red like blood. His face was that of a handsome young man. His children were all seated in the hall, gathered together. Under their gazes, Shang Yanfei took out a stack of beast skins. Each beast skin had markings on it, vividly drawing a certain dragon-like beast. At the corner of the skin, there was text written in ink, giving off the dense aura of primitive civilization. These are the 9 children dragon drawings. I had obtained them from a Goo immortal's corpse in my younger days by chance. It is a pity this immortal opportunity is not suitable for me. Even after asking Shang clan's supreme elders, I could not unravel it. Now, I will pass these 9 children dragon drawings to all of you. I hope you can unravel the mystery and gain your own immortal opportunities. Saying this, Shang Yanfei diverted his gaze from the beast's skin, looking at Shang Qianyo. "Qianyo, come here," he called. "Father." Shang Qianyo left his seat, walking towards Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei passed him the first beast skin. "This is the Qianyo drawing. I gave you this name because of it as well. You are the eldest son. You have a dependable nature. I am very assured. This revival is the greatest opportunity in your life. Don't let me down." Shang Qianyo stretched out both hands and received the beast skin. "Father, I will do my best and not disappoint you. Yazi, come over as well." Shang Yanfei waved his hand and called his son. From today onwards, Broaden your horizon and don't dwell on petty matters. It will benefit you. Yes, I will remember father's teachings. Shang Yizi took the beast's skin and returned to his seat. Shang Yanfei called for his children one by one, distributing the 9 children dragon drawings while saying words of encouragement. Shang Xianci remained seated. She was not called. She observed carefully, realizing that the 9 children dragon drawings had varying beast drawings. For example, the Chao Feng drawing had a divine beast with a noble aura that could not be sullied. The Pu Lao drawing resembled a coiling dragon. The Bai Shi drawing looked like a giant tortoise that could carry mountains and rivers. There was also the Baiyan drawing. It was like a fierce tiger with ferocious aura. There were only 9 beast skin drawings. They were soon distributed, but he had more than 9 children. Shang Yanfei called for Shang Tuahai as well. You have been managing the merchant caravan well. I will give you this entire caravan then. Other than that, I have a waterpath inheritance. It is the inheritance of a waterpath immortal. Even though it is largely incomplete, the contents are still worth a lot. I hope you can still continue to work hard in the future. After that, he called for Shang Yifan. This is a rank 5 Gu Master inheritance, but it has clues to an immortal inheritance. It will be up to you in the future if you try to find it. And finally, Shang Yanfei called for Shang Xianci. Father. Shang Xianci walked towards her father. Shang Yanfei sighed. I've already distributed all my wealth. Only this house is left. O Xianci, among my children, you are the one who most surpassed my expectations. If you do not mind it, take this house. Once he said that, the hall went into a commotion. His other children looked at Shang Yanfei and Shang Xianci. They wanted to speak but found that they could not. It was clearly Shang Yanfei's doing. Under everyone's gazes, Shang Xianci replied with a calm expression. I will thank Father for this gift. After the gathering ended, most of Shang Yanfei's children came together secretly. Father actually gave the house to Shang Xianci. He did not even let us voice our objections. It seems that Father really wants Shang Xianci to be the clan leader. What should we do? This is too unfair. What did we all get? Some absurd things or broken inheritances. As for that Shang Xianci, she is going to become the clan leader. She will definitely be nurtured by the clan and become a Gu immortal seed. Initially, Shang Yanfei was still a young master. He was suppressed by an alliance of other young masters. He took a step back and abandoned the position of young master of his own accord, becoming an ordinary clansman. During that fallen period, he stayed in this house. Afterwards, when he became the clan leader, he maintained this place as a reminder to himself and later generations. The clan banquets were always held here as a result. Afterwards, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing left Qing Mao Mountain to roam the world, when they escorted Shang Xianci to Shangliang Mountain, they were also attended to in this house. Shang Yanfei gave this house to Shang Xianci. There was deep meaning behind it. It meant that he was giving the position of clan leader to her. Even though Shang Xianci was already the clan leader for some time, according to rules and customs, she had to be appointed by the previous clan leader. That would leave no flaws for others to criticize. Father is too biased. That's right. He loves Shang Xianci the most. What can we do? Everyone, are we going to watch this happen? She is merely an illegitimate daughter. Humph, after I died. All of you are so useless. You actually let her become the clan leader. I did not decide the clan leader. There were instructions from the higher-ups. What can we do? In my opinion, our Shang clan's supreme elders are too muddle-headed. Shang Xianci and Fang Yuan have a mysterious relationship. I'm afraid the higher-ups are thinking about that too. Everyone's discussions came to a halt. After a moment of silence, Shang Yifan said, Fang Yuan lived on Shangliang Mountain for some time in the past. But what sort of person is he? He is someone who can influence the entire world. Why would he care about ants like us? Shang clan's supreme elders are overthinking it. Can't they see that even after so many years, Fang Yuan has not helped Shang Xianci even once? These words injected life into the stale discussion. The remaining children brightened up again. They agreed in unison that Feng Yuan had already forgotten about Shangliang Mountain and everything that happened here. They were simply unwilling to give up on the position of clan leader. Shang Yifan continued to speak. Shang Xinci has a huge force, but it is not impossible to fight her. We need to work together to win. We can go ahead and split her forces. Shang Yizi snickered. We need to use a multi-pronged approach so Shang Xinci cannot deal with everything at once. I met with an expert some time ago. If we can get his help, Shang Xinci will definitely face a lot of problems. Her reputation will fall. Days later, the study room's atmosphere was tense. Shang Xinci frowned as she listened to Shang Buli's report, sighing deeply. To think that the situation is so severe, in just a few days, those budding issues have already swept through the entire market of Shangliang Mountain. A few days ago, counterfeit goods started to appear in Shangliang Mountain's goo worm market. These fake goo were identical to the real ones. Even if they were used, the effects would be the same. But after some time, they would expose themselves and self-detonate. The buyer would suffer huge losses. These fake goo appeared in Shang Clan's market. It greatly affected their prestige. The situation was very severe. Xiao Dai stood beside Shang Xinci as she said to Shang Buli in displeasure. Lord Shang Buli, you are in charge of the market. There has to be some time that passed for the situation to develop like this. Why did you hold back the information and not report it? Shang Buli snorted coldly in anger. I was too useless. I disappointed you, clan leader. The situation is too severe now. I cannot make any amendments. I will resign now. Please don't stop me. You! Xiao Dai was dazed from shock. She said, Who are you trying to scare? Shang Buli looked at Xiao Dai coldly. You are just a servant. I am magnanimous and will not blame you. But clan leader, I am resigning now. Please approve of it. Shang Xinci looked at Shang Buli deeply before replying calmly. In that case, I will approve your resignation. Goodbye. Shang Buli chuckled as he left. Is he really leaving things as it is? Xiao Dai was stunned. Clan leader, Lord Shang Tuahai seeks your audience. At this time, Xiao Lan reported. Shang Xinci's gaze flickered for a moment before answering. Let him in. Shang Tuahai came into the study room and saw Shang Xinci's expression. Nodding. So you realized it? Shang Xinci asked. Because of the clan leader position? Shang Tuahai. Precisely. Shang Buli had control of the slave market and had great business. But after your rise, because you did not like such cruelty, you banned the slave trade, causing Shang Buli to manage Shangliang Mountain's goo worm market instead. He has already been convinced by them. He is involved in this fake goo conspiracy. This old fiend. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth in anger. Shang Tuahai added, This is not everything. Shang Buli is just the first to defect. More will appear soon. Shang Xinci nodded. And what do you want from this? Shang Tuahai replied plainly. We are both illegitimate children. Even if you fall, I will not become the clan leader. I will rarely return in the future. I will lead the merchant caravan and explore the world. I want to become immortal too, but I cannot rely on the clan. If you become immortal in the future, I hope my act of kindness now will be repaid. I'll remember this. Goodbye. Seeing Shang Tuahai leave, Shang Xinci had a complex emotion. After leading Shang clan for so many years, Shang Xinci had developed many abilities and broadened her horizons. From her perspective, among Shang Yanfei's children, Shang Tuahai definitely was top 3 in terms of ability. He was a prime choice in both talent and personality. It was a pity that he lacked opportunities. He did not receive the favor of greater existences. Fate has been destroyed. The great era is here. Countless people are competing and fighting for that chance of immortality. Shang Xinci sighed to herself internally. Afterwards, like what Shang Tuahai reminded her about, Zhu Ba and Wan Qianshan resigned of their own accord. Xiao Yan got the news that some fire path goo materials he needed were far away, so he went to search for them. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng also received some information on how to save their ancestor Xiong Yan Pe. Zhou Quan and Wei de Xian also became, coincidentally, ill. They were bedridden. At once, Shang Xinci was without her capable subordinates. She was alone without external help. Those Gu masters who bought fake Gu gathered together and started to create problems. Shang Xinci had to bring Xiaolan and Xiao Dai to the scene and take control of the situation. These Gu worms are all fake. Is Shang clan selling fake goods now? Since Shang clan's leader is here, tell us, what will you do? I spent most of my assets to buy a rank 4 Gu worm from you, but it turned out to be a fake Gu. Shang clan's auspicious festival is held annually, but there are actually fake goods sold to harm us buyers. This is simply unacceptable. And more despicably, even though there are sales going on, the prices were actually adjusted upwards. It ended up being the same price as the market rate. Facing all of the intense rage, Shang Xinci was still calm as ice. Shang clan will pay all of you back twice the amount of your losses. Just one sentence made the surroundings silent. Shang Yizi and the rest who were watching from the dark became anxious. They started to give instructions. From among the people, someone suddenly shouted, "Compensation! We demand compensation on the spot." That's right. You give us open promises but use dirty tricks in the dark. This is all Shang clan's ploy. Shang clan is selling fake goods. Can we really trust your words? I don't care. Your shop cheated us of our hard-earned money. I want to destroy it. The lurking experts within the crowd took action and attacked Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci stretched out her hand, using a killer move to protect the shop behind her. She managed to block all of the attacks. Xiaolan and Xiao Dai were ready to strike, but Shang Xinci stopped them. Light flickered in her eyes as her aura erupted. She activated a battlefield killer move. The killer move pushed outwards, trapping all of the people who caused trouble. The noisy street instantly became silent all of a sudden. So powerful! To think that Shang Xinci has such hidden strength. Shang Yizi and the rest watched with intense shock. At that moment, they felt like they were looking at their father Shang Yanfei. She had the air of a peak rank 5 expert. Shang Xinci had a benevolent nature, but she showed an extremely strong stance now, suppressing the entire situation at the moment. This was the Gu cultivation world. Experts reigned supreme. Even though Shang Xinci trapped everyone, she did not punish them. Instead, she upheld her promise of paying them twice the amount back. Even though she understood that people were intentionally causing this problem, she did not do anything to these people. She let them off. Shang Xinci actually released them. Humph! The excessive benevolence of a woman. To think that she did not make a move. If it were me, I would rather kill them all than let any possible culprit escape. Shang Yizi and the rest discussed in secret. They expressed their disdain to conceal the unease in their hearts. Shang Qiunyou had a complex expression. Maybe this is the difference between Shang Xinci and us. This might be the reason why father favors her to become clan leader. Shang Qiunyou, what are you saying? Someone immediately rebuked. Shang Qiunyou said plainly, "You saw it yourselves. Shang Xinci had strength that surpasses all of us. When she took the role of clan leader, she also stabilized Shang clan's position. All of our businesses made great profits. Even though she stopped the slave trade, our profits only fell for some time before rising again, far higher than before. We need to admit that Shang Xinci's capability surpasses us. Right now, her reputation of benevolence had already spread widely. Father noticed this and gave the position of clan leader to her. He is not being biased or showing favoritism." Shang Qiunyou revived from death. The experience was his precious wealth, allowing him to think more rationally and calmly when situations occurred. But immediately after, Shang Yifan smiled coldly. "Brother Qiunyou, even if that is true, so what? Whoever becomes clan leader will be nurtured by the clan into an immortal. This is an immortal opportunity. So what if Shang Xinci surpasses us in ability and character? So what? Are you not going to vie for this opportunity?" Shang Qiunyou was silent for a while before nodding as he said solemnly, "I have to try." After Shang Xinci released the troublemakers, she went to pacify the shop owners. An elderly man walked to Shang Xinci shakily as he expressed his gratitude. "If not for clan leader's appearance, I would have gotten into trouble. Sigh, it was because my vision was blurred and I lost my cool to greed. I believed in rumors and bought some cheap goods. To think that they were all fake. Xiao Dai pouted. You're an old man. You've been in Shangliang Mountain for so many years. This shop has been managed by you for so long. How can you be so short-sighted? The old man looked ashamed. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci expressed her understanding. The goo cultivators living here are also not having it easy. If it were me, I would want to earn more for my business. This is a logical thing. Xiao Dai snorted as she looked at the old man. Old fellow, you were lucky to have met my young miss. Make sure you use your vision in the future. Don't go after cheap gains. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The old man quickly replied. Young miss, let's go. Seeing these people makes me angry. If they were not after cheap gains, why would the market be flooded with fake goods? Xiao Dai turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. But the elderly man spoke. Clan leader, please wait. Shang Xinci asked. Is there anything else? The old man spoke in trepidation. I'm ashamed. I'm truly ashamed. I bought such a large batch of fake goods. They cannot be sold anymore. But if I destroy them, it would be a huge loss. Clan leader, didn't you say you will compensate us? What? Xiao Dai heard these words and exploded. She pointed at the old man's nose and shouted, Old fellow, do you know no shame? You made a mistake while our clan leader defended you. Yet you know no gratitude and even want to extort us. Xiao Lan was also disgusted by such behavior. She added, You are already so old, but your actions are truly despicable. Must all your losses be shouldered by our Shang clan? Even throughout this entire world, is there such a logic? But Shang Xinci stopped her two servants. She looked at the old man and the sellers behind him. Shang Xinci's tone was still calm as before. Old sir, thanks for reminding me. As the Shang clan leader, I will not go back on my promise. Since I agreed to double the compensation, I will do my best to follow it. You can get twice the compensation for the fake goods you imported. Thank you, clan leader. Clan leader. You are the kindest clan leader I've ever seen. Clan elder. You saved my entire family. Without this compensation, we would be forced out of our homes. All of the goo masters spoke. Some teared up, some knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Shang Xinci. Let's go. Shang Xinci brought her two servants away, arriving at the entrance of the street. The two servants were very indignant. Xiao Dai grumbled, Young miss, you were just too kind. Not only did you release those troublemakers, you even compensated them twice the amount. Xiao Lan also said, Young miss, I know you are kind-hearted and pity those people, but be it buyers or sellers, there are bad people among them. By compensating them all together, we have fallen into the culprit's schemes. They want to expend our primeval stone reserves. Shang Xinci nodded. Those are just primeval stones. We can still earn them back in the future even if we lose them now. But if Shang clan's reputation is ruined, then we will need to spend a lot of effort and time to rebuild it. If I mined these primeval stones instead, I would fall into the culprit's trap. The loss of primeval stones is not important. Shang clan's reputation is a bigger problem. I will not be a proper clan leader after all. They can use this excuse to take me down from the position of clan leader. Shang Xinci spoke warmly and calmly. She showed no anxiety, giving people a feeling of peace. The two servants understood after this. Xiao Lan said in admiration, So that is it. Young miss, you are really amazing. You see things so clearly. Xiao Dai pouted. Young miss is right, but this matter is too infuriating. That old man might not be a bad person, but he is taking advantage of us to earn a profit now. Why are they not going after the culprit who caused them a loss, instead trying to bully us good people? If Lord Feng Yuan were here, he would beat these people till they pissed themselves. They would not dare to get up from the ground. Who would dare to bully us? Xiao Lan stared at Xiao Dai, stomping on Xiao Dai's foot. Xiao Dai jumped from the pain, sticking out her tongue and apologizing to Shang Xinci. Sorry, young miss. I spoke out of line. Ever since Feng Yuan's and Lu Wei Yin's battle when he was hit by the killer move, 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. After Shang Xinci returned to Shangliang Mountain, each time she heard of Feng Yuan's name, she would fall into agony and sadness uncontrollably. Thus, the name Feng Yuan started to become taboo around Shang Xinci. On the way back, the 3 of them were silent. After reaching the end of the street, Xiao Lan said, "Young miss, Lord Zhou Quan and Wei Xen have been sick for a long time. Let's go visit them and see how they are feeling." Xiao Dai gave Xiao Lan a thumbs up secretly. They tried to divert Shang Xinci's attention to other matters instead. Shang Xinci nodded. "You are right. Let's go visit them." The 3 of them arrived at Wei Xen's accommodation. "Stop right there. Who are you? Why are you acting so suspiciously?" Xiao Dai found someone suspicious at the entrance. The suspicious Gu cultivator looked at Shang Xinci and his expression turned grim, but he was relaxed internally, knowing that Shang Xinci was a benevolent person. He answered, "I am Wu Clan's Gu master. I am here to send a letter to Lady Wei Xen." Xiao Dai's expression changed as she looked at Shang Xinci. "Young miss, oh no. Lady Wei Xen must have gone to Wu Clan after seeing this terrible situation." Shang Xinci knocked on Xiao Dai's head. "Don't spout nonsense. Sister Wei is not such a person. She is the sister of Wei Shenjing. It is not strange that they exchange letters. Come inside with me." Shang Xinci let that Wu Clan Gu master leave. She entered the house, seeing Wei Xen, who was bedridden. Wei Xen had obviously found out about the conflict that occurred earlier. She handed an information path Gu worm to Shang Xinci the moment they entered, but Shang Xinci smiled and did not receive it. Wei Xen explained, "Those people have outstanding methods. They schemed against Zhou Quan and I, causing us to be bedridden. But I will not falter so easily. I sent a letter to my brother and asked for his help." Xiao Lan was overjoyed. "That's great. Lord Wei Shenjing is known as the counterfeit master. His ability at creating counterfeit goods is well known in southern border. If he can help us, we will definitely be able to solve this predicament of the fake goods." Shang Xinci smiled. "Not long ago, in Sun Moon Sinkhole, I met with Wei Shenjing and we chased after the demon Kong Ri Tian." Wei Xen sighed. "Back then, Wei Clan was plotted against by Shang Clan, who was the mastermind. My brother was forced to roam outside. He had to join Wu Clan to preserve his life. He bore hatred towards Shang Clan and did not understand why I chose to join you. But he sent this letter to praise your character and morals. He sighed in admiration and said he understood my action. It is a pity he is busy now. Wu Clan's clan leader Wu Ji has succeeded in her immortal ascension. She nominated my brother recently. Wu Clan is focusing on promoting external elders. They want to make outsiders their Wu Clan external Gu immortals. My brother is facing a test now. He can only explain the situation to us, but he cannot come personally." "Ah!" Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai looked at each other in deep disappointment. Shang Xinci continued to smile. "It is truly a great fortuitous encounter for Brother Wei. If he loses this chance, he will regret it for life. Even though I am facing a problem, I cannot hold back Brother Wei from his great opportunity. After all, any competition to become immortal is filled with danger and difficulty. If Brother Wei needs help, we must lend him a hand. Clan leader, you are truly a great person. It is a pity I cannot help you." Wei Xen sighed. "Sister Wei, I still need to thank you, but you are currently injured. Don't trouble yourself with this. Go ahead and recuperate. I have already gotten a solution for this problem." Shang Xinci's smile expanded. Wei Xen looked at her while sighing internally in her heart. She had a deep understanding of Shang Xinci. She knew that this expression meant that Shang Xinci had no countermeasure or solution currently. This situation was quite problematic. Shang Qianyo and the rest had cooperated. If this problem was not properly resolved, it might really affect Shang Xinci's position as clan leader. Shang Yanfei passed the clan leader position to Shang Xinci, but there were rules in the righteous path. If Shang Xinci was chased out of this position, Shang Yanfei, who had already exercised the role transfer, could not intervene to defend her anymore. Shang Xanci cannot save herself now, but she does not want to trouble me, so she said those words. Wei de Xian understood this. She smiled. Since clan leader has a solution, I will rest at ease. I am going to recuperate now. You should. Shang Xanci smiled and said. Leave now. Don't disturb my recuperation. Wei de Xian waved her hand. She knew that Shang Xianci's time was pressing. She did not want to waste her time. The trio was chased out just like that. After leaving Wei de Xian's place, they went to visit Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan said, I've already learned of the matter that happened. Clan leader, you did the right thing. In the past, I would not be able to see it clearly. But after these years, I've learned much from Steward Zhou and Sister Wei. Shang Xianci said humbly. Zhou Quan looked at Shang Xianci. Initially, he was forced by Feng Yuan to become Shang Xianci's subordinate and help her. But gradually, he noticed Shang Xianci's nature and was shocked that there was such a person in the world. If Shang Xianci was mindlessly benevolent, Zhou Quan would look down on her and leave. But Shang Xianci had a perceptive nature despite her poor cultivation talent. She grew rapidly under Zhou Quan's and Wei de Xian's guidance, rising to the next level. Now, not only did she have strength, she could even manage the entirety of Shang clan. Zhou Quan was pleased at her growth while also feeling admiration. Because Shang Xianci had a consistent demeanor, she had her own bottom line. Her kindness and benevolence had never wavered because of the darkness and cruelty of the world. In contrast, from the cruelty and sadness she had seen, she noticed the pity and agony behind them, affirming her heart of kindness. This was something that was very rare. Before leaving, Zhou Quan reminded them, even if you pay them double, you can only lessen the problem. You cannot solve its root cause. The problem is the fake goods after all. You need to find the source and put a stop to it. You also need to find out the rest of the fake goods in the market and remove them. After these two problems are resolved, you will be able to truly get past the problem. At night, in the other room, Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai had fallen asleep. But Shang Xianci looked at the fake goo on the table as she showed an expression of worry. She smiled to herself soundlessly. To prevent the rest from worrying and because of her clan leader responsibilities, Shang Xianci had always acted confidently. Only when she was alone would she show her true emotions. At this moment, she was like a delicate flower facing an impending storm. It was truly heart-aching to see her expression. She was helpless against the fake goo in front of her. The truth was, she had already done her best to get this far. In the silent night, she let out a deep and helpless sigh. Clan leader, why are you sighing? From within the fake goo, light shined and gathered into the image of an old man. Shang Xianci had a surprised expression, because this old man was the shop owner who asked her for compensation earlier. Seeing the old man's appearance, Shang Xianci thought of many things at this instant. The mysterious old man was so strong. Shang Xianci did not even detect his method to lurk within the goo worm. He came with unknown intentions. He could either be having kind or malicious intentions. He might even be the culprit behind this fake goo incident. This might even be one of Shang Yizi's plans. But Shang Xianci was more willing to believe that the mysterious old man came with kind intentions. Shang Xianci said solemnly, I sighed earlier because Shang Yizi and the rest chose to pull me down from the clan leader position in order to fight for that immortal opportunity. But they did not care that these schemes would bring great misery and losses to others. In fact, they completely disregarded Shang clan's reputation. They only cared about themselves. But I can understand their choice. Who does not want to become a goo immortal and transcend the mortal realm, gaining great abilities? But does becoming a goo immortal mean one must treat the people as insects? Isn't there another way, a kinder and less damaging way for the weak? The old man heard this and sighed deeply. Shang Xianci, oh Shang Xianci, I've stayed in Shangliang Mountain for years. I believe that you mean this from the bottom of your heart. Thus, I decided to help you. Shang Xianci bowed deeply, but her expression was still calm and tranquil. May I ask for senior's name? The old man smiled bitterly. I am merely a pitiful person who is at his wit's end. I do not dare to expose myself. I know you are suspicious towards me, but I come with goodwill. You are someone worthy of my help. After becoming the clan leader for so many years, you know that to trust a person, what they say is not important. Only their actions speak louder than words. Shang Xinci nodded. Please teach me, senior. I am willing to listen. The old man said, I know the person who created the fake goo as well as his residence. His name is Feng Tianyu. Your brother Shang Yizi befriended him and asked him to do this by offering huge benefits. Feng Tianyu? Shang Xinci's gaze flickered. I know of this person. He is in the righteous path, once the young clan leader of a village. He has incredible refinement path attainment. He is a refinement path master, having rank 4 cultivation level. When he was rank 3, he refined a rank 5 goo worm. Although the rank 5 goo died after half a day, he achieved instant reputation from that. Regrettably, his clan lost in a conflict and faced extermination. He was no longer the young clan leader that had limitless prospects, becoming a lone cultivator instead. Shang Xinci was the leader of Shang clan. She knew the information of Southern Border's expert goo masters very clearly. The old man nodded. Feng Tianyu has already reached rank 5, but he keeps it a secret and only shows rank 4 cultivation level. I have a method for you to convince him and turn him over to your side, becoming your loyal subordinate. Shang Xinci was very curious. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation level now, like Shang Xinci. He was also a refinement path master, extremely popular in Southern Border. Such a person would receive royal treatment anywhere he went. If he wanted to rebuild his clan and create Feng clan again, he would become the clan leader, a righteous path leader in the goo master world. How could such a person submit easily? The old man did not conceal anything. He told the method to Shang Xinci immediately. Shang Xinci's expression changed. Senior wants me to lie to Feng Tianyu? The old man smiled. That is not lying. It is true that you are acquainted with Feng Yuan. Of course, strictly speaking, it is still a lie. But Shang Xinci, if one lie can save countless people, will you do it? You have no other choice now. Feng Tianyu is the culprit behind the fake goo after all. The old man's smile became wider. In this world, being a bad person is not easy, but being a good person is even tougher. Because a good person has to defeat the bad person while defending their own morals and beliefs. Oh Shang Xinci, I am only giving you a method. As for what you are going to do with it, that is entirely up to you. Shang Xinci did not hesitate. Thank you, senior. The method is very good. I am going to give it a try. Very good. The old man laughed. This is why I like you. You have benevolence, but you are not blinded by it. You know how to use various methods to deal with evil. In this world, pure kindness is akin to suicide. It can even harm your friends and family. But you are not like that. You are realistic in your goals. You are a truly practical good person. At the end, the old man added, this goo worm contains a goo immortal true inheritance. I think this is the cultivation path most suited for you. Take a look. Whether you cultivate it or not is entirely up to you. Saying so, the old man's image vanished. At the same time, a goo worm flew up from the table, floating in the air, away from the pile. Shang Xinci held it and inspected the details. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered to herself, good deeds goo. Shangliang Mountain had an outer city as well as the inner city. The inner city was split into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth inner city. The first inner city was called the Central Inner City, the political heart of Shang clan, and also their military base. Shang Xinci stayed here. The second inner city was also known as the Clan City. Only Shang clansmen could stay here. Tokens were needed to enter. Feng Tianyu stayed in the third inner city. The entire third inner city was extremely expensive and valuable. It used star stones everywhere. Not only buildings, but even the walking paths were made of star stones. At one glance, starlight could be seen in one's entire vision. The streets had few people, quiet and serene, like a star palace. There was no inn, there were only gardens. Small gardens were rented at 30 primeval stones per day, while large gardens were 100 primeval stones. Feng Tianyu was staying in a large garden. He drank high-quality tea and sat in a half-inclined chair. His door was open as a breeze blew into the garden. He looked at the beautiful view of the bamboo forest. "Brother Feng, you are truly enjoying yourself." Shang Xianxi's voice resounded all of a sudden. Feng Tianyu shook intensely. He was so shocked he almost fell from his chair. But at the next moment, he reacted and the goo worms in his aperture got ready to strike. He turned around and looked at Shang Xianxi, calming himself forcefully. "So Shang clan's leader has visited me. I am truly honored beyond words. Clan leader, your method is really amazing. I set up 3 goo formations here after all. You actually managed to enter so stealthily. Is there anywhere in the world that can keep you out?" Feng Tianyu mocked Shang Xianxi's action of being like a thief. But she was not upset. She retorted, "How can my methods compare to you, Brother Feng? You caused a huge commotion in the market. The fake goo flooded the market and resulted in conflict. As the clan leader, I almost lost all my reputation." Feng Tianyu was shook internally. He did not expect Shang Xianxi to find him so quickly. "How can this be? I am sure that my fake goo have no clues leading to me. Is there a problem over on Shang Yizi's end?" Feng Tianyu thought while sitting up, denying it entirely. "Clan leader, don't try to scare me. The blame of selling fake goo is not something a small fry like me can shoulder." Shang Xianxi chuckled as she took a few steps, arriving at the door and looking outside, speaking with her back facing Feng Tianyu. "Brother Feng, do you still not understand? Whatever I claim as the truth, even without evidence whatsoever, is the truth." Feng Tianyu could not help but feel shocked. This Shang Xianxi has a reputation for benevolence. Everyone knows that, but after seeing her today, to think that she is such a domineering person, he felt immense pressure. Shang Xianxi's sudden appearance threw Feng Tianyu into an extremely passive spot. He was originally lying on the chair, he had a poor posture. He had to try to modify his posture while exchanging words with Shang Xianxi, sitting upright gradually. But Shang Xianxi seemingly did not notice. She went past him and walked to the door, facing the outside with her back facing Feng Tianyu. Not concerned with his petty actions, she even gave him a chance to sneak attack her. But Feng Tianyu did not dare to move at all. The more confident Shang Xianxi was, the more wary and nervous Feng Tianyu felt. Even though they had the same cultivation level, he had already unconsciously placed himself at the lower position. Shang Xianxi turned around, smiling. "Brother Feng, come work for me." "What?" Feng Tianyu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned. But soon, he laughed. "Shang clan leader, do you know the price that Shang Yizi paid to hire my service?" Shang Xianxi chuckled. "No matter what price he offered, you will definitely not be able to reject my offer." Feng Tianyu let out a breath of air. His eyes shined with brilliance as he stood up. The moment Shang Xianxi tried to recruit him, he understood that she was not able to resolve the fake goo incident. Otherwise, she could create a commotion and lead Shang clan's troops to kill him. So she still needs my help. Feng Tianyu gained the psychological upper hand again. He assessed Shang Xianxi while smiling. "Then I will listen. I am sure that the great Shang clan leader will give me an offer befitting your status." Shang Xianxi raised her right index finger. "Firstly, your life." Feng Tianyu's expression changed. His voice turned more grave as he spoke coldly. "Clan leader, do you think I am helpless against you?" Shang Xianxi smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Brother Feng. You have rank 5 cultivation level. No need to be nervous." Feng Tianyu was internally shaken. She knew his actual cultivation level. She came prepared. This situation was perilous. Shang Xianxi added, "Other than that, if you perform well, you might be able to receive Lord Feng Yuan's audience." "What?" Feng Tianyu's expression changed again. Shang Xianxi spoke without stopping. "Don't be so shocked, Brother Feng. I know far more things than you can ever imagine. I'll tell you the truth. I'm sure you know about my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I was able to discern your identity because I got help from Lord Feng Yuan's hairy man Gu Immortal subordinates. I handed up a fake Gu and that hairy man Gu Immortal actually praised it. He said that you are a genius. If you are able to progress further, you might gain Lord Feng Yuan's recognition and become his subordinate. Seriously? Is this true? Feng Tianyu was extremely excited. His face was flushed red. Shang Xnci smiled. Why would I lie to you? Since I can find you, I can easily take you down. What's the point of wasting my breath here? I am sure you know my situation. The reason I became clan leader was because of Lord Feng Yuan. To tell you the truth, Shang clan has already cooperated with Lord Feng Yuan in secret. Feng Tianyu chuckled. Shang clan? Lord Feng Yuan is the #1 demon in the world. If Lord Feng Yuan wants to take something from Shang clan, will you dare to say no? But I admire Lord Feng Yuan's refinement path talent the most. Back then on Three Kings Mountain, I was blessed to have watched the scene of Lord Feng Yuan refining fixed immortal travel personally. That was truly the greatest fortune of my life. I had once used rank 3 cultivation level to refine a rank 5 goo worm that lived for half a day. But Lord Feng Yuan actually refined an immortal goo as immortal, and he did it in that dangerous situation. His talent, his aptitude, his strength, and his wisdom is #1 in the world. Since then, I believed wholeheartedly that Lord Feng Yuan would become renowned in the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens. As expected, Lord Feng Yuan defeated Heavenly Court in front of everyone in the world. He destroyed Fate Goo, and the greatest thing was that he used a refinement path method to destroy Fate Goo. From then on, Fate Goo can no longer exist in this world. From then on, all of us broke free of the restraints of fate. He is a warrior, a hero, a savior. He has made the greatest contribution for the whole of humanity in history. But no one understands him. They think he is in the demonic path. They are just too shallow, they are too ignorant. Lord Feng Yuan is an unprecedented existence. He is a great hero that only appears once in a billion years. But I understand those so-called righteous path people. They are petty figures who feel fear. These weaklings and cowards are shamelessly trying to slander Lord Feng Yuan after realizing they can no longer harm him. They are obstructing the rise of humanity. They are sinners that obstruct the development of the world. Lord Feng Yuan is too outstanding. He is too amazing. He is too noble. If I can follow him, if I can follow in the footsteps of such a noble figure, I do not know what else I can say. Huff, huff. Amazing. This is too unbelievable. Today is simply the happiest day of my life. Unbelievable. Lord Feng Yuan is actually taking me in as his subordinate. This is unbelievable. Oh heaven. Feng Tianyu got more and more excited as he spoke. His entire body was shuddering. He was almost about to burst out into spontaneous spasm. His eyes shined with such a bright light as they turned red and tears gathered in his eyes. Even Shang Xnci was feeling a chill as she looked at him. That mysterious old man was not wrong at all. Feng Tianyu was a most fanatical admirer of Feng Yuan. In fact, Feng Yuan's rise, his stories, the scene where he destroyed fate, all of them were widely spread. Most demonic cultivators saw Feng Yuan as their idol. They looked at him as their goal and inspiration. Even in the righteous path, there were many who admired him secretly, looking up to his courage in challenging the experts of Heavenly Court. He had incredible wits and was able to scheme despite danger. Feng Tianyu was not special, he was just one of them. But because he had once interacted with Feng Yuan, and because of their similarities in refinement path, he who had once been a blessed young master experienced his entire family being slaughtered. The terrible ordeal in his life made his personality even more twisted and extreme. Thus, because of his life experiences, he treated the strongest refinement path expert in the current world, the grand and legendary figure who he cannot surpass in this life, Feng Yuan, as his target for fanatical idolism. Even though Shang Xinci did not produce any solid evidence, as long as there was hope, as long as there was a chance for him to get close to his idol, the divine existence in his heart, it was enough for him to feel extreme excitement. He could not control himself. Several days later, second inner city of Shangliang Mountain. Shang Yizi and the rest had gathered together for a discussion, but they were soon enraged to find out that they were encircled. Zhou Quan Wei to Xian. You are too daring. You dare to gather a bunch of goo cultivators in the second inner city. What are you trying to do? We are Shang Yen Fei's children, the blood siblings of your master Shang Xinci. You outsiders dare to interfere and take action against Shang clan members on this Shang Liang mountain? Shang Yizi and the rest were furious. They screamed loudly, getting their voices to spread out around the entire second inner city. The second inner city was the residence of Shang clan's members. The commotion attracted the attention of countless clansmen. Soon, hundreds of clansmen gathered here as they encircled Wei de Xian and Zhou Quan's group instead. What is going on? Commander Wei de Xian and Steward Zhou Quan. They are Shang Xian's most loyal subordinates. They are encircling Shang Qiunyou, Shang Yizi, and the rest. These two are simply too daring. They are trying to take action against our Shang clan's members openly. Don't be rash, without Shang Xian's instructions. Why would these two dare to make a move? A good show is going to start. This is clearly a fight over authority. Shang clan's members discussed. The matter was getting heated. More clansmen were arriving. Wei de Xian smiled coldly. Zhou Quan announced loudly, "Recently, fake goo have been rampantly spread in Shang Liang Mountain. We have already investigated the truth. You are all the culprits behind this. Quickly surrender. Our leader is kind and merciful. She might let you off with a light sentence." Shang Yizi and the rest shook internally. Shang Yifan stepped out. "Bullshit. You dare to accuse us without evidence." Shang Xinci was clearly the one without ability or morals. She could not handle this problem, so she wants to put the blame on us? She is simply too wicked. Don't worry. There is no need to deny it now. Wei de Xian interrupted. Since we are publicly arresting you, we have concrete evidence. What evidence? Where is Shang Xinci? Ask her to come out and speak. That's right. Why is she letting you two handle this? You are merely Shang Xinc's two dogs. Shang Yizi and the rest screamed. Zhou Quan smiled coldly. Everyone, are you afraid now? We are descendants of Shang clan. We fear nothing. But often, forceful courage is stupidity. If we leave with you in your territory, we will be forced to submit. Even if we are innocent, we will be tortured and forced to accept this blame. We will become the culprits in the end. Since you have evidence, then tell us right here, right now, in front of everyone in the city. Shang Qiunyou and Shang Qi spoke. Shang Yizi and Shang Yifan frowned. That's right. That's right. Speak clearly in front of everyone here. That's right. You are encircling the young clan leaders of our Shang clan. Even if they are no longer the young clan leaders, they are not people that you outsiders can bully. The Shang clan members at the periphery shouted. Zhou Quan laughed. Everything is within clan leaders' expectations. All right, since you want evidence, I will leave you speechless. This is the evidence. Zhou Quan waved his hand as a large pile of goo worms appeared on the ground. Wei de Xian added, "Right now, all of Shang Liang Mountain's fake goo are gathered here." Shang Yifan laughed. That's it? Taking a bunch of goo and framing it on us? Zhou Quan laughed. Of course not. We have solid facts that Feng Tianyu is the person who refined these fake goo. Furthermore, he is among you right now. He is naturally instructed by you. Instantly, countless gazes gathered on Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi and the rest were scheming as a crucial person. Feng Tianyu was naturally involved. It is Feng Tianyu indeed. Why is this refinement pathmaster here? I only recognized him just now. It really is Master Feng. The surrounding talks became louder and rowdier. Shang Yizi could not endure it anymore. He stepped forward and shielded Feng Tianyu as he shouted, "Zhou Quan, you are framing us. This is a slander against a good friend of mine. We will not let this go. This matter is far more severe than you accusing us of this issue. If you do not have solid evidence that Brother Feng is the person who made these fake goo, I will seek an audience with Father. I will ask him to uphold justice." Zhou Quan laughed. Of course I have evidence. Tell me, Feng Tianyu, are you the one who refined these fake goo? Shang Yizi and the rest were dazed. Next, The group heard Feng Tianyu speak in a natural tone as he admitted, Steward Zhou is right. I was instructed by Shang Yizi's group to refine the fake goo and create problems in the market. They want to harm the current Shang clan leader. What? What? Brother Feng. You! At this moment, the scene went silent. Shang Yifan and the rest stared at Feng Tianyu. Their expressions were of disbelief and shock. Shang Yizi turned around abruptly. Rage and shock prominently displayed on his face. Feng Tianyu had actually betrayed them so suddenly? What was he after? How can this be? Did Shang Xinci offer him an even greater price? Impossible. In order to hire Feng Tianyu, Shang Yizi and the rest had expended their own wealth. How could Shang Xinci gather so much resources in such a short period of time? But this actually happened to them. It was a fatal blow to Shang Yizi and the rest. No, you are not Brother Feng. Shang Yizi's expression was twisted. He struggled. You must be an imposter, no, even if you are real. I am sure that vicious woman Shang Xinci has you under her control. Shang Yizi's screams were so pale and weak at this moment. Zhou Quan spoke. Don't worry, Master Feng Tianyu is not the only person I have as witness. The rest of you, what do you have to say? At the next moment, Shang Qiu sighed deeply. I admit, we committed this mistake. Shang Qiu, eldest brother, you? Are you insane? However, Shang Qiu was not the only lunatic, there was also Shang Qiwen. She also stood up and agreed with Zhou Quan's accusations. Shang Yizi almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shang Yifan shook in anger. You too? You are going to be the death of us? Shang Qiwen smiled. Not just us. She had once managed the battle stage. She had a good relationship with Shang Xinci. Back then, Shang Xinci's information business also helped her. Shang Qiu waved his hands. Not long ago, Feng Tianyu and Shang Xinci approached me. Since Master Feng Tianyu has already joined her, what can we do? There is no chance of winning. Shang Xinci has amazing methods. We cannot upset her position as clan leader. We have lost, admit it. The crucial point was still Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi realized this. He stared at Feng Tianyu with a gaze that could devour him whole. Feng Tianyu, answer me. I know you are not someone who goes after beauties. You are such an aloof person, having only interest in refinement path. I do not believe that Shang Xinci has such charisma to win you over entirely. Tell me, why is this happening? Humph. Feng Tianyu snickered coldly. How can mortals understand my pursuit? Quickly surrender. You guys can all die. Shang Yizi exploded entirely. He attacked. Shang Yifan and the rest followed after. Shang Qiu, Feng Tianyu, Zhou Quan, and Wei Xian were also prepared for this. Both sides burst into a chaotic battle. Shang clan's members continued to watch. They did not interfere. The situation is quite clear now. To think that clan leader Shang Xinci is so amazing. This is a miracle. Someone was actually able to win over Master Feng Tianyu. Empress Wu Ji had also tried to recruit him with a high price in the past. She was very sincere, but Master Feng paid her no heed. Shang Yifan's and Shang Yizi's group soon fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Quan and the rest came prepared. Shang Qiu and Shang Qiwen even betrayed them. This happened too suddenly and peculiarly. Shang Yizi was caught unguarded. No. Cannot lose. I still have a trump card. You guys forced me to do this. You guys forced me. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Shang Yifan shouted as he threw out a mortal goo house. The mortal goo house was like a cage. It exploded. A mud monster was released. At first glance, this mud monster was obviously extraordinary. It had a vague human figure. Mud moved along its body as countless faces surfaced. These human faces had twisted expressions. They were filled with extreme hatred. Everyone felt a chill upon seeing them. You bastard! The mud monster suddenly shouted as it attacked Zhou Quan and the rest. Zhou Quan and the rest fought against it. They were heavily suppressed. The flow of the battle was instantly overturned. Let's go! Shang Yifan shouted loudly. The mud monster did not differentiate enemy and ally. It had great strength. rushing into the crowd and slaughtering innocent mortals, creating chaos. During the chaos, Shang Yizi and the rest escaped narrowly. They could no longer stay on Shangliang Mountain. They escaped and became demonic Pathgu masters. The mud monster caused huge destruction and losses to Second Inner City. Not only did it have terrifying battle strength, it was even nearly unkillable. Its regenerative ability was outstanding too. Eventually, Zhou Quan and Wei de Xian exerted all their effort. With the help of Shang Xian Ci, more than 10 Gu cultivators were sacrificed before this mud monster was sealed again. The fake Gu crisis was alleviated. Not only did Shang Xian Ci keep her clan leader position, she even took Feng Tianyuan as a subordinate, her reputation soared. But Shang Yi Fan's final struggle also left a huge problem for Shang Xian Ci to settle. After receiving the report, Shang Yan Fei smiled. Shang Xian Ci's performance did not disappoint him. In fact, he was even pleasantly surprised. He did not think that Shang Xian Ci would be able to achieve this. The thing that satisfied him the most was that Shang Xian Ci did not really target Shang Yizi and the rest. She only dealt with the troublesome mud monster. As for Shang Yi Fan's and Shang Yizi's group, since they had failed entirely, it was a better end for them to become demonic Pathgu masters. They all have my hidden blood path methods. They can be protected during critical danger. The chi tides are rampant. Immortal opportunities are hidden everywhere. If they want to become immortal, they will need to work hard and find their own opportunities. Shang Yanfei had never overly doted on his children. He had forced his brother and sister to commit suicide when he first became clan leader. He had once ignored all objections and expended much resources to murder every single person in a village. He murdered all those who surrendered, and their skulls piled into a hill in front of those elders who first objected to his decision to retaliate. He appointed people based on merits, even for his own children. There were 15 Shang clan young master positions originally, but after his rule, he reduced it to 10. This matter has been settled. I need to set off and find the other Blood Sea true inheritances now. Blood Sea ancestor. The more I investigate it, the more mysterious I find this person. Shang Yanfei was finally at ease. His children had all grown up. They went on their own journeys now. They had their own destinies to follow. As for himself, he was going to find his own opportunities for development. In Shangliang Mountain's first inner city, Shang Xian Ci was handling the clan affairs. Second inner city's reparations are finished. The fake Gu incident has also been settled. Shang Xian Ci inspected an information path mortal Gu in her hand with a slight smile on her face. She then used her primeval essence to add new content into this information path Gu worm. She made a decision that all the items in Shang clan's managed stores would be sold at a discount, with the reason being the losses to the Gu masters because of the fake Gu incident. Like this, we can greatly increase Shang clan's reputation as well as earn primeval stones and make up for the losses caused by the double compensation. Shang Xian Ci's delicate fingers loosened, and this information path mortal Gu let out a light as it flew out of the study room. Shang Xian Ci picked up another information path mortal Gu on the desk. The mortal Gu's information came from Shang Chi-1. Ever since Shang Buli resigned, Shang Xian Ci handed the task of managing Shangliang Mountain's market to Shang Chi-1. The information in the mortal Gu said that there were a group of merchants who were hoarding goods to push up the prices. Shang Chi-1's suggestion was to kill them all. Sigh. For their own self-interests, these people have harmed countless ordinary people. Shang Xian Ci sighed in her head. She pondered and wrote a new message in the information path mortal Gu. Only kill the main culprit, let go of the others. After this information path Gu worm also flew out, she looked at the third information path Gu worm that contained a request for help. In the periphery of Shang clan's territory, a village encountered a beast tide and was in danger of being exterminated. This village was a Shang clan vassal, but they only had several rank 3 Gu masters and had little to no presence. Saving people is like quelling a fire. Such distress calls should have been delivered urgently. Why did it come through the regular affairs channel? Shang Xian Ci frowned. She understood the reason. Her subordinates knew that, with her nature, she would definitely spare no effort to rescue them. But the current situation was the opening stage of the Great Era. All kinds of inheritances were being fought over. Both mortals and immortals of Shang clan were extremely busy. Taking out some of their manpower to do this arduous and fruitless rescue task was a huge loss of human resources, as well as a loss of future profits. Considering the time, it might be too late already. Sigh, the hearts of the people. Oftentimes, Shang Xanci felt her own insignificance. Like now, she could only sense her subordinates' thoughts but was unable to change them. The longer she held this Shang clan leader position, the more she felt her powerlessness. Compared to Shang clan or even the entire world, she was really nothing important. Maybe this is the reason why almost all Gu cultivators stake their lives on chasing strength. Shang Xinci pondered for a while, but still decided to assign a group of Gu masters to commence on the rescue. Even though it was very likely for that village to have already been destroyed by the beast tide by the time the rescue team set off. The fourth information path Mortal Gu mentioned good news. A new Chi Path resource point was discovered in the surroundings of Shangliang Mountain and required Shangliang Mountain to station some force there or support the nearby village. Shang Xinci let go of the information path Mortal Gu one by one. Occasionally, Gu worms would fly into the study room. Unknowingly, night passed and dawn arrived. A dazzling information path Mortal Gu flew in front of Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's mind jolted. A task from the higher-ups. Shang Xinci quickly took the Gu and looked into it. This information path Mortal Gu's content was indeed about a huge matter. The matter concerned the contest for Fur-Blessed Land. This Fur-Blessed Land was located at the central region of southern border and contained Fur True Inheritance. It was exposed because of the Chi Tide. Because of its remote location, it did not belong to any one of southern border's super forces, so it was fought over by all the super clans. Righteous Path Gu Immortals discussed and decided to send out Gu Masters to determine the winner. Gu Immortals were not to interfere. The information path Mortal Gu also had some secret information regarding the owner of the Blessed Land. Fur Immortal. This Immortal was a dual cultivator in Wood Path and Transformation Path. But she did not have an excellent method and was only carelessly dual cultivating. It led to conflict between Wood Path and Transformation Path Dao marks. Her battle strength was low her whole life and she was the target of bullying in the Gu Immortal world. None of the super forces have an interest in such a true inheritance. Except, the Blessed Land's location holds true value. It is not within our borders. In the event that our Shang clan wins in this contest and obtains this Blessed Land, it is only an exclave which will be difficult to manage. But this territory can be transacted. I believe those super forces near the Blessed Land will definitely be willing to purchase it. The curtain to the Great Era was pulled upon. There would definitely be huge commotion and unrest in the future. At that time, this kind of Blessed Land would be a bridgehead for the super forces to expand their territories, or be an important frontline defense area. Its value was high. After all, these southern border super forces might not have any methods to relocate immortal apertures. Shang Xinci evaluated inwardly. Benefiting from the change in eras, she was exposed to even more information on Gu Immortals than Shang Yanfei when he had been a clan leader. Thus, even though Shang Xinci was only a rank 5 Gu master, she had a deep understanding of the Gu Immortal world situation. This is the most important priority for Shang clan. Time is pressing. It must be dealt with immediately. Shang Xinci felt troubled. Despite having recruited Shang Qianyo, Shang Qiwan and the rest at the crucial moment, she had too few subordinates. Feng Tianyu is not only a refinement pathmaster but has rank 5 cultivation as well. I can let him take on the role of the head this time. Shang Xinci summoned Feng Tianyu as she thought this. Soon, Feng Tianyu received the message and went up to the study room. Enter. Shang Xinci willed and the study room's door opened slowly. Her study room was a Mortal Gu house. Feng Tianyu had an excited expression. Clan leader, I have good news to tell you. Oh, what news? Shang Xinci asked with a smile. Feng Tianyu. I have been researching that strange mudman over these days, and I have discovered a shocking secret. This mudman might be crazy and disorientated in thoughts, but he responds properly as long as we ask one question at a time. I asked him question after question like this and learned of his origin. His name is Nijien. He had been a young clan leader of a village. One day, a demonic path expert appeared and slaughtered everyone in the village, including him. But after he died, he was revived by a chi path gu immortal. This chi path gu immortal inquired about the culprit, and after getting the answer, he was disregarded and left alone. This mudman Nijien was extremely strong, having near immortal level strength, but after such a long time, he has weakened to this state. I did not expect this mudman to have such an amazing history, Shang Xnci sighed. But how did such an ordinary village get connected to a gu immortal? Feng Tianyu said with even more excitement. This is the point that I pursued. I found that Ni clan's people have a huge secret. Once in a while, a gu master in Ni clan will awaken their bloodline. If they survive, an immortal gu will grow inside their body. Immortal gu? Shang Xinci's brows rose subconsciously. This immortal gu was the reason for the gu immortal's attention. Feng Tianyu's eyes shone. This is too strange. A mortal gu master's body can actually give birth to an immortal gu. More importantly, the slaughtered Ni clan village was only a separated branch. There are many other clan branches that are blood-related to him in several areas of southern border. Shang Xinci asked, So, you were thinking of? Feng Tianyu nodded. Right. I want to request clan leader to allow me to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this kind of refinement path method, we can refine immortal gu while only being mortals. Shang Xinci pondered before saying, Then, go ahead with it. I will send some people to help you. No need, no need. Feng Tianyu shook his hand. I am a rank 5 gu master. Even if rank 4 gu masters accompany me, they will only slow me down. Moreover, if such a contribution can be made, it will definitely be huge. I need to accumulate contribution points to have hope of seeing Lord Feng Yuan in the future. Shang Xinci nodded. Seeing that Feng Tianyu's attitude was so resolute, she could only let him go. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini yellow heaven, a group of gu masters with the same surname arrived beside the gold fragment current. An old clan leader whose hair had gone white and had rank 5 cultivation, stood with his back facing the gold fragment current as he called out towards the group of people. It has been about a dozen years since we mysteriously arrived at this place from southern border. Although I don't know what the reason is, it is definitely the doing of a gu immortal level existence. Our Ni clan bloodline is all gathered in this place. Over this dozen years, our Ni clan has been developing and growing. The number of our gu masters has increased by 10 times. However, recently, the weather of this mysterious place has become uncertain with dangers emerging constantly. Right now, in front of us, we have a life and death crisis. The gold fragment current is continuing to rise in water level. We must create more channels for the current. Otherwise, when the water overflows and turns into a flood, the surrounding 1,000 li will be completely submerged. We will lose our home and will no longer be able to live here. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini western desert, an enormous pitch-black city occupied the desert. This was a large city with rigid structure. The entire city was a hexagon and its walls had gone through the weathering of time. The city walls were more than 200 li long. They were 100 feet tall and tens of feet thick. If a person stood on the grassland, they would see what looked like a huge black beast sprawling. If they got closer, they would need to raise their heads to look up at the huge city gate and walls. Every edge of the city had defensive towers that were filled with countless holes that could shoot out arrows. Every few li apart, there would be a wide path for horse carriages to move on. There were even very secretive armories within the city walls. Passing the city walls, one would arrive at the vibrant world within. The city had many streets and shops. There were great numbers of houses and palaces. People and carriages were bustling. There was an endless flow of activity. Loud noises could be heard constantly. This was truly a lively city. This was Inkman City. It was created by the legendary Inkman Immortal Yen, and was a smaller version of Emperor City. Later, it was captured by Fang Yuan and moved to mini-Western Desert. At this time, two Inkman Gu immortals, Mo Tansang and Mo Chi-E, were floating in the air and looking at the surroundings with grave expressions. These toxic vines and windmill trees have spread over 10 li in just 3 days. They are only around 20 li from Inkman City, Mo Tansang said. Mo Chi frowned. We have already cleared them up over 10 times, but every time we exterminate them, they grow back rapidly. Are we going to have to relocate again? Right now, the surroundings of Inkman City were covered in vegetation. These vegetation were formed from purple-black toxic vines and huge azure gold windmill trees. It was like a terrifying tsunami of plants engulfing everything in its path. Mo Chi sighed. These vegetation have already started producing desolate plants. It is even more difficult for us to clear them up now. If we are not able to get rid of the source, even if we clear them up for thousands of times, we won't be able to solve the root issue. I thought we had moved to a good place, but I did not expect the environment here to be dozens and even 100 times worse than Northern Plains. Mo Tansang patted Mo Chi-Yi's shoulder. Master has already sent people to help us. It is better if you speak less of such complaints. Mo Chi-Yi immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 demon in the present world, a ruthless and vicious existence. Look, our reinforcements have arrived. Mo Tansang suddenly pointed towards the faraway horizon with joy. Mo Chi-E looked towards the direction and saw 4 Gu immortals flying over. There were 2 snowman Gu immortals, 1 hairy man Gu immortal, and 1 mushroom man Gu immortal. Among them, 1 snowman female immortal was tall and vibrant. She had blue eyes and hair, and looked pure and noble. She was Shui Air. Mo Tansang and Mo Chi quickly went forward to greet them. Shui Air's identity was special. Back then, because of what happened with Fang Yuan and her, on the surface, Shui Air's identity was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Naturally, Fang Yuan had never acknowledged it, but he had not denied it either. The Snowman tribe, especially the Snowman Gu immortal behind Shui Air, Bing Yuan, was always trumpeting about this relationship, which led to every Gu immortal in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knowing of it. I did not expect Lady Shui Air to come personally. With your help, my Inkman City's crisis can be considered to be resolved. Mo Tansang and Mo Chi flattered. Shui Air. Inkmen and snowmen might be of different races, but both sides have already cooperated back when we were in Northern Plains. I came this time to help you too, as well as to request for you to come back to help my snowman tribe once this matter is resolved. The snowman tribe was living in mini Northern Plains and had also encountered trouble. The 2 Inkman immortals quickly expressed they would give full support. Bing Yuan. We have already investigated the situation on our way. I and Shui Air will activate ice and snow killer moves to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation to buy time for you. The Hairy Man Gu immortal. I brought a large number of Hairy Man Gu masters with me. We will modify Inkman City into one entity, forming a large Gu house. It will be extremely convenient for you to relocate in the future. The Mushroom Man Gu immortal. I can solve the issue of the toxic vines. These toxic vines are a disaster to you, but they are superior cultivation resources for my Mushroom Man tribe. Moreover, I have already found the source of the toxic vines. By fighting poison with poison, I can make use of the toxic vines to fix this area of vegetation and stabilize it for some time. The 2 Inkman Gu immortals showed both joy and new worries. Mo Tansang asked the Hairy Man Gu immortal. Back in Northern Plains, Inkman City had a population of over 800,000. It has already crossed 1,200,000 now. Modifying Inkman City will probably have some effect on the residents. Master had instructed me to preserve the lives of the residents and help them progress with all my strength. The Hairy Man Gu immortal raised his hand and interrupted Mo Tansang. You don't need to be too worried. Our Langya sect has already received Master's command to modify all the cities in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Every city has a specific blueprint. Most of them will become mortal Gu houses, while several large cities will be raised to become immortal Gu houses. I need to congratulate you too. Inkman City is one of the cities chosen to become an immortal Gu house. Mo Tansang and Mo Chi looked at each other. seeing the excitement on each other's faces. Immersive was speechless and could not help asking, "Isn't this too big of an investment? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope for such things to happen more often. But if this delays Master's cultivation and uses up a lot of Master's immortal goo, then wouldn't it be our fault?" The hairy man goo Immortal laughed loudly. "You are underestimating Master. How can you estimate Master's might and plans? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors, reaching a level that you and I are unable to speculate. This evaluation was not made by me. Lang Yalan Spirit personally said it. Currently, it is extremely easy for Master to refine immortal goo. You have not seen those blueprints, they are all different and ingenious. Just choose one of them, it will take those ordinary goo immortals several years or even a dozen years to design them. But Master casually drew them within a few minutes. Master's attainment and wealth rivals the scale of mountains and seas. This investment you see is just an insignificant amount to Master." This hairy man goo Immortal's face was filled with fanatical reverence when he talked to Fong Yuan. "I was wrong. I should be punished." Immersive quickly apologized. That mushroom man goo Immortal added, "Although us mushroom men have moved to this world just recently, we were immediately certain of the boundless potential of this world. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect used up all of their accumulations. The important thing is it is able to show infinite grandeur in the hands of a divine hero like Master. Every time Master annexes a grotto heaven or blessed land, there will be a huge surge of Dao marks in the sovereign grotto heaven, and a large number of territories will be added out of nowhere. Just take these toxic vines. This species has never appeared in the 5 regions, and their toxicity is extremely strong." The mushroom man goo Immortal addressed Fong Yuan as Master. It was natural and without any hesitation. Although they had joined only recently, they were extremely optimistic and excited about their future. Mini southern border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Shirshirchang, Shirzong, and other Rockman goo Immortals were controlling an immortal goo formation. As the immortal goo formation started activating, the shaking Firebird Mountain reluctantly calmed down. Success! Shirshirchang let out a breath of air and relaxed his mind. Shirzong said, "Master annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, as well as immortal apertures of its immortals and Fire Plane Grotto Lord, causing a huge increase in Fire Path Dao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture. This Firebird Mountain is a volcano and almost erupted because of this. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, someone needs to stay and preside over the immortal formation." Shirshirchang nodded. "We need to do that, but the number of goo immortals we can mobilize are already few, and now we are going to have one fewer." Shirzong heaved a sigh. "Yes, we are already hard-pressed to control these territories. It can be imagined how troublesome it is for Master to look after the whole sovereign immortal aperture." Shirshirchang. "Didn't Master take in many members of the variant human alliance and station them everywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture to salvage the situation? There is no choice. Master annexed too frequently in this period of time. There is a huge increase in Dao marks and countless resources of every path." Shirzong shook his head. "What kind of person is Master? He should have already known of these demerits beforehand. We don't need to be concerned for Master. It is better if we look after our territories properly. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not feasible to suppress it with just the immortal formation. We must modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the changed environment." Shirshirchang agreed. "Yes, the resources in the past all developed naturally bit by bit over a long period of time. But here, there are huge increases in Dao marks. Even this volcano was at the point of erupting. We must modify and quicken the volcano's adaptation process artificially. It is just that Fire Path is not the specialty of us rockmen. We need to send a request to Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This was managed by the previous generation's Combat Beast King. In the pursuit battle against Fong Yuan, this rank 8 goo Immortal had made a great contribution by resisting the tribulation formed from 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. After that, Fong Yuan personally healed him. Fong Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing instability in the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan then arranged Star Collection City as the main city and ordered the Combat Beast King to oversee the overall internal affairs of the sovereign immortal aperture. The issue of Inkman City at Mini Western Desert has been resolved. Mini Southern Borders Fire Bird Mountain was suppressed by using the formation. But they want Fire Path Goo Immortals to go modify the volcano? This needs to be coordinated. At this time, an information path Goo worm flew over while making loud sounds. Combat Beast King's expression changed. Where did the rank 8 disaster appear again? He quickly inspected the goo worm and found that the source of the disaster was a huge fire rain formed in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in Fire Path Dao marks, its emergence had become much more frequent. But this wave of fire rain was different. It kept on growing and shot through a charcoal lake, forming rank 6 level killer move Meteor Rain. As the Meteor Rain entered Mini Orange Heaven, its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered Mini Yellow Heaven, it resonated with Metal Path Dao marks and its might increased to rank 8. Damn it! Only I can deal with this disaster. But it is already too late to go and resolve it now. Combat Beast King's face was slightly pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Goo Immortals there felt that it was their responsibility and glory to protect mortals. Combat Beast King's heart was in deep pain. I cannot salvage this. This disaster covers 1,000 li. Dozens of resource points, as well as the human Ni clan and Rockman Metal Waterbranch tribe, will be annihilated. Ni clan's Goo masters were using all their strength to deal with the gold fragment current. They first used mortal goo to make a grand embankment. Then they dug a canal to draw away a portion of the river. The rising gold fragment current was gradually receding. However, a large number of lifeforms lived in the gold fragment current. Ni clan's army had invaded the territory of the river fish, frightening these fish monsters. All kinds of river monsters swam to the surface and attacked. Some even charged to the shore and attacked Ni clan's Goo masters while letting out strange sounds. Ni clan specialized in Earth Path. Their basic Goo worm was rank 1 Mud Goo. Earth Path specialized in defense. Ni clan Goo masters had constructed lines of defense and were prepared for the fight. But the number of river monsters was high and they even had stronger myriad beast kings. Under the frantic offensive waves of the river monsters, the defensive lines of Ni clan's Goo masters broke one by one. Persevere. Kill. Avenge our clansmen. Hold on and carve the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered everywhere. Groups of Goo masters rotated as they resisted the attacks of the river monsters. The Ni clansmen were brought into the sovereign immortal aperture and had been secretly nurtured by Feng Yuan. The number of their Goo masters had increased by a lot. Adding on the strong survival pressure in Mini Yellow Heaven, these Ni clansmen had to unite and foster a harmonious environment. In this defensive battle, Ni clan's army showed astonishing battle strength and resolute fighting spirit. Finally, there were fewer river monsters and Ni clan's army was able to hold on. They then began their counterattack. The river monsters did not have much internal organization from the start, and under this sudden change of situation, they began to collapse rapidly. The Ni clan Goo masters carved a path of blood, leaving behind countless river monster corpses in their way. These corpses were Goo materials, they were rich battle spoils. Ni clan Goo masters killed their way to the gold fragment current. Various kinds of Goo worms were activated. Their attacks landed on the river, raising countless dazzling golden waves. We won! Quick! Set up the Goo formation. It is not the time to rejoice yet. Yes, we must quickly set up the Goo formation, otherwise new waves of river monsters will come out. Ni clan Goo masters were setting up the formation with all their efforts. They had meticulously prepared for over half a year for this, making proper plans and arrangements. However, just as the Goo formation was about to finish setting up, the whole gold fragment current and the cloud soil they were on began to vibrate. What's going on? The river monsters are attacking again. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Look up. Oh heavens! Goo masters exclaimed in shock. When they looked towards the sky, they all stiffened like rocks, because they saw the meteor rain falling from the sky. Some of these meteors were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain. And there were tens of thousands of them. The large number of meteors whistled through the air, leaving behind blazing trails in their path as they pressed through the atmosphere and rained down with an irresistible momentum. "We're doomed." The faces of Ni clan's Gu masters were deathly pale. "Does heaven want to exterminate my Ni clan?" In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni clan Gu master howled with grief and fury. "I am not ready to die like this." The current generation Ni clan leader, who was also the current generation Ni Seong, clenched his fists. "We were close to success. My clan sacrificed so much to curb the flood. The beautiful future was already in sight. But now we are going to die." Everyone was hopeless. Nature's might was so horrifying that these Ni clan Gu masters did not even have the thought of resisting. They all felt their insignificance. This was the sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the sky that was lit by the meteor rain dimmed suddenly. Howl, howl, howl. Ni clan Gu masters heard waves of cries which seemed to have come from the 9 layers of hell. Temperature began to fall down rapidly, and the countless Gu masters felt their hearts shaking. What is that? "Oh lords in heaven! A black giant?" The Ni clan Gu masters were horrified and in despair as they watched the scene before them with wide eyes. They saw a giant appearing slowly. It was pitch black like the abyss. Its body was so large that when it bent its leg, a huge shadow was cast on the ground. As the giant stood up, its height was even more horrifying, directly reaching the sky with clouds floating beside its shoulders. The black giant had 2 heads. Its terrifying 4 eyes let out a dark, malevolent light that seemed to shoot through the sky. Its hundreds of hands were raised high with their claws opened, forming a scene like that of an extremely ferocious and strange forest. One of the pitch-black giant's head opened and breathed out a dark soul river. The soul river was tumultuous, whipping up astonishing waves that drowned a large number of meteors. The giant's other head opened and sucked in. Many small meteors were directly absorbed into its stomach. Bam, bam, bam. Its ghostly claws and giant arms moved through the air, catching the hill-sized meteors. Waves surged up and down in the Ni clansmen's hearts. It is truly capable of holding up heaven and earth, picking moon and stars at will. This world was actually concealing such a terrifying monster. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan cannot even be considered as ants. Almost the entire meteor rain was stopped by the giant. Only some fragments fell to the ground. Some of these fragments fell on the gold fragment current and some fell on the cloud soil. They would definitely bring unknown influences to the original ecology. The meteor rain died down and the giant also left, the enormous body slowly disappearing from the Ni clansman's sight. After a long while, the surviving Ni clan Gu masters erupted with cheers. And the greatest contributor to this, the black giant, turned into a ray of soul light that entered Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Indeed, this black soul giant was the soul of Fong Yuan's main body. After Fong Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance, he had gained the supreme cultivation method of soul path. This method divided soul cultivation to 2 layers. First layer was human soul, the cultivation starting from single man soul to 100-man soul, 1,000-man soul, until the highest 100 million man soul. 100 million man soul was the limit of human soul, where it turned from phantom to solid and could interfere with the material world. The second layer was desolate soul. Because Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limit of human soul. Once the soul broke through to desolate soul, the soul's essence would transform, the soul alone possessing desolate beast level battle strength. Fong Yuan's soul had already reached desolate soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped, and now had already reached 60 million desolate soul. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul, 100,000 desolate soul, million desolate soul, 10 million desolate soul, and 100 million desolate soul. Reaching 100 million desolate soul meant the 3-headed 1,000 arms demon soul which possessed quasi-rank 9 battle strength. The soul could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defying the heavens and stamping the earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world with unmatched might. This was the peak level of soul foundation, and also the limit that the world could contain. 100 million desolate soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Feng Yuan had not reached that level yet. Feng Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to the previous spectral souls. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Soul cultivation is really amazing. Just the soul itself has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate killer moves. More importantly, such killer moves aren't used through goo worms, but through the arrangements of Dao marks like a natural ability. Feng Yuan ruminated. His soul manifestation had breathed out a tumultuous soul river, which was referenced from Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit against Feng Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's techniques, Feng Yuan transformed the referenced Soul Path Killer move into Soul Path Dao marks and engraved them on his soul. Thereupon, this Soul River Killer move became an innate ability of Feng Yuan's soul. As long as the related arrangement of Dao marks was not destroyed, Feng Yuan could quickly activate this killer move without a need for goo worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul cultivation innate abilities, totem killer moves, as well as formation path Great Grandmaster that can use natural Dao marks to set up the formation. They are all the same in the end. With the supply from Feng Clan, I don't lack soul cores, and it is not difficult to cultivate to the peak 100 million desolate soul. This method can be one of my trump cards. It cannot be revealed casually. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Heaven's will at all times. If Feng Yuan used this method in the outside world, it would be known by Heaven's will. There was no such threat inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's look at the situation now. Feng Yuan activated cooking luck pot and observed his luck. Feng Yuan frowned. His luck did not look good. At this time, his silver light pillar had become increasingly loose and was actually showing a sign of collapse. Those 3 clouds above the silver light pillar had also changed. The starlight cloud occupied the highest position. This signified star constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest threat. Below this was Spectral Soul's pitch-black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, it had spread some darkness that penetrated into Feng Yuan's silver light pillar like roots, showing signs of taking root and sprouting. And the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun had become much thicker. Although it was below the other 2 clouds, it showed signs of accumulating energy and biding its time. And besides the previous clouds, an anomaly had also appeared around the silver light pillar. The indistinct shadow of a raised hill was projected on the surface of the silver light pillar. Southern border. The travel-worn Feng Tianyu stopped his footsteps. He was gasping for air. I have finally arrived. Feng Tianyu's journey was arduous. He wanted to find other branch villages of an I clan, but found nothing. That went without saying. Feng Yuan had already moved all the Ni clansmen into his aperture long ago. Feng Tianyu was not able to make any contribution and was extremely disappointed. But on his way, he found that this mud monster Ni Jin could devour mud goo materials to increase its strength. All the Ni clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return in disgrace like this, I won't be able to give any explanation, and it is also not my style. I might as well raise this mud monster's battle strength, and when Shang Xinci questions me after I return, I can give a proper reply. Therefore, Feng Tianyu moved around until he arrived at Rotten Mud Mountain. Rotten Mud Mountain might not be too famous, but it was still considered a famous mountain. Although there were poison path Dao marks, it mostly contained earth path Dao marks. These mud goo materials were everywhere on the mountain and were suitable for feeding an Jin. It seems like a beast tide occurred here. The goo master village down the mountain is also destroyed. Alright, let me explore it alone. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation and also had an Jin with him. He moved up the mountain and gave the suitable mud goo materials to an Jin to devour. After several days and nights in the mountain, Feng Tianyu arrived in an area. Suddenly, an Jin spat out the mud goo materials. What's going on? The mud here actually contains Chi Path Dao marks. Feng Tianyu was astonished after investigating the reason. This luck. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Over this period of development, his luck had some growth, but the suppression from the three venerables had become even more clear now. I am growing day by day, but the three venerables are indeed beyond ordinary. They have stabilized the situation again. There may be some changes if my luck manages to solidify. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. At present, he needed to stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture. The troubles in the sovereign immortal aperture were continuing to increase, unlike Fang Yuan's previous expectations where he thought the abnormal changes would decrease with time. With no choice, Fang Yuan placed many of the variant human alliance's Gu immortals inside. With these Gu immortals working day and night along with himself taking frequent action, they managed to stabilize the unrest in the sovereign immortal aperture for the time being. Moreover, he still needed to create a suitable combat system. And the most important thing was to become venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would produce qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into two major Gu refinement styles: Hairyman Heaven and Earth style and Human Isolation style. Fang Yuan's Hairyman Heaven and Earth style had already reached the peak and he could not improve anymore. Currently, he was exploring the peak of Human Isolation style. He gained a huge insight from Qing Chao style and the Accumulate Virtue Gu refinement technique of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. And the Ni clansmen could condense immortal Gu in their bodies. It was the result of Ni clan Gu immortal Ni Ren using a human path Gu refinement technique back then. In fact, this was very similar to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method of destroying fake Gu and preventing it from emerging again. If I can reverse deduce Ni Ren's Gu refinement technique from Ni clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. Maybe I can even ascend to refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. The best situation was if Fang Yuan could ascend to Venerable before entering Crazed Demon Cave. That would be the most stable. If he could not become a refinement path Venerable before then, the second best would be to raise his strength to the limits. One was to get rid of the problems in the sovereign immortal aperture and annex all the two heavens grotto heavens, reaching the maximum accumulation. Second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the greatest challenge Fang Yuan would face, because he was not facing just one immortal venerable, but several. Currently, it looked like there was only Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other venerables had entered Crazed Demon Cave and explored it. When the time arrived, who would decide to jump out would be really uncertain. Especially when the River of Time was so chaotic, even if Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was raised to rank 8, it could not be used. Fang Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Fang Yuan's gaze moved to the surface of the Pillar of Silver Light. The previous clouds represented Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan already knew of it. But what was this indistinct projection of a protruding hill? Fang Yuan was not sure. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. Nature is really amazing. There are actually Chi Path Gu materials in this Rotten Mud Mountain. Feng Tianyu praised. These Gu materials had no value to Ni Jian, because Ni Jian could only recover his strength by increasing his Earth Path Dao marks. What Feng Tianyu did not know was that these mud-containing Chi Path Dao marks were not a natural creation. It was the result of Kong Shang Tian's while activating his killer move with the help of Hu Land. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Shao Air were able to escape because of this. It was unknown where they were now. This is strange. This amount of Chi Path mud is quite a lot. Is there a Chi Path immortal material buried deep under the ground? How could there be so much Chi Path mud with no rhyme or reason? Feng Tianyu moved around, feeling increasingly awed. He was a refinement pathmaster and had a lot of knowledge and experience. He searched around before finally stopping at one area and ordered Ni Jian to dig. However, even after digging for 2 days and nights, Feng Tianyu did not discover any good loot. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Hu Land, they had naturally cleaned up the scene. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find out anything from just this Chi Path mud. After all, Chi tides had swept the world before, and Chi Path Gu materials emerged everywhere. Western Desert. Sand heap blessed land was exposed because of Chi tides, and Gu masters continued to enter and explore it. However, the environment here was extremely treacherous. Wind raged and carried rough sand that cut like knives. On the ground, sand waves rose and fell. If one was even a little careless, they would be buried under sand waves tens of feet high. The only areas where one could stay in were the sand heaps that appeared inside the sand waves. The sand heaps were of all sizes, even the smallest ones were the size of a hill. There was space inside the sand heaps. Not only was it tranquil, there were also a large number of cultivation resources. At this time, inside a sand heap, a group of goo masters were surrounding a rank 5 goo material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were clearly the ones who discovered it first. Everyone deserves a share. What is the use in talking about who discovered it first? While the goo masters were arguing, someone suddenly attacked. The others were caught unprepared, and the person who got sneak attacked was heavily injured, shouting furiously, "Emoli, you have such guts, you dared to attack me." Other goo masters immediately split up and stared at the attacker while also being vigilant of one another. This goo master was a middle-aged bearded man. He was wearing a white scarf on his head, and his triangular eyes let out a sinister light. He sneered, "I was most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my greatest obstacle is gone. Ha ha ha, all of you, die." The goo masters were stunned before erupting with fury. "Emoli, you have lost your mind. All right, let me see what ability you have to speak such words. Hee, you have angered all of us. Everyone, attack together. Let's get rid of this bastard first." Facing the group attack, Emoli felt even more thirst to battle. "Come, I will let you know my true strength." His whole body began shining with blue electricity. He slowly rose to the air. The chaotic and disorderly electric arcs became clear electric threads that covered Emoli like they were clothes. The killer move was activated successfully. Emoli shouted, "Golden red armor!" Crack, crack. Pieces of armor floated out from his body. The 100 or so pieces followed the electric circuit and pieced together into one complete armor. In an instant, Emoli was dressed in full-body armor. This armor let out metallic light. The golden and red lights emitted a domineering aura. The armored Emoli charged at the goo masters like an eagle. At first, the goo masters attacked wildly, but the golden red armor did not suffer any damage. There was only some soot left on its surface. The goo masters were pale with shock as they began to evade and defend. The armored Emoli only charged around like a brute, and many goo masters immediately died from the collision. The remaining goo masters lost their will to fight and began to run everywhere. Emoli laughed coldly inside the armor. He then activated the armor's killer move. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out both hands. A circular marking shone on both his palms before several electric arrows flew out abruptly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The electric arrows flew with extreme speed, killing all the fleeing goo masters. The battlefield became quiet immediately. Emoli slowly landed on the ground. The golden red armor separated into pieces and disappeared. After that, the electricity-weaved clothing also dissipated slowly. Emoli half knelt on the ground. His breathing was rough and his face was sweating profusely. Although this golden red armor has absolute might, the expenditure is too high. In just tens of breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts have been emptied. If not for your complete support, I would have only lasted half the time. Emoli mumbled. Peng Da's soul floated out. Don't we have wisdom bead grass now? We can refine electric brain goo with it. With its addition, the consumption of golden red armor will reduce by more than half, and the time it can be maintained will increase by at least double. Yes. Emoli smiled and picked up the wisdom bead grass. After Emoli killed Peng Da and seized his thieving heaven-true inheritance, he had been cultivating painstakingly. The killer move golden red armor was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Emoli's battle strength was able to surpass rank 5 goo masters for a short period of time. And the reason Peng Da was cooperating with Emoli was because Emoli had encountered a life and death crisis before this. If Emoli died, Peng Da's soul would also disappear. Emoli promised Peng Da that as long as he helped, Emily would help resurrect Pengda, and Emily reached an agreement. Let's go, we have ransacked this place already. Emily came out of the sand heap and arrived outside. The strong wind almost blew him into the sand waves. Emily activated his defensive method to endure the devastating sandstorm as he observed the surroundings. He could not see other sand heaps and could only sand waves crashing down loudly. Emily endured for about 7 minutes before he finally saw a new sand heap. Such a large sand heap. This is the largest sand heap I have seen. There must be a lot of resources inside. Emily was exulted and was just about to jump into it. Suddenly, the sand heap exploded. Several figures flew out of it. Goo Immortals! Emily's heart shook. He immediately retreated. The Goo Immortals were fighting in the air. Their fight seemed to shake heaven and earth, and even dispelled the large sandstorm. This is the power of a Goo Immortal, so frightening. Even if I have golden red armor, I cannot endure the collateral damage of their confrontation. Emily watched secretly. His heart jumped wildly and his mouth was dry. Emily observed carefully and gradually saw the actual battle situation. Several Goo Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Goo Immortal provoked them while laughing wildly without any worries. Amidst the chaotic battle, a shadow suddenly intruded. This intruding Goo Immortal left shortly afterwards, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Goo Immortal, who was sneak attacked by this figure, roared, "Ling Husu, you dare to steal my Fong clan's possessions." Ling Husu laughed loudly. "Who asked you to be the nearest person to me? I didn't expect you to actually carry so many soul cores. Looks like Fong clan's plans in Green Ghost Desert were quite successful." The Fong clan Goo Immortal was restless and furious. "Ling Husu, I will advise you to leave those soul cores alone. You are provoking a huge trouble." "Haha. Will I be intimidated so easily? Goodbye." Ling Husu was a Western Desert demonic immortal who cultivated theft path. Goo Immortal Fong Dong-shi of Fong Clan could not restrain his anger. Sand Heap Blessed Land appeared too suddenly. Fong Clan was unable to take out manpower within a short period, and could only mobilize him, who was the nearest to the Blessed Land. He had not expected that the batch of soul cores he harvested in Green Ghost Desert would be stolen by Ling Husu during the chaotic battle. "These soul cores are to be handed to Fong Yuan. I cannot lose them." Fong Dong-shi was quite unlucky. He had a lot of resources in his immortal aperture. But what was stolen was the stuff that could not be lost. Fong Clan and Fong Yuan's cooperation could not be exposed. Fong Dong-shi could not announce it and could only give chase. Ling Husu's cultivation had recently advanced to rank 7 and his speed was extremely fast. Fong Dong-shi had already decided to chase him without resting. But just as he was about to leave, he was obstructed by Shi Kang's killer move. "Shi Kang, what are you trying to do?" Fong Dong-shi shouted. Shi Kang smiled coldly. "Fong Dong-shi, you and these people attacked me for so long, and you want to leave just like this?" Fong Dong-shi's eyelids twitched in anger. "Shi Kang, you should rejoice that I am not going to attack you. Did you make some agreement with Ling Husu in secret? The Grand Shi clan is actually cooperating with a demonic bastard." The moment Fong Dong-shi spoke, he immediately made false charges. But because of this disturbance, Ling Husu had already disappeared. Shi Kang laughed madly. "I have been in closed cultivation for several years. This is my first battle after coming out. It must be famous throughout the world. Don't even think of fleeing. Come fight. All of you are the stepping stones for my name to spread far and wide." The other Goo Immortals' faces darkened upon hearing that. "Fong Dong," she said through gritted teeth. "Shi Kang, you are the one who spoke insolently and provoked us, which was why we encircled you. But because we are all from the righteous path, we did not use our full strength. Now, you have not only allied with Ling Husu, you are showing so much contempt towards us. You are really looking for death. Everyone, attack. Good. I also want to see what methods Shi Kang has gained over these years. Shi Kang, I have not seen you for several years and your guts have become so big. You think only you made progress." This time, Fong Dong-shi took the initiative to attack first. Other Goo Immortals also attacked seriously from the sides. Fong Dong she fought for a while before swapping with another Gu Immortal. Several Gu Immortals fought Shikong in turns. Shikong did not get any breather. The pressure on him was several times higher than before. The battle was rapidly becoming disadvantageous to him, but he was laughing with excitement. Come! Come! The Gu Immortals continued to battle intensely, and having observed the battle for a long while, Emoli flew to that largest sand heap while clenching his teeth. The Gu Immortals had flown out of this sand heap. They must have left many resources which had no importance to them. Fortune is found within danger. Emoli was originally a merchant. Right now, his spirit of taking risks was stimulated. Emoli entered the sand heap. He could still hear the sounds of the Gu Immortals' battle. Shortly afterwards, he found that his choice was correct. As he moved deeper, he collected a large number of Gu materials on the way. Previously, there were many wild beasts and vicious plants inside the sand heap. But because the Gu Immortals had already explored it, the beasts and plants were already killed off. There were corpses of wild beasts everywhere, from 1,000 beast kings to even myriad beast kings. These resources were insignificant to Gu Immortals who tossed them aside casually, but they were incomparably abundant gains to Emoli. It was like he had picked countless battle spoils for free. I have struck it rich, we've struck rich. Emoli was extremely excited. He also saw many giant craters as well as terrifying poisonous blood. It was obvious that the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were taken away by the Gu Immortals, but the huge ruins quietly displayed the horror of a mortal fight. If I were exploring it, I might have become food for these ferocious beasts. Thanks to the Gu Immortals who explored it already, Emoli entered the core area of the sand heap. Originally, this was the place with the most valuable resources, but Emoli did not make any gains. This place was already ransacked by the Gu Immortals. If an immortal material was left out, even if it was only a leaf, it would be an enormous fortune. Emoli was not resigned, he was going to search this area completely. He really ended up discovering a large rock buried under the ground. This is a rank 4 Gu material, Flying Rock. It contains Chi Path and Earth Path Dao marks. Emoli sighed. This gain was far below his expectations, but it was better than nothing at least. Emoli was just about to lift this flying rock when the rock split apart. A young man fell out from the split rock. What is this? Emoli was shocked before being curious. This youngster was clearly immortal. How could he appear here sealed in the flying rock? Emoli woke up this mortal young man. The young man stated his identity. I am Wang Xiao Air, from Central Continent. Uncle, thanks for saving me. Where is this? Emoli gave a malevolent laugh as he grabbed Wang Xiao Air's clothes. Speak. How did you appear here? Wang Xiao Air stammered. I don't know. Back then, at southern borders Rotten Mud Mountain, Kong Shang Tian's had activated the immortal move using Hu land and transported everyone. But he had forewarned that the killer move would transport them to random locations. Like that, Wang Xiao Air was sent to Western Desert and coincidentally fell here. And for some unknown reason, he was sealed by the flying rock and fell into deep sleep. Although Wang Xiao Air knew some reasons, he wanted to preserve the secret of the whereabouts of the 4 great obscenities. Emoli had plenty of worldly experiences. He could tell from Wang Xiao Air's expression that he was lying. Bam! Emoli punched Wang Xiao Air so hard that Wang Xiao Air's nose bled. Tell the truth. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise I am going to make you wish for death. Peng Da's soul suddenly came out and stopped Emoli. Stop! Emoli stared at Peng Da's soul with an ominous gaze. Brat, what are you trying to do? Peng Da's soul said through clenched teeth. Uncle Emoli, you are a rank 5 Gu master, and he is only a child, a mortal. Why do you need to resort to cruel means against him? The Uncle Emoli that I met was a person who saved me in the desert, and told me about living outside and helping each other. Uncle, don't deceive your conscience because of hatred. You are not this kind of person. Shut up. Emoli shouted and smacked Peng Da's soul to the side. How do you know that I am not this kind of person? Even if I was not like this before, humans change. Emoli walked towards the frightened Wang Xiao Air. Since you don't want to speak, I can only soul search. Wang Xiao'er suddenly screamed, pointing towards Peng Da's soul. Ghost! There is a ghost, a ghost! Peng Da's soul. Stop making a fuss. Do you think that I will turn you into a ghost as well? Emoli punched Wang Xiao'er to the ground. He had just finished speaking when a strange existence appeared while laughing. Good. Amazing. Young man, I have a high opinion of you. Emoli, Wang Xiao'er, and Peng Da's soul turned solemn. The three pairs of eyes stared at this existence that had appeared all of a sudden. Wang Xiao'er shouted, a talking pig? But why is there only the head and no body? Emoli, however, shook with excitement. Idiot! This is Sand Heap Blessed Land's land spirit. Emoli walked towards the land spirit. Speak, land spirit, what is your condition for acknowledging a new master? The pighead land spirit floated above Wang Xiao'er and looked down. My condition is simple. The person who can take the most beatings will be my master. It then laughed towards Wang Xiao'er. Young man, I think highly of you. Peng Da's soul realized at once. I understand. No wonder the Gu immortal named Shirkong was so rampant outside. He is trying to be beaten up through all means. The pighead land spirit smiled. That Gu immortal took a beating from ancient desolate beasts for a while, so he saw me and learned of the conditions to be my master. But he doesn't realize that it is not the one who can take more fierce beatings who will become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a grand cause. Not only do you need the ability to resist the beatings, you also need to have a firm and indomitable spirit to take the beatings. Look at this youngster, he is obviously lying, but even if he is beaten and is facing someone he cannot defy, he is still stubborn. This spirit to take a beating is worthy of admiration. So there is this way. Mo Li's eyes shone brightly as he saw hope of contending for the ownership of the blessed land. The battle in the sky was still continuing, but the attacking Gu immortals had started to feel something amiss. Shirkong, is this your strength after closed cultivation? You have been beaten to the point where it is difficult for you to even speak. If not for us holding back, you would have already died. A Gu immortal scoffed. Shirkang's face was already swollen and blue from the beating. His vision was blurry, but he still laughed. Nonsense. A few grat. Peak Conditon. Fight 500 Rons. No problem. Another Gu immortal said, on account of our two clans' close relationship, Shirkong, just retreat. How much blood have you coughed from the beatings? Any more and you might not have any left. Shirkong opened his mouth to retort but coughed out a mouthful of blood. Bullsht! I half lotto blood. Can cough couple fools. Fong Dong, she sneered. Shirkong. Even if you are most specialized in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold out for long. You have already become the laughing stock of Western Desert's Gu immortal world in this battle. If we fight any longer, you will be crippled. If you are sensible, then take out some resources to compensate for our losses. My Fong clan will let bygones be bygones. Western Desert's righteous path had rules. They did not go overboard in their contest over the inheritances. These resources in Sand Heap Blessed Land were not worth it to stake their lives. Shirkong was beaten so miserably that it had already surpassed the usual standard of contending. Could they kill him and attract the retaliation of Shirclan, causing this dispute to escalate? This was something that all the Gu immortals, including Fong clan, did not want to see. Shirkong raised his head and was about to speak, but the slight exertion caused his right leg to crack in a crisp sound. Shirkong held his right leg and pressed it on the broken area while activating a killer move. Rocks filled the gap and his Rockman transformation was back in one piece for the moment. Shirkong still did not want to show weakness. He shouted at Fong Dong Shi, CME, I see and still fight. With the situation in this state, Fong Dong Shi and the rest stopped attacking. Strange. This is really odd. Something does not make any sense. Shirkong is not a suicidal person. There might be great benefits involved for him to push himself this hard. As for what benefits, the Gu immortals had a similar guess. Shirkong entered with us and had only gone into that sand heap earlier. Could it be? The Gu immortals suddenly flew down and entered the sand heap again. Shirkong was really anxious this time as he gave chase. He yelled and cursed, but no one cared. The immortals arrived at the center of the sand heap within moments and witnessed a painful scene. They saw Immortal lying on the ground with his legs spread open. He was gnashing his teeth while his body shook from the intense pain. Wang Xiao'er was standing in front of him and fiercely kicking the part between Immortal's legs, the most vital area of a man. On the other side, Peng Da's soul was also attacking Immortal. What attracted the Gu Immortal's attention was the pighead land spirit. The pighead land spirit was cheering loudly. Good! This way of taking a beating really makes people marvel. What moves me even more is this spirit. What kind of spirit to take a beating is this? Exposing your vital area openly and allowing such fierce attacks. And you, Immortal, have persevered without a thought of giving up. What fearless courage! Your dazzling spirit continues to move me. Then you, are you moved? Will you recognize me as your master? Immortal's tears fell from the pain as he shouted. The pighead land spirit said with a solemn expression, Soon, you have already surpassed that Shirkong. Immortal wanted to cry. You said that just before, Stop them. Fong Dong, she shouted first. A mere mortal wants to obtain a blessed land? The Gu Immortals made their moves. Shirkong was also among them. His head was soaked with cold sweat as he rejoiced. The other Gu Immortals discovered this secret. If not for that, he might have been defeated by this audacious mortal. Immortal moves shrouded the entire place. They descended like a tsunami. Immortal's group was deathly pale. Mother! Wang Xiao'er held his head and tried to run. Land spirit, save me! Immortal was lying on the ground, his legs trembling intensely. The pighead land spirit shook its head and flew away. I cannot save you. To become my master, you need to have the spirit to take a beating. But even more than that, you need to have the strength to take the beatings. But right as Immortal was about to die miserably, there was a loud sound, and all the killer moves were destroyed. Who? Come out! 3 mysterious figures appeared from the corner. Their bodies were shrouded in a layer of profound light, hiding their appearance and gender. They stood silently, but their auras were closely connected and actually suppressed the side of Western Desert's righteous path. Fong Dongxi and the rest became solemn like they were facing a huge enemy. This profound light and this kind of image. You are the legendary E-Clan. Western Desert's E-Clan? There really is this super-clan. There existed a hidden super-clan in Western Desert, with powerful strength and a long history, seemingly existing since ancient times. But this was only a rumor between Western Desert's super forces, and there had never been clear evidence. Since you know of our E-Clan, then retreat. One of the 3 mysterious figures spoke. Their voice was also modified, gender-neutral and hoarse. Fong Dong, she snorted coldly. Cowardly people who dare not show themselves. Who knows if you are really from E-Clan? You want us to retreat just like this? Aren't you too arrogant? You are even more arrogant than Shirkong. Shirkong rubbed his nose and was about to speak when another person said, Look at the price of Shirkang's arrogance, your outcome will be the same. Shirkong. A chaotic battle broke out. E-Clan's 3 Gu Immortals had tacit cooperation. They had clearly trained together for years. They immediately gained the upper hand. Western Desert righteous path might have been suppressed, but they had superiority in their numbers. The pighead land spirit floated near the edge of the battlefield and watched the battle excitedly. Gu Immortals prioritized defense to become the blessed land's master. They did not dodge the attacks they could dodge and even move towards the attacks. They were also fighting for Immortal. After all, he was the person who was thought highly of by the land spirit. If they could help him get the ownership, they would win this battle. Finally, after a strange, fierce battle, Immortal was taken away by E-Clan. Wang Xiao'er was captured by Fong Dongxi. And the person who became the Blessed Land's owner was Gu Immortal Shirkong. He had not wasted his efforts after all. Fong Dongxi returned to Fong Clan and reported the outcome of the battle. The matter concerned Fong Yuan. Fong Clan's first supreme elder Fong Gong immediately convened the clan's Gu Immortals to discuss about it. We should kill Ling Husu. The issue now is, how do we explain this to Fang Yuan? We will tell the truth and let Fang Yuan kill Ling Husu, but we need to hide our transaction with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the world who cultivates all paths. We are unable to deal with Ling Husu because he cultivates theft path and is proficient in escaping. If Fang Yuan were to take action, Ling Husu would definitely die an extremely miserable death. That is not appropriate. Fang Dichang shook his head, rejecting this suggestion. His soul was traded to Fang clan by Fang Yuan, and he obtained freedom once again. Right now, he had possessed a rank 5 Gu Master's body and was preparing to undergo immortal ascension again. He was part of this discussion right now. Fang Dichang continued to analyze. Do you think that possibility is likely? Or is it more probable for Fang Yuan to find trouble with us instead? What is the reason for Fang Yuan's transaction with our clan? It is because our clan is the closest to Green Ghost Desert, and he needs countless soul cores to cultivate his soul. After all, he inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If my Grand Fang clan cannot even handle this properly, we will no doubt lose our value in Fang Yuan's eyes. At that time, what do you think he will do? Fang clan's immortals felt their hearts turning cold from this analysis. Fang Gong nodded. I approve of Fang Dichang's words. Fang Yuan could step on Heavenly Court. It is very easy for him to deal with Fang clan. We cannot fight him. Besides this, our clan also benefited plenty from transacting with Fang Yuan. The numerous immortal materials in Fang Yuan's hands are the most important transaction gains for our clan. Fang Dong, she was troubled. But this time's soul core quantity cannot meet the requirement. Tomorrow is the day to hand over the goods. What reason will we use to delay it? If Fang Yuan wants to investigate this, he can easily realize the truth. But if we don't lie and say the truth, won't our value fall greatly in Fang Yuan's eyes? Fang Dichang said, we must tell the truth. But since the soul cores are not enough, we will use other things to compensate for them. Won't it be okay as long as Fang Yuan is satisfied? Fang Huashang was worried. Fang Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances. His standards are extremely high. Our Fang clan does have some items that can satisfy Fang Yuan, but every one of these items is a foundation of our Fang clan. We cannot hand over our foundation because of Ling Husu, can we? Fang Dichang laughed. You are thinking too deeply. In my opinion, this matter is easy to resolve. Fang Gong asked, what plan do you have? Fang Dichang, didn't we already soul search Wang Xiao? Although he is only immortal, his body is mysterious and his experiences are also quite amazing. We know about Hu Land. This secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu clan's hands now. We will hand this information to Fang Yuan. It should satisfy him. Is that going to work? Some were doubtful. Fang Dichang shook his head. Don't treat Fang Yuan like us normal people. Spectral Soul and Qing Chou are already dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is suppressed. Qi Si Ancestor was defeated by him. He is now the #1 person in the world. Even if Wu clan is the #1 super force of southern border, they still won't be able to protect Hu Land. Fang Gong nodded. Then, let's do that. If Fang Yuan is not satisfied, we can only incur a greater loss once again. He then sighed. Such a pity about Hu Land. If only my clan knew of it, we would definitely conceal it and dig it up secretly. Now, we can only give it to Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang said in a heavy tone. Fang Yuan should be satisfied. This person is terrifying. The most terrifying thing is not his strength, but his broad-mindedness instead. He doesn't bother about trifling matters in order to accomplish the major goal. His broad-mindedness and shrewdness are unfathomably deep and vast like mountains and seas. What gives me chills is that even though he is the strongest person in the world, he is still willing to trade with us and will not resort to brute force if he can. This kind of person is not someone our Fang clan or Heavenly Court can deal with. I am afraid that only the rumored Venerable Revival can curb such a terrifying demon. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini yellow heaven. At some corner of an clan, a Gu master who had been unconscious for several days woke up dazedly from his bed. An immortal goo condensed inside my body. The goo master looked weak and pale, but he could barely hide his joy. From today onwards, am I going to rise up towards the peak of my life? The goo master was extremely excited. He had rank 4 cultivation and knew of Ni clan's secret. In the whole of Ni clan, there are 3 goo masters who have passed the difficulty of bloodline condensation and survived, and with me now there are 4 who possess immortal goo. Now that I have an immortal goo, I will be Ni clan's 4th elder even though my cultivation has not reached rank 5. The goo master's mind was filled with plans for his beautiful future. Little did he know that his condition over the past few days, as well as the thoughts going through his mind right now, were all seen by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan fell into thoughts. Ni Ren's method is indeed an ingenious human isolation-style refinement technique. After the event of the gold fragment current, although Ni clan lost a lot of goo masters, the surviving goo masters passed the cruel trial. After they returned to the clan, the phenomenon of bloodline condensation appeared successively. Over 40 people got a fever and fell unconscious, but only 2 woke up successfully and refined immortal goo inside their body. Right at this time, a message disturbed his thoughts. Who land? Southern border Wu clan. Over 50 goo masters were gathered in the hall. First Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder Wu Chao. Supreme Elder Mountain Moving. Goo masters greeted together with solemn expressions and hardly concealable excitement. Wei Shenjing was among them. He had finally emerged from the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal. Besides him, there was Divine Dr. Shang Shou and Wu Shintong. These 2 had been revived through the Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. There was also Zhong Yi, the Western Desert Goo Master who had inherited Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 or so people were geniuses of their generation and were Goo Master elites selected by Wu clan. You may stand. Wu Yong was sitting on the main seat. To his left was Mountain Moving Old Monster, and to his right was Wu clan's rank 7 Goo Immortal Wu Chao. The information on Immortal Ascension and the matters to pay attention to regarding Immortal Ascension have already been given to you. Over the following period of time, you should start closed cultivation and come out only when you feel you have the certainty to ascend to Immortal. Our Wu clan's Goo Immortals will help you resist the Immortal Ascension tribulations with all their strength. You may leave now. Wu Yong raised his hand. The group of around 50 Goo masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled towards Mountain Moving Old Monster. Supreme Elder Mountain Moving, I shall hand the matter of these Goo masters' immortal ascension to you. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Goo immortal originating from Wu clan. His surname was Qin, and his name was Jing Shang. He was previously a lone immortal. When Feng Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, there was the issue of Mount Snail where he reached an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of the benefits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu clan in name. But in the end, Feng Yuan's identity was exposed and Wu Yong went after him. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation immediately became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character. Why would he let go of this opportunity? He immediately exerted pressure on Mountain Moving Old Monster. Using both forceful and persuasive measures, he made Mountain Moving Old Monster become Wu clan's external Supreme Elder. Back to the present, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed to Wu Yong's command. I am in deep admiration of First Supreme Elder's broad-mindedness. I will stake all my strength to make sure the tribulations cannot harm anyone. Good. Wu Yong laughed. I, Wu Yong, guarantee that the Wu clan I govern is fair with rewards and punishments. I shall take my leave and make preparations. Mountain Moving Old Monster left. He knew the meaning behind Wu Yong's action. He was an external elder of Wu clan. External elders were usually ostracized. But Wu Yong's move was too revolutionary. He actually supported so many Goo immortal seeds at once. What raised Mountain Moving Old Monster's attention the most was that these 50 or so Goo masters were mostly outsiders. Wu Yong ordered Mountain Moving Old Monster to be in charge of this matter. On one hand, he was worried of Wu clan's Goo immortals being biased towards the clan members if they were put in charge. On the other hand, it was to reassure Mountain Moving Old Monster, using action to tell him, Wu Yong, am different from ordinary leaders. When mountain-moving old monster left, Wu Yong's gaze moved towards Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been keeping silent and was feeling uneasy under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao had been Wu clan's third supreme elder with high authority and status. But he was enticed by Qiao clan and had supported Fang Yuan, who had disguised as Wu Yihai. This action was the same as betraying Wu clan's benefits. Later, Wu Qiao was in charge of guarding Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian but lost it to the enemies. This was a great stain to his reputation. After Wu Yong took the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the limit. Wu Qiao's situation declined day by day, and he was even stripped of his third elder position. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke. What do you think of my decision to support so many Gu immortal seeds? Under Wu Yong's gaze, Wu Qiao's forehead became covered in sweat. He took a deep breath before standing and bowing, saying in a sincere manner, Lord Wu Yong, I think this action has far more benefits in long term. I give my full support to it. Wu Yong laughed. He raised his teacup and took a sip, before asking leisurely, Then tell me how you will give full support? Wu Qiao took a deep breath and said what he had already prepared before. Wu Yong did not comment and only nodded as he put down the cup. Do it. Wu Qiao was exulted. He quickly requested for leave. He did not leave directly like mountain-moving old monster. Instead he stood at the door and bowed deeply towards Wu Yong before leaving slowly. This attitude was extremely respectful. Only Wu Yong remained in the discussion hall. He was expressionless, but was sighing inwardly. This time, he invested all the resources of the clan to support the immortal ascensions of over 50 Gu masters. This move could be considered crazy. His move had caused dissatisfaction in many Wu clan Gu immortals. The main reason was that among these over 50 Gu masters, less than half were Wu clansmen while the rest were outsiders. Many Wu clan supreme elders including Wu Ba Chong thought Wu Yong's action was shaking Wu clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. As Wu Yong recalled the recent times, when these people admonished his actions openly or secretly, he could not help but snort coldly. Wu clan's greatest issue was the lack of Gu immortals. There was not enough manpower to guard their territories, let alone when they were planning to expand in the future. However, Wu clan had few Gu immortal seeds as well. Even when they lowered the standard and revived some Wu clan Gu master elites, the number of Gu immortal candidates was only 18. Although Gu immortals could deal with the tribulations, the crucial point in immortal ascension was the balancing of 3 qi. Outsiders could not help in this. The Gu master had to rely on themselves. 18 Wu clan Gu immortal seeds, according to history, only 1 or 2 among them might succeed in immortal ascension. That would not do. What use was there in gaining 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu immortals for Wu clan? This simply could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambition. Thus, Wu Yong disregarded his subordinates' opposition and recruited outsider Gu masters to be Gu immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu clan treated them fairly and gave them full support. It is not that these people cannot see the situation, but they raised opposition because it threatened their own benefits. They have really disappointed me. Their vision is too narrow. Without the 5 regional walls now, our Wu clan's enemies are not just southern border forces, but the entire 5 regions. And among the 5 regions, the most terrifying enemies are in Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system, Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight and wisdom, he was already clear of the superiority of the sect system. That was the reason he gave full support to outsider Gu immortal candidates and recruited outsiders to become Wu clan's external supreme elders. But even with his prestige, he encountered such opposition and resistance, it could be imagined what the situation in other superforces would be like. Wu Yong had excellent political skills. He dealt with this situation by deploying Mountain-Moving Old Monster and supporting Wu Qiao. Mountain-Moving Old Monster was an external supreme elder. For the sake of his own future in Wu clan, he would definitely do his best to support those outsider Gu immortal seeds in their ascension. And Wu Qiao was an astute person. He saw Wu clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan. To get back onto Wu clan's political stage, even if he did not approve of Wu Yong's move, he had to grab this opportunity, becoming Wu Yong's dog and standing against those opposing supreme elders. Like this, Wu clan's internal disorder was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. There will be 5 or 6 among these seeds who will succeed in immortal ascension. I hope one of my Wu clansmen becomes a chi path Gu immortal. Who land can be used then. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced prestige wind, my strength will rise by another level. Adding on Hu land, my Wu clan will be among the top superforces in all 5 regions. Wu Yong's mood turned much better when he thought of Hu land. He thought very highly of Hu land. If not for him cultivating wind path primarily and having accumulated a lot of wind path Dao marks, he might have converted to chi path for Hu land. Wu Ji did not choose chi path and persisted on strength path, which had actually disappointed Wu Yong. Hu land's value was extremely high. This could be seen from Demon Immortal Chi Ju. As long as a set of killer moves involving this kind of secluded domain of heaven and earth was created, the Gu Immortal would have near pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hu land could be taken as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, while it would be extremely difficult for Wu clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu was a huge trial to Wu clan. Inside the sovereign Immortal Aperture, be it Mini Blue Heavens Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, Mini Northern Plains Triple Sacred Mountain, or other areas, Gu Immortals were cheering in excitement. Just the previous moment, Fang Yuan had issued the latest contribution board, mission board, and exchange list. The contribution board and mission board were issued long before, but it was the first appearance of the exchange list. It was this exchange list that made all the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture excited. The exchange list contained a large number of rank 6 and rank 7 Immortal Gu, a dazzling lineup of immortal moves, Immortal Gu recipes, and countless immortal materials. The Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for any cultivation resource on the exchange list. I have never seen such a rich list of immortal materials and such enormous immortal material reserves. Even Lang Yalan's spirit, who was extremely knowledgeable, was dumbstruck when he saw the exchange list. There are rank 6 to rank 9 immortal killer moves, including common killer moves, battlefield killer moves, the present age Gu formations and Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it before. Many Gu Immortals exclaimed in shock. The Gu Immortals who came from the Variant Human Alliance cared much more about the Immortal Gu in the exchange list. Even these Immortal Gu can be exchanged? Am I dreaming? How difficult is it to refine Immortal Gu? But here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an Immortal Gu. All of the Gu Immortals were moved. They suddenly realized that becoming subordinates of Fang Yuan was a really fortunate thing. Our future is so bright after following Master. This is too good. Looks like Lord Fang Yuan wants to nurture us. I have never seen a force have such wealth. Master's foundation is truly inestimable. The Gu Immortals' eyes shined with excitement. Their faces reddened, and some even cried in joy. Some quick ones immediately looked at the mission board. Previously, the tasks they completed were mandatory and they did not have much enthusiasm. But it was completely different now. The first task is so strange. Request for Lord Fang Yuan to protect us from tribulations, and we also get such rich contribution points in return. Fang Yuan was secretly observing his subordinates' reactions. He had issued the exchange list after careful consideration. Previously, Fang Yuan had thought the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic phenomena would pass with time. But they were instead becoming more severe. Sometimes, some strange situations occurred, which were so serious that Fang Yuan's main body had to deal with them. If he could increase the strength of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals by a level or two, the chaotic state of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be dealt with much more properly. Fang Yuan had no way to completely resolve the issues in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, so he could only alleviate them. Naturally, regardless of how he strengthened them, these subordinates would not have the ability to take part in the contest within Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan also did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan had devoured many of the 2 heavens grotto heavens and plundered the countless years of accumulations of these grotto heavens. He naturally did not lack the resources to nurture them. On the basis of cultivation resources, Fang Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even if Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven had much more accumulation than Fang Yuan, they could not copy his action. Fang Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. It was extremely easy for him to refine rank 6 and rank 7 immortal goo. That was why he could domineeringly place all kinds of immortal goo on the exchange list and let his subordinates exchange for them. If Fang Yuan needed to use some immortal goo that they exchanged for in the future, he could just throw a compulsory mission at the person. Who would dare to go against Fang Yuan's decree? At that time, Fang Yuan would give even more contribution points in exchange. The subordinate whose immortal goo was seized might even be quite happy. The heated reactions of his subordinates was within Fang Yuan's expectations. These goo immortals who were stimulated by the exchange list began to crazily accept the tasks, and took the initiative to go to various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture to work like bees. As for the first task on the mission board, the goo immortals were discussing if Lord Fang Yuan had made a mistake. But even after a few days, the task content had not changed. The goo immortals became increasingly covetous. The contribution point reward of this task was sizable. Zong was the person to study the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Zong had been distressed over a huge issue. He was the first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe. He was rank 7 and was about to face his 3rd Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 goo immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were not big issues to Zong. But a grand tribulation was huge trouble. The previous 2 grand tribulations had almost destroyed Zong's confidence. The 3rd grand tribulation was imminent. Zong was thinking of ways to delay the grand tribulation. But he had turned the whole exchange list inside out and was still unable to find a trace of hope. The exchange list doesn't have any methods to delay calamities and tribulations. Zong frowned. Does Master not have such methods? Obviously not. Zong's gaze locked on the first task in the mission board. Looks like Master is encouraging us to accept this task. Zong was enticed. His Rockman tribe came from Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Fang Yuan had forced them on his ship. But by now, Zong found that this ship had already become a warship with a bright future and unimaginable fortune. Since ancient times, the main criteria of a leader was making use of both benevolence and authority. Fang Yuan had no lack of authority, so when the exchange list appeared, it changed many people's hearts. Zong did not dare to betray Fang Yuan and had seen the benefits of following Fang Yuan. He thought for a long while and decided to take the risk, accepting that task. He accepted the task openly and did not conceal it. And soon, the news regarding him accepting the first task spread throughout the sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortal world. Zong is a veteran rank 7 goo immortal. If he can pass the tribulation successfully, he will become a rank 8. Let's see what's going on with this task. I also wanted to accept this task. I did not expect Zong to seize the initiative. This is a good opportunity to express loyalty to Master. Not long after Zong accepted the task, he was summoned by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone was going to manage Zong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Zong opened his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone personally took control and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials inside his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green pond rotten soil, diamond soil, Great Lake soil, concealing heaven dust, grand soil, region sand, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, 1,000-year frost jade essence, dark ink stone, marrow-sucking stone, regret water rock, round Kuan stone, hibiscus stalactite, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. The large number of Earth Path immortal material made Zong speechless. After coming to his senses, Zong's heart jumped in fright. Goo immortal calamities and tribulations are the result of heavenly Tao seeking balance. Right now, my Earth Path foundation has increased to such an astonishing amount. My grand tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary goo immortals want their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible. But Master is completely the opposite. It is as if he wants the grand tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the time to undergo tribulation was here. Fang Yuan's main body arrived at an ordinary sea area of Eastern Sea and opened his immortal aperture, letting Shi Zong out. Shi Zong greeted Fang Yuan first before placing his aperture in the outside world. The Blessed Land's door was opened and started absorbing a large amount of the outside world's heaven and earth qi. Fang Yuan stood outside the entrance. He could not go in. He had too many Dao marks. Previously, when he attacked Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, he was unable to go in as well, let alone this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The Grand Tribulation was on time. First was the arrival of Heaven Path Dao marks. Then these Heaven Path Dao marks transformed into Dao marks of other paths based on the state of Shi Zong's blessed land. Most of these Dao marks were of Earth Path. The transformed Dao marks used and expended heaven and earth qi to turn into calamities and tribulations. If Fang Yuan used Big Family Qi Gu right now, he could absorb the tribulation qi and weaken the Grand Tribulation. Right now, Fang Yuan was looking forward to the Grand Tribulation becoming even stronger. Soon the Grand Tribulation took shape. Shi Zong's face turned pale. Yellow sky dust cloud. Heavens, it saw my immortal aperture was very prosperous and I had too many Earth Path resources, so this is specially targeting them. Yellow sky dust cloud would gain increasingly powerful suction force along with time and absorb the immortal aperture's Earth Path resources. The more Earth Path resources it absorbed, the stronger it would become, its range would increase and it would become denser with much more powerful suction force. Among all the Grand Tribulations, Yellow Sky Dust Cloud was absolutely among the top few hated Grand Tribulations. Shi Zong tried several killer moves. Although they were effective, the effect was very little on such a large yellow sky dust cloud. I can only rely on Master now. Shi Zong's expression was dismal. Right at this time, Shi Zong saw multicolored and dazzling totems fly out of Fang Yuan's body and enter the blessed land, before charging into the yellow sky dust cloud. These totems were of various types and shapes. There existed ferocious tiger and leopard, agile deer and rabbit, lush trees, as well as spinning flying rocks. But no matter which one, they all emitted rank 8 aura. Shi Zong's body and mind shook together. Oh heavens! More than 20 killer moves all at rank 8 level. Master actually has such terrifying strength. These were all totem killer moves. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained the cultivation method of thousands of basic totems from Zhan Budu, he would cultivate this move whenever he had some free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred land for cultivating totem killer moves. It was very difficult to cultivate totems outside of this place. Because there was no such food path environment, almost all the food recipes would lose their effect when placed in the outside world. Fang Yuan, however, was different. He had deep food path attainment. He modified these food recipes and turned them into killer moves. With the help of these food path killer moves and countless goo materials, Fang Yuan was able to cultivate over 20 totems. These totems were all at rank 8 level and were carefully selected by Fang Yuan. Their power naturally would not be low. What was even more amazing was once these totem killer moves were formed, they were extremely easy and convenient to activate. Fang Yuan willed, activating over 20 totems at once. In other words, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he possessed the sovereign immortal body that he could fearlessly cultivate totems of so many paths. If it were other Gu immortals, they would never be able to accomplish this. Shi Zong watched with a stupefied expression, because at that moment, the extremely thick yellow sky dust cloud that covered the sky was shredded by these totems. Too vicious, too terrifying. Shi Zong's thoughts fluctuated intensely. But although the Grand Tribulation was destroyed violently, it did not stop. Instead, it was trying hard to condense again. However, the moment a trace of yellow sky dust cloud condensed, it was instantly torn into pieces by the totems. Heaven's will did not give up, but the totems were even fiercer. Inexplicably, Shi Zong suddenly felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal Killer Move Heaven Human Sensation. Immortal Killer Move Human Executing Heaven's Work. Immortal Killer Move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Fang Yuan made his move from outside the entrance, refining all the heaven path Dao marks from the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly marks fell on Shizong's blessed land. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo house. It was the repaired Thieves' Den. Thieves' Den's killer move, Steal Dao. The Theft Path killer move's working principle was to use Theft Path immortal materials as the catalyst. The Theft Path Dao marks in the immortal materials would be consumed instantly and the Dao marks in the outside world would be stolen. The stolen Dao marks must be attached to these Theft Path immortal materials. So, if the stolen Dao marks were disorderly, the immortal materials would have no value, like those immortal materials found everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In short, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks but did not have a method to use them. Moreover, Thieves' Den was already a peak-level creation and could not be modified. It had no room or potential for improvement. These stolen, unrestrained heavenly marks formed a Heaven Path immortal material. Fang Yuan took this Heaven Path immortal material and activated a Food Path killer move. Devour Heaven and Earth. This killer move was Fang Yuan's gain from his recent cultivation. Fang Yuan's Food Path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had countless Food Path killer moves and Deep Wisdom Path attainment. It was not difficult for him to create a killer move to devour Heaven Path immortal materials. After consuming this Heaven Path immortal material, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 more Heaven Path Dao marks. The Grand Tribulation that sent Shizong into despair, when turned into Heaven Path Dao marks, merely amounted to 9. Moreover, this Grand Tribulation strength was much higher than normal. A normal Grand Tribulation would give less than 9 Heaven Path Dao marks when transformed. Probably around 7. Fang Yuan estimated. This could not compare to the gains from annexing the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Each of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens gave Fang Yuan several thousand Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan devoured Grotto Heavens one after the other. His sovereign immortal aperture's development had already reached 80%. At present, his Heaven Path Dao marks numbered over 200,000. Fang Yuan wanted to become venerable through Refinement Path, so he prioritized annexing Refinement Path Grotto Heavens, which increased his Refinement Path Dao marks to over 6 million. Currently, the sovereign immortal aperture cannot annex any more Grotto Heavens, so I can only use this method to gain Heaven Path Dao marks. Although the increase each time is small, Goo Immortals undergoing tribulations is a process that will never stop. Little droplets of water make a mighty ocean. I can accumulate a substantial amount with this method. In the long run, this path of helping Goo Immortals undergo tribulation was quite bright. The 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens accumulated for 1 million or so years to have such foundations. But if Fang Yuan annexed one, there would be one less. There was, however, an unending stream of Goo Immortals. Shizong's tribulation succeeded and he advanced to rank 8. When he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, he immediately received the congratulations of many people and was asked about the exact details. Shizong was already prepared. He had used Goo Worms to record the complete video of his tribulation. When this video was spread, it brought a strong impact to the sovereign immortal aperture's Goo Immortal world. Master is so strong. He used over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. Is he still human? These are totem killer moves? They look quite convenient. From the start, the Goo Immortals were attracted by the totem killer moves. When Thieves' Den appeared, they exclaimed in shock again. When the video reached the end and the yellow sky dust cloud was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan, the Goo Immortal sighed, deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really destroy calamities and tribulations beforehand. In history, these calamities and tribulations will calm down only after they have vented everything. But Lord Fang Yuan has unfathomable powers. He can get rid of calamities and tribulations ahead of time. It can be inferred that this task is a huge fortune. Not only can we increase our cultivation level, we can also get a sizable amount of contribution points. Didn't you hear what Shizong said? Although he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Goo Immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. Ah, there was such a thing. No wonder this task compensated us with contribution points. Shizong did not hide this. He was somewhat hesitant at first, but after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to publicize the truth. No gain in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that poured on these excited Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals began to calm down. This result needed to be properly considered. No gain of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu Immortals. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main way of gaining Dao marks. Over the next few days, there was no movement. But when Zong used these contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, another person accepted the task of undergoing tribulation. After that, more and more Gu Immortals began to imitate this, and it soon formed a wave in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. These Gu Immortals were shrewd. They had calculated the gains and losses. Although they would lose a batch of Dao marks, the value of the gained contribution points was far higher than the losses. The Gu Immortals' battle strength and Immortal Aperture's environment would indeed weaken from the loss of these Dao marks. But Dao marks was only one of the factors. There were many factors which determined a Gu Immortal's battle strength. For instance, Immortal Gu was a main factor. Immortal killer moves as well were much more important than some thousands of Dao marks. The Immortal Aperture's environment would be influenced, but the Gu Immortals could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials to create even more resource points to fill this gap. What made the Gu Immortals choose this path was that there was a special entry in the exchange list that allowed the Gu Immortals to supply the immortal materials and expend some contribution points, to ask for Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their corresponding Dao marks. These various reasons created an unending supply of Gu Immortals who underwent tribulation. Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks continued to increase. Southern border. Ku Xian Hong was flying through the clouds. He was communicating with his friend. You don't know that all the Gu Immortals are accepting the assisted tribulation task. Some Gu Immortals whose tribulations are still far away will choose an option in the exchange list. It requests Master's time path clone to accelerate their Immortal Aperture's time flow. They are using every means possible to accept this task. Ku Xian Hong read up to here before replying with the information path Immortal Gu. It is because the contribution points for this task are sizable. Moreover, whoever obtains the contribution points first will be able to move a step ahead and do more missions, entering a beneficial feedback loop. Look at that Zong, he has been thriving recently. His strength has surged. He can do and take on more difficult tasks, obtaining even more contribution points much faster. Unfortunately, I received a mandatory task now and have to go on a diplomatic mission to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first to accept this task. His friend replied soon. You need to be careful. You are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to demand who land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. And Wu Yong is the Southern Alliance's leader. Ku Xian Hong, however, was confident. I am quite hopeful for this trip. Even if it fails, Wu Yong won't do anything to me. You have not personally realized and witnessed Master's power and influence. All right. I have arrived. I will contact you later. Ku Xian Hong slowly flew down. Below him was Wu Yi Mountain. Wu Clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Ku Xian Hong, 2 Gu Immortals immediately flew up from Wu Yi Mountain. At the front was Wu Clan's second supreme elder Wu Bachong. Ku Xian Hong had already notified them before coming here. Wu Clan's earnestness could be seen. They had sent Wu Bachong to welcome him. Envoy, please come in. Wu Bachong led Ku Xian Hong to Wu Clan's headquarters. You came from afar and must be tired. How about resting for a while? Wu Bachong was polite. Ku Xian Hong shook his hand. Let's get down to business first. All right. Please wait a while. Our first Supreme Elder is handling some clan affairs. Ku Xian Hong nodded and waited patiently. He could understand that the leader of the great Wu clan could not be available so casually. Whether he was really busy or not, they had to put up this show. After 5 minutes, Wu Bachong came again and led Ku Xian Hong towards the guest hall. Ku Xian Hong saw Wu Yong there. Ku Xian Hong did not speak nonsense and said directly, Lord Wu Yong, I come with master sincerity to have another transaction with your noble clan. Wu Yong and Wu Bachong looked at each other. They had profited a lot in the previous transaction. Wu Yong asked with a smile, I wonder what transaction it is? Ku Xian Hong smiled. Master is willing to pay a price to buy the Hu land in your possession. Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrank and killing intent surged in his heart. What? Wu Bachong could not sit still, he stood. What Hu land? How could my Wu clan have this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fong Yuan is definitely mistaken. Ku Xian Hong smiled and did not refute. Wu Yong's expression was dark as he interrupted Wu Bachong. All right, Bachong. Wu Bachong immediately stopped denying it, but there was indignance and anger on his face. Veins popped up on his clenched fists as he stared rigidly at Ku Xian Hong. If gazes could kill, at this moment, Wu Bachong would have already killed Ku Xian Hong 100 times with his gaze. Ku Xian Hong only looked at Wu Yong, turning a deaf ear to Wu Bachong. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong, what is your reply? Wu Yong suddenly showed a smile. Since Fong Yuan wants to trade, of course we can. I believe he will definitely pay a satisfying price. Ku Xian Hong could not help but feel a chill when he saw Wu Yong's attitude. Wu Yong was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible choice. Ku Xian Hong took a deep breath and said the price. Master is aware that Lord Wu Yong desires rank 8 Immortal Gu, 8-faced prestige wind. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu. What? Wu Bachong's expression changed again as he bellowed furiously. Hu land can be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fong Yuan is not taking out even one rank 8 Immortal Gu and wants to exchange with such conditions. You are too insincere, Wu Yong said through clenched teeth. This is indeed somewhat too overboard. Ku Xian Hong smiled. Wu clan excels in wind path. Your only chi path foundation is in Shang Tian true inheritance. Although Hu land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it doesn't have much value for Wu clan. Wu Bachong immediately refuted. You can't say that. Any path's attainment can be developed. Although my Wu clan excels in wind path, could it be that we cannot excel in chi path in the future? With Hu land, I would rather change to chi path and replace my vital Gu. With such huge prospects, which superforce would be willing to give it up? Ku Xian Hong glanced at Wu Bachong. Second Supreme Elder, you are spot on. Quite insightful. It is indeed correct, with Hu land, the prospect of chi path is highly favorable. But, as he said this, Ku Xian Hong intentionally paused before saying deeply, the prerequisite is, you need to possess Hu land. You! Wu Bachong's killing intent erupted and he looked ready to attack. Ku Xian Hong's hidden meaning was that Wu clan could not keep Hu land. Since they could not keep Hu land, it was useless to mention any chi path prospects. Ku Xian Hong looked towards Wu Yong and bowed again, saying respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will be frank. If your noble clan is not satisfied with this price, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu for your clan. He then continued with a bitter smile. This is my side's bottom line and there won't be any concession. Lord Wu Yong, please understand. I am only a messenger. I cannot make decisions. Wu Yong was silent for a while before smiling. You are an excellent messenger. I agree to your conditions. Wu Bachong, bring Ku Xian Hong to take Hu land and send the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu as well. First Supreme Elder. Wu Bachong was indignant. Go! Wu Yong was solemn. Sigh! Wu Bachong heaved a deep sigh as he looked at Ku Xian Hong with hatred. Follow me. Wu Bachong quickly moved past Ku Xian Hong and walked out of the hall. Wu Yong sat on his seat without moving. The guest hall had bright lighting, but Wu Yong's face was dark and heavy. Losing Hu land had a huge impact on him. How did Fong Yuan know about Hu land? Did he capture Kong Ritian? Wu Yong had a lot of doubts, but he did not want to investigate it. Since the matter had already reached this stage, there was no meaning in talking about this. After a long while, Wu Bachong returned to report, Ku Xian Hong has left. Lord, should we send some people in disguise and ambush him? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fong Yuan's wisdom, how could he not have expected such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things. Wu Bachong said through clenched teeth. Damn it. Our Grand Wu clan cannot protect Hu land. Wu Yong said with a heavy voice. We need to remember this. In Wu clan's headquarters, we were forced to sell the secluded domain of heaven and earth. This is my disgrace, and also Wu clan's disgrace. In the future, if there is a chance, I will clear this humiliation and pay it back 1,000-fold. Fang Yuan. Just you wait. Fang Yuan was holding Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo in his hand. Under the continuous supply of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo let out a light, crystal-like radiance. This immortal goo seemed like a flea made of crystal. It was as large as a fist and was curled up like a ball. Suddenly, the crystal radiance from Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo burst, turning into countless broken crystal lights that shone dazzlingly. Success! Fang Yuan was shocked at that moment just now. He had actually refined this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. The curled-up crystal flea stretched its body and meekly lay on Fang Yuan's palm. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. At this moment, Fang Yuan had created history. But, within an instant, his excited emotions calmed down. He already had many unprecedented achievements. In this recent period of time, I have repeatedly helped my subordinates undergo tribulations. Although the Heaven Path Dao marks gained each time are small in quantity, the numbers accumulate eventually. Adding these Heaven Path Dao marks, I am finally able to refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo completely, breaking the previous limit. My guess was right. The fact was proved in front of him. As long as the unrestrained heavenly marks reached a certain number, Heaven Path Immortal Goo could be refined. In the long river of history, there were countless Goo cultivators with geniuses as numerous as stars in the sky, and the 10 venerables like 10 large suns. But none of them truly cultivated Heaven Path. Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have grasp of the killer move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark, but from what Fang Yuan knew, they had not delved deeply into Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path and the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable researched Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to cultivate Heaven Path, but he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable at that time and could not turn back anymore. From this, the advantage of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could be seen again. Cultivate every path. A brand new unknown path emerged before Fang Yuan. Heaven Path. Unrestrained Heavenly Mark was the key to starting Heaven Path cultivation. This path had huge prospects and terrifying advantages. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. Heaven Path comprises everything and balances everything. All living beings, be they immortals or mortals, powerful or weak, are included in Heaven Path. All kinds of immortal goo, secluded domains of heaven and earth, are also under the restrictions of Heaven Path. Heaven Path controls calamities and tribulations. It controls lifespan goo. Venerables were powerful for an era, but when compared to Heaven Path, they are like a burning torch. If I walk this path, Fang Yuan could not help but daydream. Apart from anything else, just lifespan goo and fate goo, these two factors made him feel a trace of excitement. Every venerable in history was troubled by lifespan goo, and fate goo had never been directly controlled by Heavenly Court. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any solution. She could only become one with the Tao to interfere with Heaven's will and distort the power of fate goo. Among all the paths, the starting threshold of Heaven Path is the highest. One must grasp the killer move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark first. I have only stepped on the road of Heaven Path. I still need to walk a long distance before I can touch the deeper profundities like lifespan goo and fate goo. The battle of Crazed Demon Cave is imminent. I won't be able to accomplish this before the battle. Although he had officially stepped on the cultivation path of Heaven Path and its prospects were bright and huge, Fang Yuan did not intend to fully delve into it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest once more in Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Cooking Luck Pot brought enormous convenience to Fang Yuan, letting him know that Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo might be the key in the battle of Crazed Demon Cave. Heaven Path's cultivation road was going to be long, and Fang Yuan had just taken the initial step. But Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo could be developed further. I have completely refined Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. but it is only at rank 7. If I create its corresponding killer moves, it might be quite impressive at rank 8 level. However, in my battle with Venerables, rank 7 will not be enough. I need to raise Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo to rank 8. Fong Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but this was slightly troublesome. Fong Yuan had a batch of Heaven Path Immortal materials. It might not be enough if he were to try to refine many Heaven Path Immortal Goo, but it was enough to use on just Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. However, Fong Yuan's Heaven Path attainment was ordinary. He was not even at master level. Although his refinement path was as high as Quasi-Supreme, it would be quite difficult to research Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo's rank 8 recipe. It was not that there was no chance of success, but it would take too much time and energy. In his initial estimation, it was going to require 2 to 3 years of deductions at the very least. This was undoubtedly not feasible for Fong Yuan. Looks like I need to copy Wu Yong and raise some Goo Immortal seeds before helping them undergo the Ascension Tribulation. Fong Yuan quickly found a way. Fong Yuan did not care about the minimal gains in Heaven Path Dao marks from Immortal Ascension of rank 5 Goo Masters. But when Goo Masters undergo Immortal Ascension, they would have a one-time opportunity to experience natural inspiration. With this opportunity, the Goo Master questioned heaven and earth, and almost all their questions would be answered. Since heaven and earth could produce Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo naturally, it definitely had Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo's recipe. Fong Yuan did not demand much. He only needed a correct version of the Immortal Goo recipe of Heaven's Envy Goo. He could rely on his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fong Yuan could also ask for some insights when asking heaven and earth. For instance, on the basis of certain kinds of Heaven Path Immortal materials and the current situation, which Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo recipe is the easiest to refine? As he thought of this, he put a new task on the mission board and listed it at number 1. Search for loyal and devoted Goo Immortal seeds who are suitable to undergo Immortal Ascension. Almost at the next instant, all the Goo Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew of this task. Ever since the establishment of the exchange list, these Goo Immortals had gone crazy. Many of them had not even slept for months, using Goo worms to forcibly maintain their conditions, to complete tasks and earn contribution points. Fong Yuan offered them the most suitable environment, reducing the difficulty of these Goo Immortals' cultivation to the minimum. Almost every day, they could feel their strength increasing. Even if this increase was only a little progress every day would accumulate to a terrifying amount after several days. It was this euphoric feeling of experiencing the increase in their cultivation and strength that made these Goo Immortals unable to stop. What gave Fong Yuan a pleasant surprise was that one of the human Goo Immortals developed an incomplete transformation path Immortal Goo recipe because of this hard liver Goo. This human Goo Immortal primarily cultivated transformation path. He was Solid Rock Warrior, who came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard liver Goo strengthened the Goo Immortal's liver, giving them lasting and vigorous energy, which then allowed them to complete all kinds of laborious tasks without needing to rest. But if it was used excessively, the liver would harden to the limit and trigger a terrifying explosion, inflicting heavy injuries and even death. After Fong Yuan got familiar with the Goo, he modified and completed it, and even created rank 6 to rank 8 Goo recipes. After using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine it, rank 8 hard liver Immortal Goo was used as the core of a Goo formation. Fong Yuan named this Goo formation as Liver Life Formation. It operated all year round and collected a fee for every use. If the Goo Immortals were interested, they could hand over some contribution points to enter. After they come out, they will be full of energy and motivation. Did you liver today? How much longer can you liver for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such conversations had already become a common daily topic between the Goo Immortals. So, when Fong Yuan put up this task, the Goo Immortals were like red-eyed sharks that had smelled blood. Great task. It was published by Master himself. The reward is extremely abundant. I have not slept in 3 months. I want to rest a little. What rest? Go and liver. The great era is in front of us. We must grasp this excellent cultivation opportunity. The Gu Immortals moved out towards all kinds of places to gather Gu Immortal seeds. In just a short while, this task was completely taken. The Gu Immortals who could not take it were extremely vexed. Some shouted regretfully, "Oh, this task was quite excellent, but I missed it." Every task on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent Gu Immortals from taking just the tasks with the highest rewards, which would result in unreasonable and wasteful distribution of manpower. Fang Yuan handed the task of gathering Gu Immortal seeds to his subordinates. He estimated there would be quite a lot of Gu Immortal seeds. It was going to surpass super forces like Wu Clan. It was because Fang Yuan had annexed many forces like Langya Sect and the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, which had extremely deep foundations and long history. They definitely did not lack Gu Immortal seeds. Using the little spare time he had, Fang Yuan personally went to strengthen Ni Clan. He quietly set up a year essence subpool in Ni Clan's territory, forming a time path zone. Ni Clan's time would pass much faster, which would increase the rate of immortal Gu production. It would become much more convenient for Fang Yuan to comprehend Gu refinement profundities of human isolation style. The sovereign immortal aperture has a huge number of variant humans, but not many humans. Most of the humans are from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, but it can be foreseen that in the future, Mini Yellow Heaven's Ni Clan will probably become the top human force. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path zone when Ku Xian Hong's message arrived. The latter's diplomatic mission to Wu Clan was successful and had obtained Huland. Immortal killer move. Heaven and Earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan moved from Eastern Sea to Southern border, appearing in front of Ku Xian Hong. After putting Ku Xing Hong in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He secretly arrived in a nameless sea area and toyed around with Huland as he waited for Qi Si Ancestor. "For you." Fang Yuan handed Huland to Qi Si Ancestor. The Qi Si clone quickly received it and said excitedly, "Good. Good. I have a premonition. With Huland, my combat system will be completed. I will wait in anticipation." Fang Yuan's main body left shortly after. He was also pondering about his combat system and had made much progress, but was still far away from completing it. Immortal killer move. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan activated the killer move. The previous landscape as before Immortal Gu was only at rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of landscape as before Immortal Gu. The limit of most Immortal Gu was at rank 8. After advancing to rank 8, they would have arrived at their peak and could not be advanced anymore. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of the Great Tao. These fragments had their respective limits. Those with higher limits could accumulate slowly and reach rank 9, while those with lower limits might even be forced to stay at rank 6. There were many Immortal Gu, although they were unique, they covered almost all aspects imaginable. For instance, Fang Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, which gave birth to 2 Immortal Gu, Red Copper Immortal Ant Gu, and White Noodle Immortal Ant Gu. If there was a slight change, there might be another kind of Immortal Gu. For instance, Dark Gold Immortal Ant, Black Noodle Immortal Ant, and so on. Among all the Immortal Gu, only a small portion could truly advance to rank 9. Rank 8 landscape as before Immortal Gu was still a time path Immortal Gu. But the killer move Fang Yuan was using right now was a compound killer move. It contained profundities of not only time path but also earth path, water path, rule path, soul path, and other paths. Under the effect of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River let out soft gushing sounds as it started expanding at a rapid pace. After Fang Yuan's nurturing over this period of time, the compound killer move that was used dozens of times showed great effects. Reverse Flow River, which previously only had a little trace left of it, had become a long, narrow river. Fang Yuan had all along been trying to restore Reverse Flow River, and he finally got a good result now. He had previously thought of using Orderly Well. This killer move was a rank 9 killer move and came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. This move used City Well as the core. It could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, removing the conflict between Dao marks which made it convenient to restore them. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had experienced this move. But Fang Yuan had never been able to grasp this killer move. Because he lacked its crucial core Immortal Goo was unique, that core Immortal Goo was already in someone else's possession. Fang Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was extremely difficult. This was a rank 9 rule path killer move. It had already reached a peak level where it had no room for improvement. At least, Fang Yuan was unable to see any. His rule path attainment level was at Great Grandmaster, and not Quasi-Supreme. He was still some distance away from seeing through this kind of rank 9 killer move. Reverse Flow River is recovering faster right now, but at the later stage of its recovery, Landscape as Before's compound killer move will experience a fall in effectiveness continually until it becomes negligible. Landscape as Before's compound killer move was at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, which was equivalent to rank 9 in terms of quantity of Dao marks. Because of the huge amount of Dao marks, they could sometimes be used as quasi-rank 9 Immortal Goo. Naturally, this depended on the Goo cultivator's ability. Conceptualizing killer moves with the secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core was only the start. The crucial point was how exceptional the created killer moves were, and if they could fully use the secluded domain of heaven and earth or not. For instance, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal made use of Reverse Flow River only at the intermediate level. His Luo Pa Seal was only at the elementary level of secluded domain usage. Orderly Well Killer move was different. It made use of City Well to the highest degree, and was at the advanced level. There was no killer move that completely used secluded domains of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not Immortal Goo, after all. Immortal Goo was alive and could be used fully as long as immortal essence was transferred into them. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were non-living. Their usage was limited. An Immortal Goo was a connected body of fragments of Dao marks. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was an amalgamation of countless Dao marks. These Dao marks were piled together. Some were straight or bent, some were continuous threads, some were entirely different, and some were intertwined. There was no way to make use of all the Dao marks. Even venerables were not an exception. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I have gathered quite a lot of secluded domains of heaven and earth. Danghun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, as well as the Incomplete Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Danghun Mountain was the first secluded domain obtained by Fang Yuan. He even entered Northern Plains to find a way to repair it. Luo Pa Seal, which used Luo Pa Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill Goo Immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River. In that event of old ancestor Shui Hu refining fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, Fang Yuan had relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to shock the world while being hunted by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. City Well was obtained from the turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan had used it as a trap to kill many Eastern Sea Goo immortals. Hu Land was the easiest to obtain. He bought it forcefully from Wu Yong. Naturally, it was possible because of Fang Yuan's strength and reputation. These things had been accumulated since his rebirth, while being on the verge of life and death, and going through countless large battles. The Incomplete Refinement Sea came from Langya Blessed Land. It showed long-hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, although Fang Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough spare effort, time, and resources to complete it. Currently, the Incomplete Refinement Sea was being intensely consumed by 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. The Incomplete Human Sea came from Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Wu Shui led the variant human alliance to invade Xia clan's territory, killing or driving Xia clansmen away, and looting this Incomplete Human Sea. The last was Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Put simply, it was a bunch of gray-white stone slabs. The surface of the gray-white stone slabs were filled with black ink lines. Some were straight while others were curled. There were thin and thick lines. The lines were drawn over one another. Some looked like letters while others looked like drawings of scenery. Legends said that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and the Goo Cultivator would be able to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at the history of humanity, they would find that generations of Goo Masters, Goo Immortals, or even Immortal and Demon Venerables collected these stone slabs before. Feng Yuan had obtained countless gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother said, these stone slabs could form half the Qian Kuan crystal wall. Feng Yuan had obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources like Langya sect, and the storage of the two heavens grotto heavens. Naturally, the number of these stone slabs could not compare to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had, and there were also fake goods among them. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's gray-white stone slabs were from the Inkman race's true inheritance. There were many fake goods among the stone slabs circulated in the market, but the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all genuine. According to the records in the Legends of Ren, Primordial Domain was originally inside Qian Kuan crystal wall. Unfortunately, Limitless Demon Venerable took it away and put it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I construct Qian Kuan crystal wall now, I won't be able to enter Primordial Domain. Feng Yuan tried all ways to increase his battle strength. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were naturally going to be made use of. Reverse Flow River was being restored, killer moves using Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley as the core were also being developed. Pu Land was given to the Qi Si clone. Feng Yuan did not have time to put his effort into this. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Feng Yuan paid the most attention to the incomplete human sea. Back then, he chose to invade Eastern Sea's Xia clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. All the venerables have human path killer moves, so I need to have some foundation in human path. Even if I don't become dominant in this path, I need to have means to defend against it. Feng Yuan had suffered during the Fate War. The venerable methods were mostly human path methods. Every move was terrifyingly powerful or had amazing effects, influencing the whole war. Previously, Feng Yuan had ordered his subordinates to kill 100 million humans in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to use in the incomplete human sea. But this was not enough. The previous resources were all spent, human sea was still some distance from completion. The variant Human Alliance also has many human grotto heavens with large numbers of humans. But it is not convenient to target these humans. Firstly, it will cause dissension in these human grotto heavens Gu Immortals. Secondly, these humans will be moved to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future, and are foundations for me to develop human path. Lastly, there are so many humans in the world. Why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Feng Yuan then issued a task: slaughter humans and gather resources. Compared to the previous tribulation task, this task was obviously cruel and reeked of blood. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu Immortals lamented. But I quite enjoy slaughtering the outside world's humans. This task resonated with variant human Gu Immortals. Forget it, as long as it is not our grotto heaven's suffering, what does it have to do with us if other humans die? Those owners of human grotto heavens were glad about their allegiance. Soon, over 10 Gu Immortals quietly moved out from the territory of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. There were many fishing villages in Eastern Sea's islands. Birds chirped and dogs barked. Smoke spiraled upwards. Kill! A Miniman Gu Immortal flew towards these fishing villages and ruthlessly activated Immortal Gu. Leaves fell down like a rainstorm, killing countless men and women, old and young, blood splashing everywhere. Back then, us Minimen were captured by you humans. My mother was strangled to death in front of me by human Gu Immortals. I am only taking back some interest. The Miniman Gu Immortal's face was filled with hatred. On a certain island in Eastern Sea, there was an enormous city. 2 variant human Gu Immortals united to bring forth a tens of feet high tsunami. At the juncture of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal walked out and blocked the tsunami. Stop! I am Gu Mingsu. This is my homeland. I wonder what the issue is? Why are you implicating these innocent people? This Gu Immortal shouted furiously. The 2 variant human Gu Immortals came down from above the clouds and revealed their appearance. So it was Warm Sun, Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place had been the homeland of us hairy men. But you humans occupied it forcefully. My hairy man tribe fortunately had the protection of our supreme elder, so we were able to survive in the 2 heavens. Gu Mingsu could not restrain his anger when he saw the two variant human goo immortals. "So you are variant humans. You are really audacious. This place is near Eastern Sea's Tang clan. I have already requested reinforcements. Get lost. If you don't escape now, it will be too late." The two variant human goo immortals laughed loudly as they said, "Immortal Lord, why do you pretend to not know from where we came? Our master is Lord Gu Yu Fong Yuan, let alone Tang clan. Even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path arrive together, they will be like chickens and dogs in front of our master. Gu Ming Su, stop trying to put up a front. We are here to kill your fellow humans, to let you taste the pain and suffering we felt back then." Gu Ming Su lamented inwardly. How can there be a demon like Fong Yuan? He actually sent variant humans to attack his own race. He is a traitor to humans. He has no bottom line and no sense of propriety. Damn it! Damn it! Chi-Si. Because Chi-Si ancestor lived here, the Chi-Si area had become the Righteous Chi Alliance's headquarters. At this moment, a banquet was being held inside the Chi-Si formation. Chi-Si ancestor sat on the main seat while the representatives of Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces sat to his left and right. Sitting to the left of Chi-Si ancestor was a food path Gu immortal. He was an old man with a brandy nose. He raised his wine cup high and toasted Chi-Si ancestor. "Lord ancestor, I offer this toast of spring sea blossom wine to you." Chi-Si ancestor nodded. His seat was high above the others, which gave him a naturally overlooking vision. Chi-Si ancestor took a sip before commenting lightly, "Zui Xian Wang, your spring wind petals wine is quite good. It has a vague poetic flavor of youth." This food path Gu immortal was Zui Xian Wang. After he inherited Green Antiseptic and Wine Fairy's true inheritance in Central Continent, he was then silently persuaded by Qin Dingling to be a chess piece. According to Qin Dingling's arrangements, Zui Xian Wang returned to Eastern Sea and rested for a period of time before taking the initiative to side with the Righteous Qi Alliance. Everyone in the Righteous Qi Alliance welcomed him warmly, because Zui Xian Wang was among the outstanding lone cultivators of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Zui Xian Wang possessed Wine Sea. He held a wine reception every year where he invited heroes and warriors of Eastern Sea. His connections were extremely wide, and he himself had good relations with all the large Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces. There was a huge political significance for a representative character like him to join the Righteous Qi Alliance. Just this significance itself had a huge value. Because, although the Righteous Qi Alliance was established, most of its members were of Eastern Sea Righteous Path superclans. Besides them, there were also some two Heavens Gu immortals who had joined Chi-Si clone. Few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. Demonic immortals were even rarer. Zui Xian Wang joining the alliance would definitely be a model example which would change some trend of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Maybe other lone and demonic immortals would take the initiative to join. Besides these, there was another reason which was somewhat connected to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's lingering poisonous ant plague killer move had caused a huge disturbance in Eastern Sea's Righteous Path. They were forced to take out their hidden true inheritances to research the killer move. Only then were they able to find a way to restrain it. During this event, the Righteous Qi Alliance had wanted to invite Zui Xian Wang. However, at that time, Zui Xian Wang had already gone to Central Continent and was secretly searching for Green Ant's true inheritance. Zui Xian Wang cultivated food path, which was rare in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, while rarer things were often more precious. Zui Xian Wang was worthy of being recruited. Chi-Si ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces and held a large welcoming banquet. Not only were they trying to leave a good impression and gain the approval of Zui Xian Wang, they were also proclaiming the Righteous Qi Alliance's attitude towards lone and demonic immortals. When Zui Xian Wang saw Fong Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even had a flattering expression. For instance, now, Zui Xian Wang's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Blossom Wine, but Chi-Si ancestor called it Spring Wind Petals Wine. Whether Chi-Si ancestor had not heard clearly or if it was a slip of tongue, Zui Xian Wang did not ponder on it. He bowed. Many thanks to ancestor for bestowing the name. Amazing, amazing, Spring Wind Petals wine not only suits the characteristics of this wine, it is also filled with poetic sentiment. making one feel like they are being caressed by spring wind, while flower petals flutter in the air. It is a great honor for this wine to be bestowed a name by ancestor. With ancestors granting of this name, I believe this wine will be known throughout the 5 regions. Ha ha ha. Qi ancestor laughed heartily as he pointed at Zuexian Wang. Old Wang, you are quite witty. The various clan representatives also chimed in. Their compliments were like waves that followed Zuexian Wang and moved towards Qi ancestor. These Gu immortals were praising while cursing silently. I did not think this old guy Zuexian Wang to have such a shameless side. Truly a bootlicker. But it is not strange. He holds a wine reception every year where he invites all the forces. He has some skills in social interaction. Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Tang was just about to raise his wine cup when an information path mortal Gu flew in. He viewed it with his divine sense. What? The variant human alliance has attacked. His body jolted, he was greatly shocked. But after reading the information properly, he relaxed somewhat. Fang Yuan only sent 10 or so Gu immortals over different areas of Eastern Sea to kill mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered 100 million humans. Tang Tang was pondering when he recalled the incomplete human sea. After Fang Yuan invaded Eastern Sea's Xia clan, the information about this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth had spread far and wide. So the righteous Qi alliance was well aware of it. At this time, another information path Gu worm flew over. Gu Ming Su is requesting reinforcements from my clan? Tang Tang's heart stirred slightly. This warm sun immortal lord was a lawful lone immortal. Tang clan had always wanted to recruit him but was rejected by him. Who could have expected a crisis to appear out of nowhere? Gu Ming Su actually offended the variant human alliance. In the request letter, Gu Ming Su had clearly expressed, if Tang clan can provide help, he will join Tang clan. My Tang clan cannot offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this trying to push my Tang clan into the fire? Tang Tang sneered mentally. They could not give support. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal Gu and treated it like he had not seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time were only the mortals. Moreover, he avoided the people of the superclans. So, Tang clan did not suffer any losses. As for reputation, Tang clan's reputation would fall a little because they did not retaliate. But other clans were also the same. Fang Yuan's action was not targeting just Tang clan. Since everyone was losing reputation, it was same as nobody losing any reputation. As long as the situation doesn't worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill however many he wants. Tang Tang continued to enjoy the banquet. After receiving this message, he began to deliberately observe the surrounding Gu immortals. Sure enough, these people received the news one after the other. Fang Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals? They are not our clansmen anyway. Why provoke Fang Yuan because of this? Eastern Sea has so many mortals. Even if some are killed, the population will be restored in 10 years. Let's drink. Let's drink. Ha ha ha. Good wine. The atmosphere became even more lively. As the banquet continued, these Gu immortals were starting to get drunk. Their faces flushed red as they enjoyed themselves. Tribulation clouds surged continually. A large amount of water splashed around in the time path clone's immortal aperture, like fish jumping madly. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The time path clone was observing the whole process calmly. With the main body helping personally, there would definitely be no issue. The jumping time fish tribulation was not strong, it was an ordinary type of grand tribulation. Heaven's will did not trouble Fang Yuan, which was rare. But the time path clone was not surprised. In the recent period of time, my main body has not only helped Gu immortals to undergo tribulations, he is also helping those Gu immortal seeds to undergo immortal ascension. With him present, unless it is a dream path tribulation, there will be no issue. Heavens will realizes this fully. The calamities and tribulations are ordinary, so that the main body won't gain more heaven path Dao marks. While the time path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were almost gone. Fang Yuan did not continue to attack. Instead, he took out ability goo to give it a try. But ability goo was almost destroyed. The legends of Ren clearly stated ability goo would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Feng Yuan was unable to find a way to strengthen it. According to simple deduction, the records in the legends of Ren stated that calamities and tribulations were goo materials to advance the rank of ability goo. Feng Yuan gave it a try right now, but discovered that calamities and tribulations were not suitable as goo materials and were extremely hard to control. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had made ample preparations and was able to preserve ability goo. After obtaining this outcome, Feng Yuan did not hold back and destroyed the final lump of tribulation cloud. This time, he did not devour the heaven path Dao marks. He left behind the time path Dao marks from the tribulation in the time path clone's immortal aperture. He did not touch the clone's foundation. Now, I also have rank 8 cultivation. The time path clone was filled with emotions. From now onwards, I shall use the name He Chun Xiu. What do you think? Up to you. Feng Yuan's main body replied plainly. Currently, among Feng Yuan's 8 clones, Qi-Si ancestor Wu Shui, the time path clone He Chun Xiu, and Zhan Budu had advanced to rank 8. But Feng Yuan already did not lack rank 8 Gu immortals under him at present. Southern border. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai clan's Gu immortals were assembled, and with Chai clan's first supreme elder leading them, they welcomed 3 variant human Gu immortals. These 3 variant humans were Snowman, Hairyman, and Rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Shizong. People of Chai clan, the 3 of us came with Master's order. We are here to discuss a trade with you. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai clan's immortals were in serious and heavy moods. It was not only because of Feng Yuan's reputation, but because of these 3 variant human Gu immortals' auras. Be they Bing Yuan or Golden Fur Immortal Monarch or Shizong, they were all at rank 8. What does Feng Yuan want? Could my Chai clan have something of interest to him? Chai clan's first supreme elder asked. No need to be modest, Lord Chai Gon. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your noble clan's human path results, including the killer move congregated human talent, the human path mountain human smoke mountain, as well as many mortals raised by your clan. What? The expressions of Chai clan's immortals changed. Feng Yuan is going too far. He is trying to dig up our Chai clan's foundation. The main thing is, if we cooperate with this demon Feng Yuan, what reputation would our grand righteous path Chai clan still have? Chai clan immortals criticized softly. The expression of Chai clan's first supreme elder was unsightly. He muttered for a while before asking, My Chai clan does nurture the most mortals. These people live good and content lives in human smoke mountain and do not cause trouble for anyone. I wonder what Feng Yuan wants to buy them for. Shizong sneered. Of course, to kill them all. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a crazed expression. These humans your Chai clan is nurturing have abundant human chi. This is extremely good. Master's human chi is only lacking the final step. With these people, it can finally be completed. Chai clan immortals were shaken. Disregarding lives so casually, this demon deserves death. One female immortal, Chai Kuching, shouted furiously. Thousands of years ago. Southern border, Human Smoke Mountain. A cave at the peak of the mountain opened quietly, and an old man walked out of it. He had an ashen expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan goo and could only use other lifespan extension methods. His lifespan was at its end right now. Even if he found lifespan goo or other methods, it would be of no use. I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, I still lost to lifespan. How sorrowful! How hateful! Chai Fu was filled with anger and sadness that was deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain numbly, but a village at the base of the mountain gave him a surprise. Before I went into closed cultivation, there had been no humans inhabiting this place. But in just several years, this place became so lively. I, the Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout the southern border Gu Immortal world, won't live for long, but you mortals are living so well. looking at the men and women in the village doing labor work and children playing around. Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged so much that he was about to slaughter all these villagers. But at the next moment, he forcibly closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before he gradually calmed down. Chai Fu restrained the evil intentions in his heart as he smiled bitterly. I, Chai Fu, might not be a good person, but I have never targeted people who have not offended me, and have never slaughtered innocents. So be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables were unable to escape death. It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how hard is eternal life? Chai Fu had looked back over his whole life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life, he had a clean record and was without lingering concerns. With nothing else to do, Chai Fu disguised as a passing old Gu master and entered the village. Is he a traveling doctor? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu went with the flow and used that identity, receiving warm welcomes from the villagers. There were Gu masters in the village, but the highest was only at rank 3, and they were not specialized in healing. Many villagers asked for help from Chai Fu, and with Chai Fu's ability, it was a small matter for him to treat their illnesses. Chai Fu was even more revered because of this, and at the same time he also learned of this village's origin. So these people are actually my descendants from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel some lingering fear and thankfulness. Fortunately, he did not make a move earlier and slaughter them. Shortly after, Chai Fu began to think about the meaning of life. Maybe this arrangement of fate is for me to leave behind something. Chai Fu had already thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now his thought had solidified. It just so happens that I got an inspiration during my closed cultivation and thought of a human path killer move. Looks like fate is never aimless. It wants me to use this move here. This killer move was congregated human talent. Chai Fu had been conceptualizing a lifespan extension method, but he did not expect the final result to be this. Congregated human talent was a human path killer move that could concentrate the aptitude of many people into a small group. Chai Fu used this move as the foundation and the favorable location of Human Smoke Mountain to establish his super force, Chai Clan. Since the establishment of Chai Clan, they had gathered and nurtured outsiders. They then used the killer move congregated human talent to transfer the aptitude of countless outsiders to Chai Clansmen. Thus, geniuses always emerged in Chai Clan, and those outsiders had mediocre aptitude, they could not cause any problems. Chai Clan had this huge advantage and could rise continually, aspiring for the position of number 1 superforce of southern border. However, there were Ba Clan and Xia Clan near Chai Clan. The 3 clans were near each other and had always been in dispute. Whenever one clan was more powerful, it would be jointly attacked by the other 2 clans. Adding on that Chai Clan had previously been near the 5 regional walls and had small territory, it lacked in resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient cultivation resources. After the 5 regional walls disappeared, Chai Clan became extremely excited, because they could march towards Central Continent. However, not long after the regional walls disappeared, Qi tides engulfed the world. After the Qi tides, inheritances appeared everywhere. All the super forces in 5 regions, even lone and demonic immortals, were scrambling everywhere for these inheritances. In fact, even if this wave calmed down, Chai Clan would still be in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had the 10 great ancient sects, and in terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. Even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior, heavenly court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought each other. But if foreign enemies appeared, they would unite like one body. And now, Chai Clan encountered the greatest danger over the recent years, Guyu Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to discuss a trade with Chai Clan, but their terms were excessive. Fong Yuan directly asked for congregated human talent, Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the countless outsider mortals that Chai Clan was nurturing. This was directly excavating Chai Clan's core foundation that established their status. It was no wonder everyone in Chai Clan looked unsightly, Chai Clan's Gu Immortal Chai Kuqing even shouted in anger. Fang Yuan deserved death. Impudent! You dare to curse my master. Looks like your Chai Clan is asking for extermination. Shi Zong shouted. No need to report to master. Us three will attack and exterminate Chai Clan now. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his two large hammers with surging killing intent. The expressions of Chai Clan immortals changed intensely. They activated defensive killer moves and rose to the air. A large chaotic battle seemed to be imminent. All of you stop right now. Bing Yuan stopped the fight with a dark expression. Bing Yuan, this. Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last to advance to rank 8 among the three. Naturally, she had safely passed her tribulation with Fang Yuan's help. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had no questions about Bing Yuan's leadership position among them, and they were obedient too. Restrain your aggression first. Bing Yuan spoke. Shi Zong snorted as he restrained his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch reluctantly put away his hammers while staring at these Chai Clan Gu immortals. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief, and under his lead, Chai Clan Gu immortals also returned to ground as a show of sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was solemn as she said to the Chai Clan immortals, "We did not come here to make enemies out of Chai Clan. We indeed came to do a trade. My master is a benevolent lord. His demon title is only a misunderstanding by the outside world. It is just that those people who misunderstood master did not have a good ending. But what can my master do? Are you going to show your neck and wait for death when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe you can understand it and won't add to master's problems." Bing Yuan's words not only contained threat, she even distorted reality with her words. Chai Gan did not want to refute. He cupped his fists and said, "I apologize for my clansman's careless remark, but if we agree to your condition, it will be akin to losing the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu still existed, it was Heavenly Court's foundation. Does this mean Lord Fang Yuan would request to buy Fate Gu from Heavenly Court? Would Heavenly Court sell it? Trying to buy a Superforce's foundation out of nowhere? There is no such logic in this world. Isn't that so?" Bing Yuan smiled coldly. "Chai Clan, that is your own problem. Don't try to take advantage of us variant humans, and don't try to take advantage of our master. Our master is benevolent. But besides a fair transaction, do you still want master to help you think of a way to maintain your foundation?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch snickered. "Isn't it simple if you want to keep your foundation? Just surrender to our master." Shi Zong immediately added with sincerity, "Yes. If you become our master's subordinates, your future will be bright. If you keep on living like this, there are no prospects for you." The three rank 8 variant humans revealed proud looks. They were deeply aware of this over the recent period of time. Chai Clan was silent. They were using this tactful way to express their refusal. The three variant human Gu immortals did not persuade much, let alone elaborate on it. They would rather have fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to urge, "You are all aware in your hearts, if master wants to forcefully demand the resources, he will personally make a move. Why would he send us three to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured of master's sincerity. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened her hand, revealing a rank 8 immortal Gu. The Chai Clan immortals were stunned and astonished. They transmitted their voices to each other and discussed. "Fang Yuan is really willing to pay a price? I thought that he was going to demand those things forcefully. Be careful, this Gu may be fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. We cannot be deceived by him." After the rapid conversation, Chai Gan shook his head. "It is a good Gu. We can see Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. But I am ashamed to say that even though I am Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder, my cultivation is only at rank 7. How can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal Gu?" Bing Yuan smiled. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened another hand. revealing another goo. It was another rank 8 immortal goo. This time, many Chai clan goo immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and said with a confident smile, "That's right, you did not see it wrongly. This immortal goo is perfect for your Chai clan. This goo is what your immortal goo house lacks. If you add it, your immortal goo house will become a rank 8 immortal goo house." Chai Gon's grave expression was also somewhat swayed. If Chai clan had a rank 8 immortal goo house, they could fight against rank 8 goo immortals, and even participate in the peak battle between pseudo-venerable level existences. Their power and authority would rise to another level. It was a qualitative breakthrough. But at this time, Chai Ko-ching yelled, "Fellow Supreme Elders, don't be deceived by the demon Fong Yuan and these variant human goo immortals. Even if these immortal goo are real, our Chai clan belongs to the grand righteous path. How could we lose our identity and honor for benefits? We must never collude with these demons. If we agree to this trade, what difference is there between us and the demonic immortals that we despise? If Ancestor Chai Fu were still alive, he would definitely berate us furiously." "Ha ha ha." Golden Fur Immortal Monarch laughed. "You are wrong, little girl." Shizong added, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's leader, Wu Yong, has already traded with us several times. He purchased a rank 9 Wind Path immortal material from us, and also handed rank 7 Fan Wind goo to us to raise it to rank 8. "What?" Chai clan's goo immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled. "Demonic path. Righteous path. What's the difference? If my master converts to righteous path, who will dare to not accept him? In fact, not only Wu clan, Western Desert's Fong clan is also secretly working with us. Currently, Fong clan is using all their strength to develop Green Ghost Desert and is supplying countless soul cores to master." There was another round of disturbance among the Chai clan immortals. They had heard of Western Desert's Fong clan and also knew of their recent movements. What impacted them even more was that Wu clan was secretly cooperating with Fong Yuan. "How can that be?" Chai Ko-ching called out. "At least try to make a better lie. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's leader. How can he reach agreement with you? Everyone, you should not listen to these variant humans' nonsense. They are just making lies to deceive us." But this time, Chai clan immortals were silent. Chai Ko-ching had undergone immortal ascension just recently and had done so through relationships. Although she had talent, she had always been taken care of by goo immortal seniors and was not aware of how the world worked. Her understanding of the goo immortal world was even less than Shang Xinci. Since these variant human goo immortals said this, Chai clan's immortals believed that it was likely to be true, because they only needed to investigate it and would be able to find clues. Since the variant human goo immortals had said it, they were not afraid of being verified. They could even provide direct evidence. Chai Ko-ching did not believe Wu Yong would do such things, but Chai clan's immortals were people who were experienced and aware of worldly affairs. Not long ago, they themselves had reached an agreement with Lu Wei-yin secretly to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, "My master is determined to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I think you all know about master's nature. Even if all the people in the world oppose him, he will do it. He will not give up because someone obstructs him. You can also inquire about the recent events in Eastern Sea. We variant human goo immortals moved all around in Eastern Sea and slaughtered humans. It was to gather resources to complete human sea. Did any Eastern Sea righteous path superforce oppose us openly? The righteous Qi Alliance even has Qi Sea ancestor, a pseudo-venerable, but he pretended not to see it. Let alone your Southern Alliance." The will of Chai clan's immortals were shaken. They started conversing secretly. There are indeed many tragedies happening in Eastern Sea goo immortal world. Yes, these variant human goo immortals might be detestable, but their words are not without logic. Eastern Sea's righteous Qi Alliance has the pseudo-venerable Qi Sea ancestor, but it still ended up like this. Not to mention our Southern Alliance, which doesn't even have such an expert. The worst thing is, Wu Yong secretly collaborated with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's influence is truly terrifying. The enemy is strong while we are weak. It will be sensible to preserve our strength for the future. No matter how much they hated to admit it, Chai clan knew they were not Fang Yuan's match. They were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans in front of them. What made them even more hopeless was that even if they retaliated, the Southern Alliance would not provide them any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, they would not be able to protect them. Chai clan's human smoke mountain had countless humans. If they really fought, these people were Chai clan's weaknesses and Chai clan would not be able to protect them. In history, when Ba clan and Xia clan caused troubles for Chai clan, they relied on this point. As long as they made a threatening move towards human smoke mountain, Chai clan had to act carefully. By now, Chai clan was already inclined towards cooperating with Fang Yuan. There was nothing that could be done about it. The enemy was strong while they were weaker by a huge degree. Only Chai Kuching was still continuing. Everyone, listen to me. Shut up. Chai Gon could not endure it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kuching, making her unable to even budge. Chai Kuching was shocked. She had never expected her first Supreme Elder to do this. This method surprised the 3 variant human immortals. When Chai Gon used this move, not even a slight aura leaked out from the start to finish. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human goo immortals were unable to judge what path this killer move belonged to. Chai clan was a southern border superforce after all. It had some foundation. Chai Gon's expression was cold as he stared at a Chai clan goo immortal. Chai Dui Shan. Control your own descendant. Yes. Chai Dui Shan immediately walked towards Chai Kuching and placed his hand on her shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kuching was strengthened further. Chai Kuching's mind shook intensely. Her expression was one of incredulity. Her eyes moved towards the side and reddened as she looked at the ancestor that had once been so tall and grand in her heart. Seeing this, the 3 variant human goo immortals had a similar thought. The outcome was set. A day later, while Chai clan's headquarters were empty, human smoke mountain was attacked by the biggest beast calamity of the past 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast dug out from the ground. At that time, Chai clan's immortals had gone out to fight for blessed lands, inheritances, and so on, and only a few rank 6 goo immortals were left to guard the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, the goo immortals left behind, with Chai Kuching as the head, used killer moves without caring for losses to Chai clan. This move inflicted damage on both enemies and oneself. Although the immemorial desolate beast was killed, human smoke mountain was heavily damaged and was almost turned into a crater. Fortunately, they were able to protect some clansmen. Although there is a difference between immortals and mortals, Chai clan holds no such differentiation. Human life is most important. Mortal lives are as precious as goo immortal lives. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, it is worth it if we can save more lives. This is my Chai clan's principle. It is our integrity as part of the righteous path. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder Chai Gon proclaimed his words that were full of righteousness to Southern Border's goo immortal world after the event. The 3 variant human immortals set off on a journey back in secret. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally attacked by them. According to the agreement between the 3 variant human immortals and Chai clan sold Human Smoke Mountain as well as most of the mortals on Human Smoke Mountain, only keeping their own clansmen. They also kept some random outsiders to put up a show. Chai clan goo immortals did not make a move. The 3 variant human immortals dug up Human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered countless mortals. Lastly, the 3 immortals took away Chai clan's human path results, while leaving a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal goo to Chai clan. Ha ha ha, Master's bottom line was 5 rank 8 immortal goo for this mission. I did not think we would complete this mission with just 3. Shizong laughed. Even if Chai clan is a super clan and has been in Southern Border for a long time, they are truly inept. Just 3 rank 8 immortal goo were enough to blow them away. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also showed his disdain. At present, there were over 20 rank 8 immortal goo listed on the Sovereign Immortal Apertures exchange list. These rank 8 immortal goo were of various paths and could be exchanged for using contribution points. Fang Yuan had been helping many goo immortals undergo tribulation, which spiked the number of rank 8 goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Because of this, Fang Yuan put some rank 8 immortal goo on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 goo immortals. They were excited to the point of madness. Even though many goo immortals knew clearly, Fang Yuan was dangling a carrot in front of them so that they would work for him like a mule. But this carrot was too large and too glossy. It really made them salivate. How hard was it to obtain a rank 8 immortal goo? How hard was it to refine it? The goo immortals simply could not resist this temptation. Congratulations, Bing Yuan, for saving 2 rank 8 immortal goo for master. When we return, you will definitely be rewarded with lots of bonus contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch flattered. Fang Yuan's task rewards were not fixed. They could change according to the change in situation. Bing Yuan laughed reservedly. Actually, I don't care much about contribution points. I saved the 2 rank 8 immortal goo not for contribution points, but to help my family. You know that my shui heir is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé after all. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with master again. Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at each other secretly, seeing the complex emotions in each other's eyes. They had heard of Bing Yuan mentioning this relationship so many times that they started feeling nauseous. But even so, every time they heard it, Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envious. Not willing for Bing Yuan to stay on this topic, Shizong said, "Our side is clearly so strong. Why do you think Master still used such a huge price to trade with Chai Clan?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately replied, "In my opinion, Master traded with Wu Clan, Chai Clan, and Fang Clan, probably because he wants to convert to righteous path." Shizong heaved a sigh. "If I had status and strength like Master's, I would run wild. Who can stop me? He. A mere Chai Clan will be turned to ashes with just a flick of my finger. Will I still talk business with these people?" Bing Yuan snorted coldly. "Which is why you will never become an existence like Master. Master's considerations are always far-sighted. How can we reckon what he is thinking? If we make guesses, it is no different than ants trying to estimate the sun and moon." Yes. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added. "Actually, even if we turn to righteous path, our lives will be pretty good. Just look at those Chai Clan goo immortals holding back their anger. It was really refreshing. I, a hairy man, finally get to experience the taste of equality." The 3 immortals looked at each other and saw smiles on the others' faces. Bing Yuan said, "Whether Master walks the righteous path or demonic path, we only need to know one thing. That is, we follow Master's decision. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. If Master wants to kill someone, we will go kill that unlucky fellow." Naturally, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest strongly. Shizong also nodded, saying with emotions, "In the history of humanity, besides Renzu, I only respect Master." Over this recent period of time, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a huge transformation. The transformation on the surface was the rapid increase in their cultivation level and strength. And the internal mental transformation was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan was increasing rapidly. The authority of the Supreme Demon, harsh agreements, and terrifying battle achievements made these goo immortals feel dread and not dare to rebel. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give some benefits and these goo immortals would feel deeply grateful to him. And currently, Fang Yuan's treatment towards them was something the other forces simply could not match. Such huge benefits made these goo immortals gather tightly around Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a huge butterfly was fluttering in the air. This butterfly was pure white and let out graceful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast, sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was almost like teleportation, and when it was slow, it moved leisurely like fluttering leaves. This was a totem killer move, Cloud Light Butterfly. The totem killer moves Jean Boudou brought from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven had extremely high value. Based on their grades, these totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, unique totems, and super totems. There were thousands of basic totems, including Dark Capital Strength Tiger, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and so on. After the cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven refined a basic totem, they continued to develop the totem, making it a totem unique to them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For instance, Jean Boudou combined Rain Eagle and Thunderfish into Kuanping totem, which was his unique totem. Could not be copied by others because this totem was closely related to the distribution and scale of Jean Boudou's Dao marks. Above unique totems were super totems. There were extremely few of these totems and they were rare to the point of being only rumors and legends. Jean Boudou only heard of them and had not seen any. Many Gu cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also were doubtful regarding this grade of totem. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, they should exist. According to legends, super totems can leave the Gu cultivator and exist by themselves. They possess the ability to cultivate and can act by themselves. Isn't this speaking of Qing Cho? Qing Cho was originally a killer move, but through Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables arrangements, it turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Even the grand spectral soul went down because of Qing Cho. All the myriad paths reached the same point in the end. When totem killer moves were cultivated to the limit, they would be like Qing Cho, transforming from a dead killer move to a certain living form. From another angle, Gu refinement was also the same. Gu cultivators refined many dead Gu materials into a living Gu worm. And Gu worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, Gu worms, killer moves, and others, they were just a manifestation of Dao. Unfortunately, I still cannot improve totem killer moves into compound killer moves at the moment. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. When totem killer moves were used to deal with the enemies, they had to leave the sovereign immortal body and would no longer be under the protection of unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment increases, I can use heaven path Dao marks with totem killer moves to create compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan already made some estimations. His heaven path attainment level needed to increase. In fact, his heaven path attainment had been rising all along. He was continuously refining heaven path Dao marks into unrestrained heavenly marks, and was using heaven path Gu like Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. These experiences gave him insights towards heaven path. But his heaven path was still far from reaching master level. Master level heaven path attainment was the starting point for qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. So far, he was accumulating totem killer moves. Fang Yuan carefully selected these totem killer moves from the basic totems, and after perfecting them, they were at rank 8 killer move level. A message appeared that disturbed Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped his cultivation and inspected this message. This message came from Lu Wei-yin. The letter focused on the method of artificially creating earth veins. My thought of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is possible after all. Fang Yuan thought with some joy. Over this period of time, Fang Yuan had published the exchange list and invested greatly to nurture his subordinate Gu immortals. Because of this, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a huge increase in their strength. They became extremely active and took the initiative to do missions everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture's situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated he could annex 3 more grotto heavens before the ecosystem started breaking down again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this. It was best if he could devour all the grotto heavens and increase his strength to the limit before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When he goes to Crazed Demon Cave in the future and faces off against Venerables, he would have a much easier time. However, even if Fang Yuan placed all the variant Human Alliance Gu immortals inside the sovereign immortal aperture, including Qi-Si Ancestor to overlook the whole situation, he could not annex all the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could do so, Fang Yuan would not do it. If he did it, the sovereign immortal aperture's ecosystem would turn completely chaotic, and with just a little carelessness it would break apart. Currently, Fang Yuan was in a secure environment and there was already this threat. When he fights with Venerables and they discover this weakness, they may have some special methods to exploit this weakness. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was loose and not condensed. It was hinting to Fang Yuan that this obvious weakness was very likely to be used by Venerables. Just relying on manpower did not work. Fang Yuan racked his brains and finally thought of another method. That was to construct veins. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called vein was extraordinary and special. Not only was it an agglomeration of Dao marks, but it also contained the characteristics of movement. Heaven veins might be formless, but they contained abundant heaven path Dao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Dao marks were not constantly unchanging. They circulated and transformed continuously. So when Qi tides swept the world, there were Qi harvest fruits every time they dissipated. And in the two heavens, because almost all the grotto heavens were placed on a heaven vein node, the Qi harvest fruits emergence became even more obvious, turning into a calamity. Earth veins were similar. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, and others used the characteristic of the earth vein movement to escape smoothly. Why were there abnormal situations occurring in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of it? Where was the crux of the issue? When Fang Yuan researched it, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was the non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal aperture. By right, there should be conflict between different Dao marks. But there was none of it in the sovereign immortal aperture. Dao marks of all paths were harmonious. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world. Just like when Ni clan encountered the meteor calamity. This meteor calamity was extremely destructive and Fang Yuan had to personally make a move to resolve it. The source of this meteor calamity was just a spurt of fire rain in mini red heaven. After Fang Yuan annexed Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, his fire path Dao marks had a massive surge which caused frequent fire rain in mini red heaven. And among all the fire rain, one spell continued to grow and happened to shoot through a charcoal lake. The fire rain's Dao marks and charcoal lake's Dao marks merged together, forming rank 6 level killer move meteor rain. As the meteor rain entered mini orange heaven, it combined with the Dao marks on its way and its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered mini yellow heaven, it combined with metal path Dao marks and its might increased to rank 8. When it was above the Ni clan army, the scale of these meteors was already dense enough to fill the sky, reaching tens of thousands. The smallest were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain. If there was the presence of conflicting Dao marks, this calamity would have not occurred. It was very likely that when the fire rain shot through the charcoal lake, it would be restrained by the earth path Dao marks in the charcoal lake. Its might would fall sharply and it would end there. But because of the harmony between Dao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture, after the fire rain went through the charcoal lake, it became meteor fire rain. After Fang Yuan realized this crucial point, he understood how to end the issues in the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple, that was to make the Dao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict. Once there were conflicting Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest issue would be solved easily. It would be stable like the outside world's 5 regions. Lu Wei-yin's letter also confirmed Fang Yuan's idea. He mentioned, when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus goo, Mushroom Man Paradise had also secretly helped. Spectral Soul might or might not have realized this issue. But that was not important. Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth might oppose each other. But they reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable because of fake goo. Lu Wei-yin analyzed. The fundamental reason for sovereign immortal fetus goo being rank 9 was non-conflicting Dao marks. But if it were to be taken a step further and raised to rank 10, the Dao marks had to conflict. This conflict was not taking a step back, but instead, to make the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks follow the master's intention. It could either be non-conflicting or conflicting Dao marks at will. Making the Dao marks conflict could resolve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw: strong attack, weak defense. However, Fang Yuan clearly did not have enough capability to accomplish this. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was unable to do this. After all, that would not be rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo, but rank 10. Rank 9 immortal goo were already rare and mighty. Rank 10 was only a rumor of legends. Fang Yuan had lived for hundreds of years but had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 immortal goo. One was Destiny goo. One of the main materials for refining rank 10 Destiny goo was rank 9 fake goo. Another was Eternal goo. This legend originated from the Legends of Renzu. Currently, from Lu Wei-yin's letter, Fang Yuan learned of the possible 3rd rank 10 immortal goo. sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not accomplish conflicting Dao marks. Then what should he do? Easy. Since he could not create conflicting Dao marks, Fang Yuan went to the extreme, to make Dao marks even more harmonious and condense them. But this cohesion and harmony was selective, and would be under Fang Yuan's control. What was the solution? Fang Yuan did not need to think much before the method of vein construction emerged in his mind. There were many kinds of Dao veins: heaven vein, earth vein, human vein, fire vein, water vein, and so on. In Eastern Sea, undercurrents interwove under the sea, forming a natural route for transportation of goods. Many of Eastern Sea's caravans made use of Gu worms to go deep under the sea and used the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short time, they could travel for 10,000 li, or even 100,000 li to engage in trade. This was actually one of the forms of water veins. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance naturally contained the way to construct artificial earth vein. But Fang Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Wei-yin regarding the specific way to put it into practice. Regarding him and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was always on guard. For instance, Fang Yuan had never let Lu Wei-yin enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Or, for example, Fang Yuan preserved Paradise Earth's dream realms and Mushroom Man Paradise. He did not make a move on them without deep consideration. Adding in Lu Wei-yin's suggestion, I can modify my previous idea and get an overall mature way to implement it. I can let those Gu immortals finish the early steps. Or maybe, I should let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's dream realms first and raise my Earth path attainment, which would make it much more convenient for constructing the Earth vein. Central continent. In the depths of an earth trench, inside a pitch-black cave, two cold rays of light shone suddenly. This was by Ning Bing's gaze. As she ended this closed cultivation session, she had not only created an ice path killer move, but also gained some insight towards ice path. I can clearly feel my understanding of ice and snow deepening by a little. I am not far from Grandmaster level. By Ning Bing mumbled. Such a pity that after I converted to Dragon Man, my comprehension speed of ice and snow path fell sharply. My current master level is mostly the accumulation from before. Previously, Bai Ningbing possessed Northern Dark Ice Soul physique and had an extremely high innate advantage when cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Her attainment levels in those paths could increase rapidly. But after converting her body, it influenced this aspect. Dragonman was specialized in Enslavement Path. If Bai Ningbing were to change to cultivating Enslavement Path, she would have an advantage in it. But the level of this advantage could not compare to the help the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique provided in cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The talent of the 10 extreme physiques was far superior to the talents of the variant human races. Bai Ningbing cautiously walked out of the cave. This cave was formed naturally and was at the side of a cliff in the earth trench. Bai Ningbing activated Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. Shortly after, an ice thread-like thin line appeared on her slender and fair neck, circling around it. This move was created by Bai Ningbing and was not from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer move did not let out any aura when activated, because the aura was stored as tiny ice pearls on the ice thread. The disadvantage of this move was that it sacrificed some of its power, and once there were too many ice pearls, they would combine into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing, causing serious injuries or even death. I must conceal my aura when exploring this deep into the earth trench. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm, as she quietly activated an investigative killer move to scout her surroundings. After she left the earth treasury, she started cultivating in the depths of the earth trench. She was chased down by wild beast groups and suffered a lot. Fortunately, with the killer move by Xiang, as long as a fragment of her body remained, Bai Ningbing was undying. Otherwise, she would not have survived until now. There are 3 immemorial desolate beasts within 100 li radius, as well as an ancient desolate beast group. Bai Ningbing quickly understood her surroundings. She only had rank 7 cultivation. It was extremely dangerous for her to live in this environment. Even ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals found it difficult to explore this place. With huge risks came huge rewards. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing could not use them, she could sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven and buy the resources she needed. Bai Ningbing liked taking risks. Most people would be on tenterhooks about this kind of life, but she immersed in it and enjoyed the thrill of being at the brink of life and death. Although it is dangerous to cultivate here, there is still a chance of survival. But in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, it is even more dangerous. Be they Feng Yuan, Shadow Sect, or Heavenly Court, they will all hunt me down. Bai Ningbing had a clear judgment of her situation. Bai Ningbing had just walked out of the cave when her expression changed slightly. She sensed that most of the wild beasts suddenly acted like cats that had smelled fish, beginning to rush towards one direction. Some beasts and beast groups were unmoved, but they were soon engulfed by the will of the majority of the beasts and rushed forward as well. Thereupon, a massive beast tide formed rapidly under Bai Ningbing's gaze. What's going on? These beasts seemed to be attracted to something. They gave up on their fights and territories to go after it. What could it be? Bai Ningbing could not help but feel curious. Without any hesitation, she immediately activated a movement killer move as she joined the beast tide. The beast tide started gathering together. Countless ancient desolate beasts and some conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding an area. This area was also on the precipice of the earth trench. It protruded slowly like a burial mound. At this moment, it was letting out yellowish-brown and red light. The light was like water as it moved around dazzlingly. On the peak of the burial mound, there was a tombstone. The tombstone seemed to have writings, but they were obstructed by the light. They could not be seen even by using investigative killer moves. Bai Ningbing had already transformed into Bai Xiang state and joined with the beast groups. What place is this? There is such a dense earth path and fire path aura here. What is hiding here? Immortal materials? Or immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? The tombstone seems to have some characters written on it. Is it made by someone? Who is buried there? Bai Ningbing looked at the surrounding beasts. She had a trace of understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts. No wonder they were attracted here. There are only beasts of other paths here, and they were forcefully pulled in by the beast tide. Boom! Right at this time, the 2 lights over the burial mound suddenly shot towards the sky, turning into a giant yellow-red pillar of light. The beasts roared in excitement. Some beasts began to charge towards the pillar as if trying to get the top spot, but they were soon knocked down and trampled by the beasts behind them. The beast groups fell into chaos and madness, fighting and killing each other as they charged towards the pillar of light. But even if some beasts reached the front and collided with the pillar, they did not get what they wanted. The pillar of light remained unmoving. It was like a large mountain that refused to budge an inch. Bai Ningbing was a Gu immortal and had intelligence far above the beasts. She hid outside the chaotic battle, and although she was still implicated, she mainly observed the changes. As time passed, there were heavy casualties among the beast groups with corpses scattered everywhere. The yellow-red pillar of light also started to shrink, seemingly converging into the burial mound. The beasts became even more frantic. Their bloodthirsty, pained, and chewing noises filled Bai Ningbing's ears. This vast world is truly profound without limits, and it has endless mysteries to explore. Let me see what is going on. Bai Ningbing began to move closer towards the mound. When the beasts had killed each other and the survivors were riddled with injuries, the yellow-red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also dug into the earth. The mound seemed to have reached the point of qualitative change as it suddenly split apart. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread all over the mound. Shortly after, the mound burst open from the inside and a Gu immortal's aura leaked towards the surroundings. A naked male immortal opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings in a daze. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started becoming clear-headed as he recalled many things. I remember, I am Feng Huan. The male immortal's eyes shrunk in amazement and shock. Roar! Beast groups roared and pounced towards the naked immortal agitatedly. The male immortal opened his eyes wide and flew to the air. I am alive again. I am Feng Huan. I am Lava Demon Lord. Bam! A huge sound erupted as red light waves spread from the male immortal's body. The light waves surged like a tsunami, drowning its surroundings. Everywhere they passed by, the red light waves burned everything. Most of the beast groups were burned to death instantly, and some of the surviving beasts were even more injured. Some were lying on the ground on the verge of death, while a small portion of the beasts went berserk as they charged towards the male immortal. The male immortal Feng Huan's expression turned solemn as he let out the red light waves again. The red light swept the whole battlefield, causing a large number of casualties. But there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that managed to reach Feng Huan. Feng Huan could not keep his composure anymore as he shouted towards Bai Ningbing. "Lend me a hand. I will reward you heavily after this." "Okay." Bai Ningbing agreed without hesitation and attacked directly. Within a short period of time, she easily killed those several immemorial desolate beasts. It was because they were already heavily injured. "Many thanks, friend. Fortunately, with your help, I could Feng Huan was suddenly cut into two at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head, holding his upper body as she smiled cruelly. "I thought about it. It is still more convenient to soul search directly." Feng Huan stared at Bai Ningbing with wide eyes. This female immortal had light blue vertical dragon pupils and had a pair of spiral dragon horns. Her glistening silver hair was shiny like crystal, extending to her waist. Her skin was snow white, and on her peerlessly beautiful face, there was a hint of crazed indifference. Such a beautiful woman. Feng Huan died with his eyes wide open. Bai Ningbing searched Feng Huan's soul, but was unable to obtain any valuable information. Although Feng Huan revived in the mound, he was still muddle-headed and did not know many things. Bai Ningbing landed on the broken mound and searched carefully. There were still no gains. This area had such a large scale of earth path and fire path Dao marks, but they have disappeared completely, and it is no different from ordinary ground now. But Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Huan's body. No, to be more accurate, these Dao marks condensed into the immortal body. Wonderful, truly amazing. Bai Ningbing praised repeatedly. Through soul search, she knew this Feng Huan was from a previous generation. He cultivated Earth Path, but later inherited Heart Fire True Inheritance, so cultivated Fire Path as well. He did fire monster business and had been one of the tycoons of this business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had died long ago, but for some reason he actually revived. This grave-like mound seems to have the same effect as Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard. It can let Gu Immortals revive? Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. She had made a huge gain this time. Not only did she discover the mysterious mound, she also captured Feng Huan's soul and obtained his inheritance, as well as cultivation insights. The even bigger battle spoils were the beast corpses that filled the battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. Rank 7 immortal materials were even higher in number. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. With a loud sound, a mountain landed on the ground like a large stamp. The famous mountain was red and squarish. This mountain did not have even a trace of soil. It was completely formed from all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Previously, Copper Seal Mountain was targeted by the tribulation of the 3000 Heaven Path Dao marks. Half of it was split by the lightning, giving out dense smoke and sparks. The entire mountain had turned into a molten state and emitted a terrible smell. But now, after Feng Yuan issued the corresponding missions, Copper Seal Mountain was repaired by many Gu Immortals. It was not only restored to its former state, it was even larger now. Alright, we have finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain now. The exhausted Gu Immortals let out breaths of relief. One Rockman Gu Immortal did not rest and began to prepare. After a long while, he activated an Earth Path Killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to shake slightly. The base of the mountain started emitting a thin earthen yellow radiance. The threads of light gathered and formed a translucent, golden Earth Path mountain root. The mountain root pierced the ground and began to spread quickly. The Rockman Gu Immortal continued to maintain the killer move. He had an expression of difficulty. His immortal essence was consumed rapidly. Finally, he could no longer continue and stopped the killer move. The mountain root stopped spreading rapidly and paused. It had entered deep underground and began to grow with normal speed. In the coming years, this mountain root would join with the surrounding Dow marks, maintaining and helping to stabilize Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. Therefore, moving famous trees and mountains required special wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, there were more disadvantages than advantages in moving them forcefully. The Rockman Goo Immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recover. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Naturally, after the mission completion, his contribution points would be that much higher as well. As for the other Goo Immortals, they had finished resting and started to carry out the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered once again. That will do. This Copper Seal Mountain state is good. The mountain root situation is also pretty good. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely bear the task of being an earth vein node. Master is truly majestic and bold. He is actually constructing an earth vein in the entire Mini-5 regions. This plan is really too grand and will need at least 10 years to complete. It really makes me admire him endlessly. The immortals nodded. They had the same feeling. All right, let's leave. We need to relocate the next famous mountain. There are not many Goo Immortals who can relocate mountains, but there will be fewer tasks like this as we continue finishing them. The contribution points are also abundant. Let's work hard and try to finish some more. Yes. Recently, if someone cannot continue, they will make a trip to the liver life formation. No one wants to give up on those contribution points. I already went before this. Haha. Is that so? I also went there. The immortals left Copper Seal Mountain while conversing. If the Mini-5 regions were looked from high above, one would see about 10 groups of people working hard to relocate mountains. Of course, it was not just famous mountains. Besides famous mountains, there were also the 10 Earths that could act as Earth vein nodes. There was a detailed description regarding 10 Earths in Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. The 10 Earths were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Earth, Flying Earth, Formation Earth, Treasure Earth, and Tomb Earth. These 10 Earths could bear the task of being Earth vein nodes. The first step in Fong Yuan's artificial Earth vein construction was to arrange all kinds of Earth vein nodes in the Mini-5 regions. He would then use Earth path methods to connect the nodes. Lastly, he would make adjustments. Currently, Fong Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths. Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production Earth, and Formation Earth. The other 5 Earths were beyond his ability. For example, Tomb Earth. The formation of this Earth was shrouded in mystery. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not see through it. Goo Immortals could revive in this area. Tomb Earth's tombstone was also extremely mysterious, possessing the ability of information path. It seemed to be able to extract and condense all the information of the Goo Immortal's life from the river of time. The greater the reputation of the Goo Immortal, the more detailed the writings on the tombstone, which seemed to provide more help towards the Goo Immortal's revival. The specific relation between them had to be verified. At present, Fong Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Mountains usually acted as Earth vein nodes and not the 10 Earths. These mountains needed to be at least of famous mountain level. There are not many famous mountains in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I estimate they can only cover 30% of the Earth vein nodes in the first step of the plan. The artificial Earth vein project was extremely large and needed the most investment. Fong Yuan had annexed a large number of grotto heavens and obtained an inestimable amount of cultivation resources. But now, he was starting to see the limits. Fong Yuan still had a famous mountain which he did not use. That was the recently obtained Human Smoke Mountain. It is better to keep this mountain. My intuition is telling me that if I continue to use Chai Clan's Human Path research results, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form an incomplete Human Mountain. Fong Yuan was a Human Path Grandmaster. His intuition regarding Human Path was much more accurate than Human Path Masters. After killing many mortals raised by Chai Clan, Human Sea was complete, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of human mountain and human sea would definitely be extremely powerful. Even in 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had not seen it. But this was a long-term project. The investment in constructing a secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely big, much bigger than the investment in an artificial earth vein. The reason the incomplete human sea could be completed was because there were the painstaking accumulations of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. It was at its final stage and required human path resources. Eastern Sea's Xia clan suffered from their righteous path identity and could only collect the resources secretly. How could they dare to be like Fang Yuan, killing and massacring openly? Firstly, Fang Yuan chose the targets of slaughter cleverly. He did not cross the limits of the righteous Qi alliance, they ignored it. Later, he paid attention to Chai clan's mortals. Fang Yuan decisively gave up on a portion of the benefits to negotiate forcefully. Even a super clan like Chai clan finally submitted to Fang Yuan's demonic might, lowering their head to cooperate. I am starting to lack resources. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The plan of constructing Human Mountain was definitely far away in the future. In fact, the incomplete refinement sea was also on the verge of being consumed. Fang Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. In fact, he had looted countless cultivation resources. These resources mostly came from two heavens grotto heavens, which had a long history spanning several hundreds of thousands of years, and even 1,000,000 years. But it would not last long. Fang Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal goo on a large scale. At the same time, he used rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Fang Yuan had too many goo immortals under him. Just Langya sect alone had many hairy man goo immortals. The variant human alliance had even more goo immortals. There was also the group of variant human goo immortals like Bing Yuan, Shi Zong, and Mo Tansang. Beast Calamity Grotto Heavens human goo immortals were close to 10, including Combat Beast King. And there was also Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, as well as Fang Yuan's clones Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu, and others. Not long ago, Mushroom Man goo immortals joined him. Among them, the strongest was Ku Xian Hong. The size of Fang Yuan's subordinate goo immortals far surpassed normal super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare to him, that was to say, only the former Shadow Sect that had Zombie Alliance, and Heavenly Court that had the 10 great ancient sects under it could compare to him. Were Wu clan to possess this many goo immortals, Wu Yong might be laughing happily even in his dreams. A formidable character like Wu Yong did not care about the difference in races, he only cared if they were usable or not. Naturally, it would be better if they were all human goo immortals. Fang Yuan was expanding so much that no amount of cultivation resources would be enough for him to use. Fortunately, his foundation was extremely robust and could last for this long. But now, it was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Looks like I need to plunder resources again. Although his accumulations were still there, Fang Yuan was preparing for the future. I have already looted the resources of the variant human alliance. Only a portion of the grotto heavens remain now. Mushroom Man Paradise's situation is also the same. Almost all the mushroom men have moved over, let alone the resources accumulated there. Fang Yuan analyzed. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but from the information Zhan Budu brought, Fang Yuan knew Longevity Heaven had placed its forces in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and was difficult to conquer. There were definitely forces eyeing it other than Longevity Heaven. So, although that place had plenty of resources, Fang Yuan did not want to target it at the moment. Eastern Sea's Blue Dragon Whale also had abundant resources, but it was also not possible. Ever since the last time he left, Fang Yuan had not been able to find any traces of the Blue Dragon Whale. He had used the killer move Heaven and Earth Travel to try to enter the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture, but failed mysteriously every time. There is still a group of 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens who submitted to Qi Si Ancestor. They are all humans. These Grotto Heavens also have plenty of cultivation resources. Maybe I can cooperate with Qi Si Clone. For the moment, Fang Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai Clan and Wu Clan. That would expend his own luck. Any super force possessed enormous luck and had a few tricks up their sleeves. There might not be many benefits and the risks were definitely huge. More importantly, even if he invaded super forces, Fang Yuan did not want to take over too much of the outside world's territories. It was much better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. Both his territories and himself were in one body. It was extremely flexible and convenient. Other Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, so it was more beneficial for them to occupy territories. If they possessed the sovereign immortal aperture, they might also make the same choice as Fang Yuan. A strong wind suddenly blew over from 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and charged towards the skies before dissipating. He Chun Xiu brought good news. Wu Clan's Fan Wind Gu was advanced successfully, though it failed 2 times in the process. Rank 8 Fan Wind Gu. In recent times, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had gone through some adjustments and its ability was much stronger now. Including Fan Wind Gu, Fang Yuan had already refined over 50 rank 8 Immortal Gu with 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. I can sell true inheritances on a large scale in Treasure Yellow Heaven and exchange for cultivation resources. The profits from doing Gu refinement business are also quite amazing. Fang Yuan thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fang Yuan's current refinement path strength, he was only unable to refine rank 9 and rank 10 Immortal Gu, as well as some specific rank 8 Immortal Gu. For instance, Fang Yuan lacked sufficient rank 8 luck path immortal materials for fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. You have only 7 days left to live. Meng Qiuzhen entered paradise Earth's dream realm. What welcomed him was this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen blurted out in astonishment. In front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said in a guilty tone, Little me, your grandmother is too useless. I really have no way to treat your illness. Using this short time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly scanned his surroundings. He found that not only was there a mushroom man in front of him, he himself was also a mushroom man. And right now they were in a hut that was specific to mushroom man culture. This hut had deep green walls. It was constructed with special grass and mud. The roof of the hut was made with straws. The furnishings inside the hut were simple and revealed this was a doctor's home. Grandma, is it really hopeless? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be in disbelief while trying hard to find clues regarding this dream realm. The mushroom man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, There is a way. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, What way? The mushroom man granny shook her head and walked towards a table. There were medicine pots all over the table. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine pots were opened. They were filled with dried medicinal herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquid, whereas some medicine pots were covered tightly with lids. The old granny seemed to be in a complicated mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine pots before gradually calming down. With her back towards Meng Qiuzhen, she said, The one thing I can think of that can possibly save you is not a method, but a person. A person. Meng Qiuzhen got near to the old granny. He saw these medicine pots actually contained goo worms. The old granny sighed. Sigh, you know her too. Meng Qiuzhen had no idea who she meant, but he had plenty of experience and developed quite a glib tongue. He said, Could it be her? Indeed, her. My tribe's previous witch, Huang Wan, said the old granny. Every mushroom man tribe had a witch. Different from the merman tribe's saintess, witches did not hold authority, but they usually had high reputation, because witches were the most capable female doctors in the mushroom man tribe. Without the witch's support and blessing, the mushroomman's next tribe leader would face questioning and might even be unable to take the position. You only have hope of survival by looking for the previous witch, Huang Wan. The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, Then, where is she? Whip Mountain. The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little me, you are a good child. I have watched you grow up. The plague is terrorizing the tribe, but you should not have been infected. It was because you helped me treat others of your own accord that you got infected. You also know a thing or two about Huang Wan's matter. Although she is extremely strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go look for her personally. The tribe won't help you. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He keenly sensed that the old granny had some hidden meaning behind her words. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, "But Grandma, I simply cannot reach there with my strength. I must see Huang Wan to obtain her help. Not only to keep my life, but more than that, I want to bring back a way to treat the illness." Good child, good child. The old granny was relieved. "That is what I want you to do. Rest assured, you are taking the risk to go to Whip Mountain. Your journey will be filled with dangers, and Whip Mountain is moreover a human territory. How can I, your grandmother, let you go like that?" The old granny turned sideways and opened all of the medicine pots on the table. "You can take 3 of the goo worms here. They will provide a huge help to you." "Many thanks, Grandma," Meng Qiuzhen said while thinking. It was like this indeed. He had plenty of experiences in exploring dream realms. With just this conversation, he had already probed the key of this dream realm stage. The crucial hidden point of this stage of the dream realm is the selection of goo. If I did not sense the old granny's hidden meaning and mentioned it, I might not have gotten the chance to select goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm. But which 3 would be better for me? Meng Qiuzhen carefully observed the goo worms while secretly activating Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen soon found various clues of the second stage. Choose quickly. Stop wasting time needlessly. You need to treasure every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen said through clenched teeth, "Grandma, let me consider for a bit longer." The old granny said with a cold face, "Humph, you are already in this situation, you must be decisive. Choose 3 goo worms immediately, then leave the valley through this secret passage. If this time passes, that passage will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly." Meng Qiuzhen was not able to put it off any longer, but fortunately, he had already gotten much information in this short period of time. "I choose these 3. Meng Qiuzhen quickly chose 3 goo from the tens of medicine pots. "Good. You chose well. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing. I can only help you till here. Leave now." The old granny's voice had just ended when Meng Qiuzhen's sight turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage. He had rank 3 cultivation, and using his goo worms as well as the 3 new goo, he traveled rapidly through the mountains, although it was arduous. He walked through the dangerous man-eating forest, passed the high fog, and crossed the death marsh. He was now facing his final obstacle, a 1,000-beast king-level black bear. Meng Qiuzhen fought a long and bitter battle with the black bear. Finally, the black bear collapsed on the ground. Its thick body shrank within a few breaths of time like a balloon that was poked. In just a short while, its blood, flesh, and organs turned into purple poison which flowed out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the dream realm. Once activated, it could emit tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but its head had golden markings that resembled the character for king. It came out of the white-silver aperture and started absorbing the poison that was all over the ground. Soon, the poison was completely absorbed by it, and its body was slightly enlarged. With a shift of Meng Qiuzhen's will, tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. The first stage had many poison goo, like snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against the 1,000-beast king-level black bear, bee poison goo, which is restrained by bear physique, should never be selected. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo have rather slow effects. Only tiger poison goo is specialized in dealing with this kind of large beast, and its effect takes place quickly as well. Moreover, when used with poison liquid goo, tiger poison can change form and become extremely practical in battle. In the fight with the Black Bear King, Meng Qiuzhen used poison liquid goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison liquid tiger. The poison liquid tiger was able to fight the Black Bear King head-on. It greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen stayed at the back and continuously used poison path goo worms to help the poison liquid tiger and claimed victory in the end. Naturally, tiger poison goo also had its disadvantage. The disadvantage was quite big as well. There was a common saying that even tigers would not hurt their cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect towards infantile targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's information, Meng Qiuzhen had already known in the first stage that the black bear was the final obstacle and also the most difficult one. He acted according to the conditions and selected the most crucial tiger poison goo. Tiger poison goo's toxicity and venom quantity has fallen greatly, even though I gathered the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate. My overall power has decreased quite a bit. Fortunately, this is the final obstacle, and this is a dream realm, not the real wilderness. Huh? What happened? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. The second stage of the dream realm was still stable and did not disappear like he expected. Is there still another obstacle? Can't be. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo already scouted everything. Wait a moment. In the search before, there was also a mortal. This mortal did not have Goo Master Cultivation, so Meng Qiuzhen did not think much of it. Maybe, if Tiger Poison Goo was not selected, the mortal would provide some help to the Goo Cultivator exploring the Dream Realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen realized this mortal seemed to be a crucial factor. According to the gathered information, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew of this mortal's location. He immediately moved towards the location. Halfway on his journey, his strength started decreasing rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected himself and turned pale. The plague has erupted. There were clearly about 2 more days left. Could it be? The battle with the black bear expended too much of my energy, and my body is unable to bear it, so the plague erupted earlier. This plague was specific to mushroom men. Once it erupted, mushrooms would grow all over the body. The bigger the mushrooms grew, the more vitality they would extract from the mushroom men. The plague broke out so violently that when Meng Qiuzhen discovered it, he was already sapped of his strength and collapsed on the ground. Is this dream realm exploration going to end here? I haven't even seen Paradise Earth's face. To help the main body's plan of constructing Earth Vein, Meng Qiuzhen started the exploration of Paradise Earth's dream realm ahead of time. No, I still have hope. Persevere. I must persevere. This place is not that far from that mortal's location. Although Meng Qiuzhen was powerless and could only lie on the ground, it had not reached the worst situation yet. At least, he had strength to breath and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated a healing goo worm and started delaying for time. The healing goo could not cure the root problem and only lessened the threat of the plague. But its effect was minimal, like a child trying to stop a car. Damn it! The battle with the Black Bear King expended over half of my primeval essence. My primeval essence will be used up soon. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a predicament again. But right at this time he heard rustling noises. It's that mortal's footsteps. Good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shone as he used all his strength to shout, "Help! Help!" Even though he used all his strength to shout, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still faint. Who is asking for help? A mortal girl pushed aside the brambles and came to the place. Here, look below. Meng Qiuzhen spoke, his voice so faint that it was like a whisper. The mortal girl did not hear him, mumbling, "Did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late. I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in Clan Village." There are so many mushrooms here. The mortal girl saw Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was already covered with mushrooms. The mortal girl squatted and started picking the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. Every mushroom she picked, the cause of Meng Qiuzhen's falling vitality would decrease by 1. His illness was alleviated rapidly and his strength slowly recovered. That's right. There are still 2 days before my illness truly breaks out. For now at least, my life should be safe. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. He then spoke, "Girl, the mushrooms on my body are delicious. It doesn't matter if you pluck them all." The mortal girl jumped from shock. "Don't be afraid, I am also a person. It was me who asked for help earlier. Thank you for saving me, kind girl." "But I did not do anything." Meng Qiuzhen gave a forced smile. "Pluck all the mushrooms from my body and that will be saving me. These mushrooms are harmful to us mushroom men, but they are harmless and even beneficial to other races." The girl was shocked before smiling. So you are a mushroom man? I have heard rumors about you guys since I was a child. The rumors said you were gentle and never harmed people. I had never seen a living mushroom man before I met you. Meng Qiuzhen quickly said, Pick the mushrooms quickly. I can't last much longer. The girl's hands were nimble. She rapidly picked the mushrooms from Meng Qiuzhen's body. He was out of the hopeless situation and rescued from the brink of failure. There is still one last mushroom, the girl said seriously. Wait. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. You don't need to pick that mushroom, ah. The girl blinked her pure eyes and her face reddened slightly. I can't pull it out. Does it hurt? Meng Qiuzhen was pale as he took a sharp breath. Don't pull it. But the girl shook her head, saying stubbornly, That won't do, Mushroom Man Big Brother, you said it earlier. I need to pick all the mushrooms from your body for you to be cured. Don't, ah. The girl pulled up her sleeves, showing an extremely serious and cute expression. Humph, I don't believe I can't pull it out. Meng Qiuzhen, a huff. Amidst the miserable cries of Meng Qiuzhen, the second stage was finally passed. His sight changed from a chaotic whirlpool of colors to gradually clearing up. This was a bustling and busy market with people walking everywhere. This is Tu Clan Village? Behind Meng Qiuzhen, the mushroom man Huang Xiaomi, who was covered tightly, said in a low voice. Meng Qiuzhen's mind shook slightly. In the previous 2 stages, he had played the role of Huang Xiaomi, but in this 3rd stage, his identity was actually changed. This situation was not common. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. Huh! I became that human girl. Meng Qiuzhen sighed inwardly. Huang Xiaomi's strength was barely enough, and now Meng Qiuzhen was immortal, a young girl at that. The change in identity caused Meng Qiuzhen to feel some doubts. What was the main mission in this Paradise Earth Dream realm? In the previous 2 stages, he had Huang Xiaomi's identity and had estimated the Dream Realm's main mission was to save the Mushroom Man tribe by curing the plague. But now that his identity changed, Meng Qiuzhen immediately felt his speculation wavering intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into Tu Clan Village, I should still try to help Huang Xiaomi to find the Mushroom Man witch. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous trail. Fang Tu, you came? Quick, the position beside me is very good. Take it quickly. The evening market is not like the morning market. It only lasts for a short period of time. A middle-aged uncle waved at Meng Qiuzhen. Thank you, uncle. Meng Qiuzhen thought for a bit and placed her basket filled with mushrooms at the space beside the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen set up the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and exclaimed, These mushrooms are really fresh. Naturally, Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze moved towards him. This is my distant relative. He came to help me. Meng Qiuzhen quickly replied. The middle-aged uncle did not ask any more. The evening market had already started. Crowds of people were moving around and everyone was busy. Some were busy buying, some were busy selling. The traded goods were all mortal materials like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market and had daily necessities. There were no transactions of goo worms, unless a merchant caravan passed through Tu Clan Village. After about 5 minutes, the crowd began to grow sparse. At this time, sounds of disturbance came from ahead. Step aside, move aside. Can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A young man shouted. 5 to 6 people were pushing through the narrow pavement. Everywhere they went, pedestrians made way in fear and nervousness, while some even showed disdain and hatred inwardly. Fang Tu, hide quickly. Don't let that beast see you, the middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Ah! Meng Qiuzhen was dazed. Lady Fang Tu. At the next moment, the leader of the group, the bald youngster, shouted. His eyes let out a sneaky light as he noticed Meng Qiuzhen from far away. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking towards him with quick steps. The bald youngster had thick brows and large eyes but had not even a single hair on his head. Instead, there was a tattoo of a green beast on his head. The bald youngster rubbed his green beast tattoo and smiled widely. Lady Fang Tu, You are selling mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Oh. Meng Qiuzhen was inwardly vigilant while asking, how much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised a finger. I want to buy 1 kilogram. Help me pick the big and good ones. Meng Qiuzhen began to pick the mushrooms. This is good, That one is also good. I want them. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast pointed here and there. I told you. I want this one and that one. The bald youngster said. Which ones do you want? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, sensing that the young man seemed to be toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Forget it, Sister Fong. Let me help you, we will choose together. The bald youngster acted immediately. Soft, so soft. He chose several mushrooms and said. Meng Qiuzhen replied, these are all fresh. I picked them just today. Smooth, so smooth. The bald youngster praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up and said with a frown, you are touching my hand. Ah, sorry. The bald youngster laughed. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes wide. You are still touching? Accident. It was an accident. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless. He was actually being molested. Pfft. Shameless guy. Actually molesting an innocent girl in broad daylight. Huang Xiaomi could not endure it anymore. He shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Lady Fong? The bald youngster was immediately provoked and stared at Huang Xiaomi. The two started arguing. Sparks seemed to be flying in the air. This is the limit of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed inwardly. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the details of the next event of the Dream Realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of Dream Butterfly would encounter. Because the changes in the Dream Realm would occur when the Goo Cultivator entered and interacted with the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen had already inspected the bald youngster and this two-clan village's market in the previous stage, but he was unable to know what he would encounter specifically in advance. The two argued in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Their argument got increasingly heated to the point of nearly exchanging blows. Meng Qiuzhen was just about to persuade them to stop when a flash of inspiration hit him, and he kept quiet. Ugh! I am getting angry. Brat! You are looking for a beating. The bald youngster suddenly rubbed his head and attacked. Humph! Who is afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not show weakness, attacking immediately. The two started fighting. Don't fight, don't fight. Meng Qiuzhen called out while retreating. He was in a mortal body now, and had no ability to interfere in a Goo Master's battle. But fortunately, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they both cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they started using Goo Cultivator methods. After several rounds, Huang Xiaomi was clearly at a disadvantage and was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is really strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He was well aware of Huang Xiaomi's strength, after he acted as the latter in the first and second stage of the Dream Realm. But he did not expect the bald youngster to be so strong. He had already suppressed Huang Xiaomi. Wait a second. You are not a human. You are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly called out. In the heat of the battle, Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Amazing, you spy. What are you trying to do by entering my two-clan village? You definitely have bad intentions. Ha ha ha. I am going to make a great contribution. The bald youngster continued to shout. Attack him together, he is a mushroom man. We don't have to uphold the moral of humanity against such a person. Despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was heavily outnumbered and captured, but he was still shouting indignantly. Ha ha ha. I will be two clans' hero by catching you. The bald youngster laughed, kicking the bound Huang Xiaomi. Just lie still, you variant human. After saying this, the bald youngster ran towards Meng Qiuzhen and asked in concern, Sister Fong, are you all right? You definitely had no idea or were forced by this mushroom man. Ha ha. How will you thank me now? Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying in an impatient tone, Brother Me is a good person? The bald youngster interrupted him, shouting hurriedly. As expected, the scheming mushroom man threatened Lady Fong. Let's go and report to the elders. Move! Under everyone's gaze, Meng Qiuzhan went with the flow and entered Two Clan Village with the bald youngster, Huang Xiaomi, and the rest. On the way, the bald youngster reminded Meng Qiuzhan softly, "Sister Fong, you need to report properly, otherwise you might be implicated as well. Variant humans like this mushroom man are vicious things. He is already sure to die." Meng Qiuzhan did not respond. The Tide Huang Xiaomi shouted, "That's right. I deceived Fong Tu and threatened her. You are creating a huge trouble for your Two clan by capturing me. Someone will definitely come to save me." Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fong Tu. He clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor, thus saying this intentionally. The bald youngster led Huang Xiaomi to Two Clan Village's prison and received praises from Two Clan Village's elders. After everyone left, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhan to his home. "It is already late, Sister Fong. Come to my home to have dinner and stay for the night. Back when we were neighbors, we used to play together. My mother will also be very happy if she sees you." So this green beast had this kind of relationship with Fong Tu? Meng Qiuzhan nodded and let the plot develop. Soon, Meng Qiuzhan followed the bald youngster to his home. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo building. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. The bald youngster opened the door to the kitchen and said loudly, "Mother, look who I brought. Ah, little Fong. I haven't seen you for many days. Are your parents okay?" The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. "They are both fine, thank you, Auntie," Meng Qiuzhan said half-heartedly. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling. "Little Fong is here as a guest. Take a seat. I will prepare some dishes." The bald youngster said impatiently, "Mother, you should prepare more delicious food. This meal will be your son's celebration feast as well." "You brat, what have you done this time?" The bald youngster's mother frowned. The bald youngster patted his chest. "Mother, your son made a huge contribution this time. I arrested a mushroom man and locked him in prison." "What?" The bald youngster's mother paused. The bald youngster quickly narrated the event. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhan. "Little Fong, this brat likes to talk nonsense. Is what he said true?" "Yes." Meng Qiuzhan nodded before adding, "But Big Brother Huang Xiaomi is a good person. I—" Before he finished speaking, he was once again interrupted by the bald youngster. "All right, Sister Fong, I have warned you several times. You can say this at home, but don't talk about it outside." "Okay, okay." The bald youngster's mother waved her hand. "Brat, there is no more soy sauce left. Go to the nearby shop and get some soy sauce." "Ah, hurry up and go. How can I make food without soy sauce?" "Oh, all right, all right." After the bald youngster left, his mother walked towards Meng Qiuzhan. "Come, little Fong, tell Auntie what is going on." The Dream Realm's third stage passed like this. Fourth stage. Deep in the night, underground prison. My identity changed again? When Meng Qiuzhan came to his senses, he immediately realized this. He had left the mortal Fong Tu's identity and become a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation was rank 4. I am actually the bald youngster's mother now? Meng Qiuzhan shortly discovered that the bald youngster's mother was actually a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhan immediately had a guess. My current identity is probably that Huang Wan. This dream realm originated from Paradise Earth. What was special about it was the identities in the different stages of the dream realm were not fixed. I might even play the role of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the next dream realm. Meng Qiuzhan smiled. Till now, he had not seen even the shadow of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the first stage of the dream realm, Meng Qiuzhan learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch, Huang Wan. She had great strength and was the only doctor that might be able to cure the plague. However, he knew from the old granny that this former witch Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huang Wan concealed her identity and lived in Two Clan Village, a human territory. She even adopted a human child to perfectly conceal her identity. If that bald youngster knew his mother was actually a mushroom man, I wonder what expression he would show. Meng Qiuzhan laughed. He used a very short period of time to get familiar with the goo worms on him. The goo worms were comprehensive, covering attack, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. Meng Qiuzhen intuitively sensed some of these goo worms could combine to form a mortal killer move. Unfortunately, the situation now did not allow Meng Qiuzhen to test the killer move or its possible combination. The third stage already gave obvious clues. Although this mushroom man Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, her heart is with the tribe. She immediately moved during the night to save Huang Xiaomi. I must move quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately went deeper into the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was simple and clear. Very soon he saw Huang Xiaomi, who was tied to the wall in the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen used his goo worms, silently melting the lock on the prison door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen walked towards Huang Xiaomi and was about to inspect his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi detonated, turning into ash that covered Meng Qiuzhen. Shortly after, alarm bells rang and guards started shouting. The whole prison started emitting dark yellow light. The concealed goo formation was activated. Oh no, it is a trap! Meng Qiuzhen helplessly discovered that Huang Xiaomi had completely disappeared. He hurriedly retreated, using poison goo to corrode the goo formation, but it showed little effect. Such guts! Breaking into my two clans' jail. It is indeed like that captive said. Someone came to save him. Humph! Surrender quietly, and we might spare your life. Two elders with similar faces like they were twins were transported by the goo formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen sneered as he started the fight. The battle lasted for 60 rounds before he was defeated and captured by the two elders. The dream realm dissipated. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen had plenty of experience. He reached the fourth stage before failing. His soul was quite injured. Meng Qiuzhen began to think about the events while healing his soul. Those two elders are really strong. They both have rank 4 cultivation, and they have extremely good teamwork when fighting, like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight those two elders, I also have to deal with the goo formation. It is quite straining. Naturally, there is another important reason. I am not familiar with poison path goo worms. I should use this time to deduce the hidden poison path killer moves. There is another reason as well. Meng Qiuzhen reflected on himself and realized he had been fretful in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi deceived his initial detection methods, if he was in his normal mental state, he would not have rashly entered the prison, and would have used goo worms to inspect the situation once again. At that time, Huang Wan's mood was extremely anxious and I was unknowingly affected by it, clouding my judgment. There were emotional disturbances in the previous 3 stages as well, but they were all suppressed by Meng Qiuzhen. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions would naturally be deeper than the 3rd stage. This was also one of the difficulties of exploring dream realms. Using this time, Meng Qiuzhen deduced 5 poison path killer moves which were mostly based on bee poison goo. Entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiuzhen inspected patiently this time. He made an astonishing discovery. Not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the whole underground prison was also fake. This is a fake prison. The real prison is still below. The goo formation's main body is also below. Meng Qiuzhen carefully entered the real underground prison. Two clan villages' real underground prison was unexpectedly complicated and extensive. The underground prison was like an ant nest. It was filled with thousands of paths intersecting each other. Meng Qiuzhen felt like he had entered a maze. The whole mountain seems to have been dug and made into a prison. This two-clan village is clearly an ordinary force, but it was actually able to do this? No, there is a trace of earth tunnel here. Meng Qiuzhen was probing carefully and soon discovered traces of one of the 10 earths. Earth tunnel. This mountain must be of famous mountain level. It contains a natural earth tunnel. Two-clan village just slightly developed the earth tunnel and was able to gain a large amount of resources. No wonder they were able to nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was moving everywhere in the prison. The underground prison was mostly empty, and there were more beasts than mortals locked up in it. Meng Qiuzhen was still unable to find any clues even after some time. The dream realm had exhausted a large amount of his soul foundation by now. Those two Gu masters. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Gu cultivators traveling through the earth tunnel from ahead. He quickly moved aside and hid. Swish, swish. The two Gu masters slipped out from the earth tunnel. The two rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly and immediately recognized them. They were all along in the underground prison, so they were able to reach the fake prison immediately in the previous situation. The two elders talked while moving. This mushroom man is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured such cruel torture. Even if he does not say it, we are already aware that a mushroom man tribe has been hiding in the surroundings of Tu Clan village. It is just that we don't know the specific location. Right? We must obtain the specific location of the Mushroom Man tribe from this captive and eliminate them. In a few days, we will be able to remove the defensive methods on his soul. At that time, we will know everything by searching his soul. The two elders gradually stopped, entering another tunnel as they moved along instead. The two of them rapidly left the place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes twitched. The scene in front of him reminded him of certain memories in his mind. In the 500 years of the main body's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a superclan known as Tu Clan emerged in southern border. Their Gu immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to launch sneak attacks in battle. Does this have anything to do with this Tu village? There were several possibilities regarding this. Firstly, Tu village's inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, Tu village's bloodline was spread by descendants. They rose to become immortal during the era of abundant dream realms, or they were simply secluded Gu immortals. Thirdly, Tu village's members revived in Tu Earth. Meng Qiuzhen successfully found his way to Huang Xiaomi after following the route of the 2 rank 4 elders. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell, having fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen investigated carefully. After finding out that there were no traps here, he entered the prison cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in poor shape, at the brink of death. Huang Xiaomi had the Mushroom Man plague to begin with. It was quite fatal. If one had insufficient resistance, they would die. Today, he first fought against the bald youngster before getting interrogated by the 2 elders. His entire body was overgrown with mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen did not arrive in time, he would die in just a few more breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen sighed to himself. It was a close shave. If he came later, this dream realm exploration would have failed entirely. He immediately tried to save Huang Xiaomi. Thankfully, he was prepared for this. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body continued to shrink until all of them went back into his body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi was barely able to open his eyes. His vision was still blurred. Meng Qiuzhen answered immediately. I am Huang Wan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the Mushroom Man plague in your body. Your situation is dire. Your life force is almost depleted. I cannot pull out the mushrooms casually as it will consume your life as well. Huang Xiaomi immediately thanked. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Sai, it is still too early to say that. Let's go out. I need to research on this plague. You don't have much time left, Meng Qiuzhen said. He had not created a poison path killer move that could heal Huang Xiaomi's illness yet. However, the next scene might request for him to heal this Mushroom Man plague. Naturally, that was just his guess. While searching for Huang Xiaomi earlier, Meng Qiuzhen did not have a chance to activate Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu. Thus he did not know what the following scenes would be. You need to persevere. Let's go. Meng Qiuzhen helped Huang Xiaomi to get up as they left together. But halfway through, they met the bald youngster. Stand there. As expected, someone came to save you. The bald youngster shouted. The 2 elders were behind him as well. They were furious and shocked. Such guts. Vicious thief. You dare to break into the prison. Quickly activate the formation. Capture this person as well. Once he said that, the Gu formation activated. The 2 elders fought while the bald youngster assisted them. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally as he fought against them. He had many poison path killer moves. They were evenly matched after fighting for some time. But soon, the bald youngster saw a weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi instead. Huang Xiaomi could not resist. He was a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen had to grit his teeth as he helped Huang Xiaomi time and again. Eventually, he lost the initiative and got suppressed by the two elders. In the end, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald youngster, dying on the spot. All variant human mushroom men deserve to get killed, the bald youngster shouted with a righteous tone, filled with excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing himself while collating his insights about the dream. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald youngster. To think that after exploring this dream realm to a degree, it would develop on its own and create new characters. Why did the bald youngster come to the prison? From his tone, he seemed to have discovered my traces. What method did he use to find me? Unless he already found out about the secret of his identity. He knows that his mother is a Mushroom Man variant human? So he went along with the flow. After his injuries were healed, Meng Qiuzhen went back into the dream realm with several questions to answer. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell in advance. He lurked at a corner and watched as Huang Xiaomi was beaten and interrogated by the two elders. These elders had outstanding strength. More importantly, they had the help of the Gu formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not want to use brute force. After 2 failures and accumulating experience, his own strength already surpassed the original Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. His earlier failures already proved that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm would fail. It seemed that this scene of the dream realm required him to save Huang Xiaomi successfully. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the two elders left, he immediately went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Not waking him up first, Meng Qiuzhen directly used the Poison Path Killer move to get rid of the Mushroom Man plague in Huang Xiaomi's body. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi found out that his illness was cured. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. Please save the Mushroom Man tribe. Many of our members are afflicted with this plague." Meng Qiuzhen nodded, giving Huang Xiaomi some Poison Path Goo so that he had some battle strength. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He was barely able to walk on his own as they sneaked out. But this time, the bald youngster still found them along the way. "Stand there." As expected, someone came to save you. The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a peculiar expression as he asked, "I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find us?" The bald youngster chuckled. "I'm not afraid to tell you. With my genius talent, I created a move called Earthly Underground Chi. After I captured this Mushroom Man, I secretly used this tracing killer move. How can you get rid of it in such a rush? Not bad. Even though you are an external member of the clan, you have some talent. Very good. All thanks to you, we found this problem today. This is your merit." The 2 rank 4 elders looked at the bald youngster in a renewed light. "Thank you, lords." The bald youngster was very excited. He had the demeanor of a lackey. "I will do my best." Meng Qiuzhen. After an intense battle, Huang Xiaomi still died in battle. Meng Qiuzhen failed his 3rd exploration. After deep analysis and deductions, he went into the 4th exploration. This time, he sneaked in early and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell, healing Huang Xiaomi's illness and even giving him healing goo worms. "Wait here and heal yourself continuously. Do not step out of the cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you try to get out, the enemy will find out," Meng Qiuzhen instructed. "After I kill the crucial goo masters, when you see this healing goo worm fly in the air, get out and escape." Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He nodded. "I will listen to Senior's instructions." Meng Qiuzhen made the optimal arrangements and left the cell. At the other side, with the development of the dream realm, the bald youngster appeared. He was summoned by the 2 elders and made his way to them, but was suddenly attacked by Meng Qiuzhen. Even though the bald youngster had great strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match, not to mention that Meng Qiuzhen had prepared for this assault. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sadness, guilt, and regret overwhelmed his heart. He found that he lost control of his body. What is going on? It seems that I cannot kill the bald youngster? Maybe because they lived together for so long. The mushroom man Huang Wan had already treated him as her real son. The feeling was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's fortitude, he could not suppress it. Mushroom man Huang Wan shuddered as tears flowed down her cheeks. It could not be stopped. Clank, clank, clank. Alarm bells suddenly rang. The goo formation was activated as the two elders found their way to Meng Qiuzhen. They must have gotten suspicious after waiting for the bald youngster for so long. They came over to check. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration failed as well. So this guy cannot be killed either? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. Because he could not unravel and dispel that earthly underground chi killer move. Even though it was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used in it. And more importantly, even if he knew, could the goo worms on him achieve such an effect? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster had. It is a pity I have already lost the opportunity to find out. In the third scene, Fang Yuan's identity was Fang Tuesday. If he tried to investigate with the bald youngster's affection for her, he should have gotten some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu sold mushrooms, the bald youngster flirted with her. It was a great opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen had not thought of this. Because Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo did not let him see this scene. Back then, the bald youngster did not exist in this scene in the first place. The dream realm changed on its own after saving Huang Xiaomi, causing the bald youngster to appear. Now, after reaching this scene, the earlier ones had vanished already. After deep consideration, Meng Qiuzhen went into the dream realm again. This time, he did not enter the cell directly and wait there. Getting there early was useless. Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the elders to leave before he could try and save Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen set up some arrangements on the route that the elders would take instead. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to establish a complicated tunnel along the way. After making his arrangement, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell. The two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi but did not leave him in the cell, bringing him away directly. The two elders were just about to meet up with the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial gap in time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased them and wanted to stop them. But Meng Qiuzhen did not kill this troublesome guy, instead making him faint on the spot. After stopping Huang Xiaomi from taking revenge, he successfully passed the scene of the dream realm. The Goo Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped on the ground with a loud sound. A hole immediately appeared below him. A Goo Master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. Wanting to restrict me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit, when Meng Qiuzhen held a huge rock that was the size of a horse carriage and tossed it down. Don't! Boom! The huge rock crashed down and sent the Goo Master into the pit, losing all signs of life. From below the rock, bright red blood started to spread into a puddle. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually attacking our own clan member? A two clansman? The remaining two Goo Masters watched this as their hearts jumped intensely. Aren't you guys indignant? Meng Qiuzhen snickered as he approached. Even though the bald youngster had limited Goo worms against Meng Qiuzhen's combat attainment, how could these mortal Goo Masters resist him? After a short while, they were all sprawling on the ground. Stop it! Stop it, we give up! The Goo Masters pleaded in a hurry. The sixth scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed already. The Mushroom Man plague was successfully healed through Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi also obtained some poison path goo from Huang Wan. Using these goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that troubled his Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi moved stealthily in secret, trying to escape. The surroundings of Two Clan Village had surveying Goo Masters that did patrols regularly. A group of rank 2 Goo Masters, with a total of 5 members, were moving in the forest. Stop, we will rest here. The leader suddenly extended his hand. instructing. The moment the group rested, a colorless and odorless poisonous gas spread towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 goo masters fell on the ground, falling unconscious. Huang Wan's poison path killer move might only be effective against rank 3 and below goo masters, but it has no aura at all when used. It is very valuable in realistic situations. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated as he set off again. He could not kill these 2 clan goo masters, even though they could not resist him now. Once he killed them, 2 clan village would get alerted, they would chase after him. But a change happened before Meng Qiuzhen's very eyes. The dream realm suddenly changed. A goo master group led by the bald youngster met with Meng Qiuzhen head-on. Variant human thief, you are still here? Stop there. Where are you trying to escape to? The bald youngster was slightly stunned before shouting and chasing after him. It seems that this happened in history as well. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless about this. Dream butterfly immortal goo could not detect such sudden changes in advance. In fact, even if he saw it, Meng Qiuzhen could not do anything about this. No matter what route he chose, with the natural development of the dream realm, the bald youngsters group would still meet up with Meng Qiuzhen regardless. And looking at it from another perspective, this was a necessary event for this dream realm. Only by escaping from the bald youngster's pursuit could he successfully pass this scene. An exciting chase and escape battle erupted between the 2 sides. The bald youngster chased while Huang Xiaomi, who had recovered, did not waste time fighting him. He escaped while setting up traps, killing the rest of his group members. The bald youngster was the son of Huang Wan. To play safe, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully escaped. The bald youngster stood behind him without any hope of catching up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man thief! I will remember you. One day I will kill you." Their grudges intensified. 7th scene. 8th scene. 9th scene. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster green beast at times, while acting as Huang Xiaomi at other times. Using the poison path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe successfully healed from the plague. But war ensued, even though the location of the Mushroom Man tribe was not discovered. With 2 clan villages' rampant searches and investigation, they could not hide for long. The 2 sides started to send their goo masters to engage in small interactions and battles. The 2 sides suffered heavy losses, but because of that, champions appeared. 2 clan village had the bald youngster, who was Huang Wan's adopted son. The Mushroom Men had Huang Xiaomi, the tribesmen of Huang Wan. The 2 interacted occasionally, fighting against each other frequently. Because of their contest, their strength grew rapidly. They reached rank 4 at the same time. On both sides, their clansmen and tribesmen died terribly at each other's hands. They became the greatest enemies of each other's lives. Finally, at the 12th scene of the Dream Realm, Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi. He set up a trap and sowed discord, causing 2 clan villages' higher-ups to feel wariness against the bald youngster. Green Beast was not a 2 clansman after all. He was not truly one of them. The Mushroom Men set up a trap that did not seem obvious. It seemed to be the true gathering spot of the Mushroom Man tribe. 2 clan village immediately dispatched the bald youngster to go and probe them out. Even though the bald youngster knew that something was up, he was uncertain. After going and investigating, the bald youngster fell into a trap. He was in a life-and-death crisis. "Green Beast, today you will die," Huang Xiaomi shouted, leading his troops to encircle and attack the humans who were lower in numbers. "Even if I die, I will drag down 10 Mushroom Men with me to die together," the bald youngster shouted. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries, but his morale was high. Even the Mushroom Men attacking him realized that this person was a true warrior. Eventually, the bald youngster used up all his strength and primeval essence. He was all alone. Tens of Mushroom Man corpses were lying around him. "You variant humans will not live for long. Damn it! Damn it! I want to kill my enemies, but I have no way of doing that anymore." The bald youngster smiled coldly as he knelt on one knee, raising his head up with pride and arrogance. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, "Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even if I die at your hands today, I have merely lost to the schemes of those 2 clan elders. You understood it after all. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly as he walked forward, ready to deal the final blow. But suddenly a change occurred. Huang Wan concealed her appearance and appeared suddenly. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out. She saved the bald youngster successfully. But at the next moment, a human goo master who had rank 5 cultivation level made his move. Boom! With a loud sound, not only was the white smoke dispersed by the human goo master, everyone's vision cleared up and he even obstructed Huang Wan from escaping. Huang Wan held onto the bald youngster as they landed at the periphery of the battlefield. Village head. The bald youngster was overjoyed when he saw the rank 5 human goo master. He also looked at the female goo master who saved him. From this female goo master, the bald youngster could sense a familiar yet foreign aura. He asked in curiosity, "Benefactor, who are you?" At this time, 2 clan villages goo masters appeared from all directions, surrounding all the mushroom men as well as Huang Wan and her son. The mushroom men fell into panic as they got encircled. Huang Xiaomi shouted, "Don't panic! I have already requested for help from the tribe. They will arrive shortly. We need to persevere until then." The mushroom man goo masters forced themselves to calm down. 2 clan villages leader did not attack directly. He took a few steps forward and stared at Huang Wan with a complex gaze. "Wan heir? As expected you came." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "What do you want?" Once she said that, the bald youngster realized at once. His body and mind shook, gasping, "Mother!" Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan got rid of her concealment and returned to her original appearance. "At this point in time, I can't hide it from you anymore, little rascal." Huang Wan looked at the bald youngster and sighed deeply with a melancholic expression. The mushroom men were all shocked. "This is the previous generation witch? Why did our former witch save the human goo master green beast?" From their conversation, it seems that they are mother and son? So Huang Wan was exiled from the tribe because she had an affair with 2 clan villages' head. They even had a son. The truth was unveiled before everyone. They quickly understood the whole situation from start to finish. "Mother, are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth?" The bald youngster was so shocked he could not control himself. All along, he had lived as a pure human. To think that he was actually a mixed breed of human and mushroom man. Huang Wan sighed deeply. "They are all correct. I am sorry for hiding it from you for so long." The bald youngster took in a deep breath as he stumbled back for a few steps, looking at Huang Wan with wide-opened eyes. He had never seen his mother's mushroom man form, with the truth of his identity exposed. He could not accept it so easily. 2 clan villages' head looked at the bald youngster deeply before turning his gaze to Huang Wan. "Wan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after leaving me back then, you would stay behind and lurk within 2 clan village. You even raised our son all alone. It has really been tough on you." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "You are 2 clan village head. While I am the witch of the mushroom man tribe, we are destined to be separated. But our child is innocent. I only stayed in the village for a reason. That was because my son, a hybrid, will not be accepted by the tribe. Thus, all these years, I let him grow up in 2 clan village. Eventually, I would reveal the truth to you and make you take him in." Saying so, Huang Wan looked towards the bald youngster, saying gently, "Didn't you ask me who your father was when you were young? Now you know. I had my own plans, but reality is often not under people's control. Today's scene was something I did not anticipate. Child, no matter what, regardless of how much you hate me or your father, you need to remember something. People who live in this world, be it humans, variant humans, or mixed breeds, have to be happy and blissful. They should not dwell on grudges or hatred. A big heart will allow you to see a big world. Thus, Mother named you Le Tuesday." Hearing this, Meng Qiuzhen was shaken internally. What, green beast? Is Paradise Earth Immortal venerable? He actually has mixed blood. But how can a mixed breed become one of the 10 human venerables? No wonder I felt such intense emotions after killing Lutu as Huang Wan earlier, causing the exploration to fail. So it turns out my deductions were wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother! Say no more. Lutu shook his head as he stepped backwards, looking at Huang Wan in disbelief. How are you a mushroom man? Huang Wan's heart jumped. Ah Lu, you lived among the humans since you were born. I know you cannot accept it immediately, but boom! The ground behind Huang Wan cracked open as a 2-clan rank 4 elder came out and sneak attacked her. Huang Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood while in midair. This 2-clan rank 4 elder did not have strength to chase her after using this move. He had a twisted expression. Huang Wan, back then you saved Huang Xiaomi, my brother died at your hands. For today, I practiced this cracked soil-shattering life-killer move for a long time. How does it feel? Ha ha ha. Mother! Lutu subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. Lady Huang Wan saved our mushroom man tribe from the plague. Quickly save her. Meng Qiuzhen shouted too. Too late. My fellow 2-clan village members. Kill them all. 2-clan village head shouted as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. The mushroom man Gu masters quickly defended against their enemies. They were unable to care for anything else. Lord Village Head. Lutu was anxious at the moment. He could not call that person his father. He defended Huang Wan as he looked at 2-clan village's leader in disbelief. Lutu was not a 3-year-old, he was a veteran in war. He knew about people's hearts. When the situation occurred earlier, 2-clan village's leader had used words to distract Huang Wan. He used Lutu to draw away her attention and kept the elder hidden, so his sneak attack succeeded. You made this decision after all. Huang Wan stared at 2-clan village's head, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time for healing. She quickly suppressed her injuries and stood up. I am the head of 2-clan village. I am responsible for all the lives of my 2-clan village's members. Moreover, culling variant humans is the righteous duty of all humans. 2-clan village's leader snorted as he attacked. You have such a cruel and wicked heart. Huang Wan screamed before pushing Lutu aside, fighting against 2-clan village's leader. Boom boom boom. The two fought with a huge commotion. The effects of their attacks spread out, causing unguarded Gu masters to die continuously. Thus, the surrounding Gu masters moved away, creating a huge space for these two to fight in. Stop fighting! Lutu was anxious. He screamed in his anxiety and helplessness. His body was in poor condition, he could not join the fight now. Ah Lu, escape! Huang Wan shouted. Ah Lu, you are a mixed blood, but you are still my son. I've seen all your achievements so far. Quickly come and help the village. These mushroom men deserve death. 2-clan village's leader shouted. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Lutu's entire body shook. He was completely lost at the moment. A dark light flashed in the eyes of 2-clan village's leader as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan. With the latter injured from the sneak attack, 2-clan village's leader had the upper hand. He controlled the situation. 2-clan village's leader purposely forced Huang Wan to approach a certain Gu master of 2-clan village. This 2-clan Gu master unfortunately fell into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation level was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much about it. Her attack landed on this 2-clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No! Lutu shouted, subconsciously running over. It turned out that this 2-clan Gu master was his close ally. They had gone through dangerous situations many times in the past. Go away, Alu! Huang Wan saw that Lutu charged in. She screamed with a pale expression. 2-clan village's head used the chance to attack thrice, landing 3 attacks on her as she fainted on the spot. Mother! Lutu shouted, using his body to block the leader's path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't harm my mother! 2-clan village's leader burst out with killing intent. He was about to attack when he suddenly heard some shouting from afar. The Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader arrived too. 2-clan village's head squinted as he thought. We came here stealthily without many people, but they are all elites. It is not worth losing them over these mushroom men. Moreover, so what if we win? As long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's hideout, they will not lose against us. Thinking so, Two clan villages head ordered. Retreat. What are you thinking of doing? Seeing two clan villages head approach, the bald youngster called out nervously. Two clan village head sighed as he showed a gentle expression on his face. Lutu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all, but your mother, she is a mushroom man. A variant human. His voice suddenly became sharper and louder. Do you want to side with the variant humans? Two clan villages head shouted again. Lutu gritted his teeth but did not speak. All these years, how many mushroom men have you killed? Do you think they will accept you if you side with them? Two clan villages head smiled coldly. Lutu snorted coldly, staring at two clan villages head fiercely. I want my mother to live. If you have any ill intentions towards her, I will not let you off. Two clan villages head chuckled. If you continue keeping her in that state, in just a while, she will die from her injuries. Lutu was completely lost at the moment. Two clan villages heads suddenly attacked, causing Lutu to faint. He brought both son and mother away. Kill these humans. Bring Huangwan back. She knows the secret of our tribe's hideout. The mushroom man Gu masters chased relentlessly. The Huang Xiaomi that Meng Qiuzhen was portraying also shouted among them. But he did not do anything, because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to check the next scene. After the mushroom man Gu masters failed in their pursuit, Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the next scene. This time he became Huang Wan again. His body was bound by chains that pierced through his bones. He had no primeval essence at all. He was completely out of strength. In the dark prison cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages head walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted. From the situation of the previous scene, this was clearly an ambitious and formidable person. Two clan villages head smiled. He came prepared. You know my objective, don't be too rash to reject it. Let me show you this. Two clan villages head took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a video played itself in the air. The scene within it was vivid and lively. In a well-decorated room, two clan villages head opened the door and met with Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you are awake. I immediately came to meet you, my son. Two clan villages head had a warm expression. Lutu was covered in bandages. The moment he got out of bed, his body wavered as he fell back onto the bed. How is my mother now? Lutu immediately asked in an urgent tone. Two clan village head sighed deeply. Your mother is a noble mother, for your sake. She took a huge risk and stayed within two clan village for so many years. Two clan village head's tone suddenly changed. But I cannot let her off. She is a mushroom man. A variant human. You are also clear about these mushroom men. Those of other races will have different motives. The best outcome for these mushroom men is death. But you are different, you are my son. You know that I have no other children. You are my only son. Alu, come and help me. Only I can accept you here. This two clan village is your home. As your father, I owe you a lot. I will do my best to make up to you in the future. After this huge battle, you have already accumulated sufficient credits. I know that you want the two surname. Originally, the village would need to test you, but father will allow it now. From today onwards, you will be a true two clansman. With the new surname, you will no longer be Lu Tu. You will be called Tu Lu. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lutu laughed loudly. His voice was filled with mockery and sadness. The goal that he had always pursued was finally achieved, but he felt no sense of accomplishment or happiness. I don't want the two surname. I want to exchange for my mother's life using all the contributions I've done for two clan village over these years. Lutu called out. But two clan village's head had an expressionless face. He shook his head with a firm attitude. Lutu gritted his teeth, blood flowing out from his teeth as he pointed at two clan village head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. In fact, I will stake my life against yours. Ah Lu! Two clan village's head shouted coldly. Lutu did not speak. He stared at two clan village head fixedly. The atmosphere in the room became immensely tense. The father and son stared at each other with a deathly gaze. Eventually, the expression of Two Clan Village's head changed. He shifted his sight towards the ceiling as he sighed deeply to himself. His sigh was filled with complex emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sadness. Two Clan Village's head looked at Lu deeply as he said with deep emotions, "All these years, Father did not discover you. I really owe you a lot, my son. If I had taken care of you, things would not have gotten to this stage. Never mind. Since it was my fault, I will satisfy your request. I will let your mother escape, but I will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe needs to be eradicated. Not a single one of them will be left. This is your father's limit. It is also the greatest compromise I can give you as the head of Two Clan Village. Lu, you need to understand my difficulties as well." Lutu's expression was immediately moved. He gulped. Village head. As long as you let my mother off, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribe members. All these years, Lutu had been fighting against the Mushroom Man tribe. They had immense grudges and mutual hatred. He only cared about Huang Wan after all. Good child. Two Clan Village's head was very excited. He patted Lutu's shoulders. But I cannot let your mother go now. You know that even though we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's location, we cannot obtain true victory. But your mother knows the location of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find them. Lu, I need your help. Convince your mother to tell us this secret. I promise you, I assure you, as long as we eliminate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of this huge threat, I will let your mother off and she will live in peace for the rest of her life. This? Lu hesitated. Even though he wanted to eliminate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood that his mother had deep feelings for her tribe. Two Clan Village's head patted Lutu's shoulders, saying in a kind tone, "Father will not force you. Think about it yourself. You are still injured, you need to recuperate. I will give you enough time to think. I believe in you." The video ended here. Two Clan Village's head smiled coldly as he approached Huang Wan. "What do you think? Do you want your own son to come and convince you personally? Think about it, Wan Heir. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If our relationship really turns sour, neither of you will have a good ending. I may not kill him, but I just need to send him to fight on the front lines and kill all of your tribesmen. What do you think?" Meng Qiuzhen looked at Two Clan Village head with a look of appreciation. "Unscrupulous and shameless, you are quite something. Ha ha ha. A great person would not mind small sacrifices. Have you just found out about it? It is too late now." Two Clan Village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not normal. Meng Qiuzhen nodded in a serious manner. "Exactly why I appreciate you." As his laughter stopped abruptly, Two Clan Village's head could not believe what he had just heard. "What did you say?" Meng Qiuzhen had a straightforward attitude. His gaze flickered. "Actually, you don't have to go through the trouble. Don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I'll tell you directly." "What?" Two Clan Village's head was dazed. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period, he used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to check the next scene, and the following one as well. He obtained crucial information. In the end, Two Clan Village's army attacks the headquarters of the Mushroom Man tribe. This meant that Two Clan Village's head would learn of the location of the Mushroom Man tribe eventually. In history, Huang Wan might not have exposed the location even after interrogation and torture, or after Two Clan Village's head threatened her using her son. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not really Huang Wan. She was Meng Qiuzhen. "Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I'll even tell you that the tribe has a small secretive tunnel. You can send elites to attack it while the main troops are at the front," Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two Clan Village's head had a look of deep disbelief and suspicion. The more cooperative Meng Qiuzhen was, the less he believed in the words that were said. Two Clan Village's head was silent for a moment before he laughed coldly. "As a captive, you dare to toy with me? Good, very good. To think that you would disregard your own son. You are such a cold-blooded person. No, listen to me. I am really telling you the truth," Meng Qiuzhen said sincerely. But Two Clan Village's head shook his head. His voice became even colder. I won't listen. Do you think I will believe you? You can test out what I just said. Meng Qiuzhen could not help but roll his eyes. Two Clan Village's head continued his cold snicker. Do you think I am stupid? In the earlier battle, your Mushroom Man tribe created a trap. This time, it must be a trap too. You want me to lose my elite members. Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not test it, what will you do now? Without knowing the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how can you attack? Two Clan Village's head laughed loudly. I am prepared for that. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped and said, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two Clan Village's leader. A Gu master with a grim expression, having a tall and thin body, was created by the Dream Realm. I'll let you know, this is the famous doctor of Southern Border, Master Wu Xiao. Did you think I came unprepared? Two Clan Village's head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. What's the point of all this? Wu Xiao walked forward and used Gu worms to investigate Meng Qiuzhen and said, reporting to village head, this captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her abruptly, not only will her soul dissipate immediately, it will even cause a backlash on the attacker and cause them to get badly poisoned. Two Clan Village's head nodded. Precisely so. I asked for you to come here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path, you can use soul healing methods and are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, only you can resist the Mushroom Man poison path methods, while preserving their souls at the same time. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head, I am flattered. Please watch me as I use my methods now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move on Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted. Intense pain assaulted him as his body shuddered. Cold sweat broke out. The dream realm intensified at this moment, causing his soul foundation to dwindle. Stop it. Don't you want to know their location? I'll tell you directly. Isn't that enough? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. Do you think I will believe you? Wan Er, I know you too well. Saying such words is an insult to my intelligence. Two Clan Village's head snorted and waved his sleeves in anger. Meng Qiuzhen pretended to cry out in agony. I am telling the truth. Two Clan Village's head was enraged. You dare to lie further. Meng Qiuzhen pretended to have broken down. I can't take it anymore, I'll tell you everything. Two Clan Village's head waved his hand. Say no more, I will soul search you either way. Meng Qiuzhen shut his mouth at this moment. He was certain now. At this juncture, he needed to pass the Dream Realms test. Some Dream Realms were like this, they could only be passed after expending Soul Foundation. If one's Soul Foundation was too low, they would die in this Dream Realm. Guh. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He took several steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat. He panted heavily. There was purple blood flowing down his lips. Amazing, impressive. A poison within a poison. To think that there is such an amazing method in the world. To think that I was actually hit by it, it seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned his gaze to Two Clan Village head, reporting, but this method has a drawback. What drawback? This is considered forceful soul search, the target would go insane. But their insane words are truthful thoughts. Two Clan Village's head did not even look at Huang Wan. He said without hesitation, please go ahead and use your method. There is no need to hold back. Yes. Wu Xiao immediately took action. A few moments later, Huang Wan went insane. She lost her mind completely. This was the first time Meng Qiuzhen had encountered such a situation. This condition directly influenced his thoughts as well. Tell me the Mushroom Man tribe's location. Two Clan Village's head asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but his words that came out were, la la la, my homeland exists in my heart. Huang Wan started to smile foolishly. How do I get into the Mushroom Man tribe's headquarters? Two Clan Village's head continued to ask. Use your legs to walk in, of course you can crawl too. Ha ha ha. Huang Wan started to laugh madly again. Two Clan Village head became anxious. He started to fire off questions. But even though Huang Wan spoke the truth each time, her replies were all nonsensical. Two clan village head did not get the answer he wanted. He looked towards Dr. Wu Xiao with an unkind gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was shocked too. Amazing! Too amazing! This mushroom's will is too strong. Even though she lost her mind and has fallen into insanity, she became even purer as a result. Each of her actions resonate with her true feelings. In her heart, she will definitely not betray her tribe, even if they exiled her. Two clan village head. There is nothing else I can do. You? Two clan village head was very angry. He controlled himself. Then Master Wu Xiao, you can go rest now. In the jail cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village head looked at Huang Wan and laughed coldly. Don't worry. Even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. If I cannot get an answer from you, I will capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and ask Master Wu Xiao to take action. I do not believe that I cannot find out the location of your Mushroom Man tribe. Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. The elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe were beside him. The night was dark. They had already stealthily arrived near Tu Clan village. Brother Xiaomi. Fang Tu secretly went to receive him. These years, Fang Tu had received the help of Huang Wan and Lu Tu. She started her cultivation journey and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had received immense help from Huang Wan. Because of her fortuitous encounter, she bore goodwill towards the mushroom men. How is the situation? Meng Qiuzhen asked immediately. Fang Tu answered. The village head is already prepared. Tomorrow morning, Auntie Huang Wan will face the trial publicly. She will be beheaded. On the other hand, I have already found out about the location where Lu Tu is kept in. Alright, we will split into two groups. One group will head to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other group will save Lu Tu and pass him those Gu worms that we prepared. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually lightened up. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. You came after all. Tu Clan village head laughed. Everything has gone according to leaders' estimations. The elders praised. Mother. On the other hand, Lu Tu also arrived with his reinforcements. Tu Clan village head frowned. You chose the other side after all. Forget it, today I will slay my kin in the name of justice. I will correct my past mistakes. Kill that pair of mother and son. Try your best to capture all the remaining mushroom men. Chaotic battle started. Tu Clan village soon gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set in the first place. The Mushroom Man tribe also predicted this, but there was no choice. Huang Wan was the former witch. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She could not be allowed to stay in Tu Clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Lu Tu fell into tough combat. They were surrounded by strong foes. To think that the day would come where we fight on the same side. Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi, smiling bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly laughed heartily. Don't worry, our reinforcements are here. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed once again as a large number of Mushroom Man Gu masters joined the fight. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader had gone all out. He led the entire tribe to attack Tu Clan village in a last-ditch attempt. To win or to die trying. There was no other possible outcome. Most of Tu Clan village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Because of their temporarily weakened defenses, the Mushroom Man army actually broke in and charged all the way into Tu Clan village. An intense battle erupted. The village head and tribe leader were both rank 5. They fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's alliance became the crucial element that could break this stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first alliance, they had immense coordination in working together. Both of them had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they joined hands, their battle strength rose greatly. Even Tu Clan village's head could not resist them. In the end, the Mushroom Man tribe won while Tu Clan village suffered a terrible loss. The remaining Gu masters escaped into the prison, resisting with all their might, desperately attempting to survive. Meanwhile, Tu Clan village's head was heavily injured. He was on the brink of death, captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. Mother, how are you? What happened to you? Lu Tu managed to save his mother in this chaotic battle after suffering huge injuries. but he found that Huang Wan had already gone mad. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, oh son, you must live in happiness and bliss. That is why I named you Lu Tu. Come, smile for mother. Show me a smile. Oh mother. Lu Tu was covered in tears. It was my fault. If I had not barged in, you would not have gotten hit by the village head. You would not be in such a state. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know what happened to your mother. Speak. Lu Tu roared. Tu clan village head who was heavily injured smiled and replied in a cold tone. Ha ha ha, your mother cannot be saved. She had gone completely insane. That's right, I caused it. This Dr. Wu Xiao is the direct culprit behind it as well. You will all die. Lu Tu's expression was distorted. He was about to make a move, but Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill him. Don't kill anyone. That is not good. You must be a kind person, you stupid rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lu Tu cried. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped as Lu Tu became stunned. Who are you calling mother? My son is right here. She grabbed Huang Xiaomi, patting the latter's chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Wan said proudly. My son is so strong and tall. He is such a wonderful lad. Oh son. Huang Wan was smiling earlier but suddenly, she cried. Mother let you down. I hid your identity from you and shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair might grow into a mushroom cap instead. Will you blame me? Lu Tu wept in agony as tears flowed like a river. But Huang Wan paid him no attention. She only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi in a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded as he acted. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my wonderful mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy as she said, Stupid rascal. I'm glad you forgive me. But don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. I want you to live in peace and happiness. That is all I want. Let them off. Conflict and slaughter only breeds deeper conflict and hatred. It will make you empty. It will torture you. It will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you will not be Alu anymore. The surrounding people were silent. Even Tu clan village head was the same. You want me to spare these people? Lu Tu's eyes were red. He clenched his fists as his expression became distorted with rage. How can I do that? He forced that question out through the cracks between his teeth. Tu clan village head smiled coldly. He had already lost completely. He became disheartened. He had no fear towards death. But Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, There is hope. There is still hope. Your mother still has a chance of regaining her sanity. Lu Tu grabbed Wu Xiao's shoulder and lifted him up. Tell me, what method is it? Wu Xiao quickly answered. Even though your mother is mad, she still has a bit of her mind left in her. Look at her actions and words. They are pure and sincere. This is her inner heart. As long as you do not go against her wishes, in time, her condition will not aggravate. Her mind will grow and recover. After that, with my healing, she will definitely be able to recover. There is still hope. Wu Xiao shouted for his life. In order to live, he did not give up any opportunities. Bam! Lu Tu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! Lu Tu raised his head to the sky and shouted in pain and agony. His two enemies were right in front of him. They were completely defenseless, but he could not take revenge. For the sake of his mother, he had to follow her wishes. Fine, for my mother's sake, I will spare you two today. Lu Tu gritted his teeth. He used so much force that his teeth were bleeding. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhan's soul returned to his body. He sighed deeply to himself. To think that Paradise Earth had such an arduous and difficult life. Heroes often experience difficulties beyond an ordinary man. No wonder he had no hair in the depiction of his appearance that was left behind in history. But that green beast tattoo is also gone. Paradise Earth is actually the mixed blood of human and mushroom man? How did he become venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was still young, he had a rash temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from any other person. How did he end up being the person he was? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen many questions, and they could not be answered for now. But the fact was that his attainment level had risen. Feng Yuan's Earth Path attainment level jumped to Great Grandmaster. Not only that, his Poison Path attainment also rose to Great Grandmaster. Before this, Feng Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. This dream realm that Paradise Earth left behind contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Feng Yuan took a risk to raise his Dream Path clone into an immortal. The gains were quite apparent now. Not only were Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path elevated to Great Grandmaster, even Luck Path and Ice and Snow Path were Grandmaster now. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Dark Path were also at Master level. After passing Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, he only had a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Feng Yuan would definitely be able to use up all of these Dream Realms. At this moment, he had basically no weakness in most cultivation paths. However, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and Pill Path were still blank. This could not be helped. These paths did not exist in any of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms. This might be part of Spectral Soul's plan, or maybe even he did not have attainment in those paths. After all, they were produced after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era. Meanwhile, Painting Path was kept in the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He did not let any information leak out. It was even more secretive than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance. Moreover, a portion of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms were taken by Feng Jinhuang while pursuing Feng Yuan. But she obtained very few Dream Realms. It was not worth it for Feng Yuan to take them back. After all, Feng Jinhuang had immense luck. After becoming an Earth Path Great Grandmaster, Feng Yuan immediately started to modify the details of his Earth Vein project. He saved a lot of cost and reduced the time needed for it. Looking at the time, Ku Xianhong should have already arrived in southern borders Wu Clan and met with Wu Yong. Feng Yuan counted and planned. Southern border. Wu Yi Mountain Wu Clan's headquarters. In a hall, Ku Xianhong had a faint smile as he greeted politely. Ku Xianhong pays respects to Wu Clan's first supreme elder. Wu Yong sat and smiled. Esteemed envoy, no need to be so polite. Ku Xianhong spoke openly and straightforwardly. I came here with Fan Wind Gu. It has already been refined and raised successfully. Please do examine it now. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So quickly? Does Feng Yuan have a method to refine fake Immortal Gu? Is he here to scam me? He received it and checked thoroughly. There were no flaws at all. It is a genuine rank 8 Immortal Gu. But how can Feng Yuan refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong was uncertain again. In his mind, Feng Yuan's main traits were craftiness, viciousness, shamelessness, unscrupulous, and ruthlessness. This number 1 demon in the world could not be assessed using common sense. Envoy, please hold on. Our Wu Clan Gu Immortal will come and check it. Wu Yong answered. Wu Clan had their own refinement path Gu refinements, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not specialized in refinement path, they were best at wind path. Not only in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was first-rate in wind path. After a few minutes, Wu Yong received information that rank 8 Fan Wind Gu was the real thing, it could not be fake. Wu Yong had a complex emotion. Immortal Gu were unique because rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine, they had an extremely important significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals did not even have one rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, old ancestor Shui who lost everything that he had worked to accumulate for many years on snowy mountain blessed land after trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Of course, this was because his ambitions clashed with heavenly courts and longevity heaven's benefits. Even though the world has been changing in the last few years, with the movement of earth veins and rampaging of chi tides, a vast amount of immortal material surfaced, it will likely cause a large increase in rank 8 Immortal Gu. But for ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals, especially the lone Immortals, they will still face problems getting one rank 8 Immortal Gu. To think that my Wu Clan has gained a new rank 8 Immortal Gu. Wu Yong was happy but also gained increasing wariness regarding Feng Yuan. Even though I know that Fong Yuan had annexed Lang sect, it is still hard to believe that his refinement path ability has become so incredible. It feels like he had an easy time refining a rank 8 fan wine goo with no problems encountered at all. On the other hand, Ku Xian Hong added, since you have checked it, which 2 immortal goo does your clan want to refine next? I can bring them both back next time. Wu Yong became hesitant. Should he pass the 7-faced prestige wind goo to Ku Xian Hong? If he could refine 8-faced prestige wind goo, Wu Yong would gain a huge boost in strength. But precisely so, 7-faced prestige wind goo was extremely important. If he gave it to Fong Yuan and the latter snatched it, what would he do? Come to think of it, there are many options. At this moment, Wu Yong felt that 3 chances were too few. He would want nothing more than to raise all of Wu Clan's immortal goo to rank 8. To think that you acted so quickly, I am quite spoiled for choice at the moment. I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay here and give me 3 days to consider? Wu Yong asked. Wu Bachong heard this and added, urging Ku Xian Hong. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time you've come to Wu Clan. Let us host you and bring you around. All right. Ku Xian Hong smiled lightly. I do like Wu Clan style a lot. I'll trouble you with my stay. As for First Supreme Elder's considerations, I understand. In fact, I have been tasked with another mission. I wonder if your clan would like to undergo another transaction with us. What transaction? Wu Yong became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth who land. It was akin to a quasi-rank 9 immortal goo, but Fong Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong felt a slight heartache again. Ku Xian Hong explained the details while Wu Yong fell into contemplation. Wu Bachong shouted in shock. What? Fong Yuan wants to dig away our Wu clan's famous mountains? In return, he will refine rank 8 immortal goo for our Wu clan. Precisely. Ku Xian Hong nodded. Wu Bachong snickered. How can that be? Any famous mountain is a large resource point at least. Most of them are giant resource points, a select few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal goo, you are still using our immortal goo as the foundation to raise their rank. You are not giving us additional immortal goo. Furthermore, immortal goo are hard to feed. Rank 8 immortal goo are too. Even if they are refined, they will expend our resources. Yet, famous mountains are able to produce resources continuously. They will almost never dry out. You want to take our famous mountains. You are trying to cripple our foundation. What intentions do you have? What schemes are you up to? Towards the end, Wu Bachong was basically screaming in anger. But Ku Xian Hong was prepared for this. He spoke calmly. Not so at all. Elder Wu Bachong, you are too pessimistic about this. Think about it carefully. Your clan has just gotten many goo immortal seeds to undergo immortal ascension recently. But you only gained 6 new immortals, with most of them being external members. Even with more goo immortals, Wu Clan's territory is too big, you cannot defend it. Since that is the case, you might as well sell some territories. In that case, not only would Wu Clan have higher ranked immortal goo, you will even have sufficient manpower. Furthermore, Ku Xian Hong continued, immortal goo are unique. I am sure Elder Wu Bachong knows how priceless rank 8 immortal goo are. Immortal materials can be sold and bought, but can immortal goo be easily bought? They are unique, they can only be traded. Even if Treasure Yellow Heaven is the #1 market in the world, let me ask you, how many immortal goo have been traded in it over these years? The 5 regions are now one. The 5 regions' chaotic war cannot be avoided. Goo immortal battle strength is the most important thing. You can only consider the rest after having sufficient strength to defend yourself. A rank 8 immortal goo can cause your clan's strength to rise sharply. Not only can you protect yourself, you can invade others and gain a huge amount of wealth in war. This, Wu Bachong hesitated. Ku Xian Hong looked at Wu Bachong. He cast a secretive glance at Wu Yong without showing any signs, continuing to convince them. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters. They sold it to us recently. What? There is such a thing. Wu Bachong was stunned. Ku Xian Hong did not elaborate further. He took a step back. If Wu Clan does not want this trade, we will not force you. This time, Other than bringing back immortal goo for refinement, I also need to find other clans and undergo this trade with them. Wu Ba Chong's expression changed mildly. If Wu clan did not deal with Fang Yuan but the other clans did, their battle strength would surge instead. Even if they give up on resources now and lose future potential, what if they decide to expand through invasion? By then, if Wu clan refuses to work with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would be surpassed by other clans. By then, Wu clan would fall from their throne of the #1 southern border force. They would be bullied by others. Wu Yong tapped on the table with his finger as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business. He gives others no way of rejecting. However, even though Xian Hong is trying to convince us, he is not wrong about it. This trade is sensible, but we need to control the extent of our dealing. At almost the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Gon Ni pays respects to Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt before Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gon Ni was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was quite deep. At this moment, she held for rank 8 immortal goo and handed them over respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected them for some time and felt pleased. Gon Ni, you are our Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path expert indeed. Since the Fate War until now, you received my orders and refined for rank 8 immortal goo. You have made a huge contribution. Gon Ni quickly answered. It was all thanks to Master's luck path methods. Otherwise, with just my mere talent, we could not have refined so many rank 8 immortal goo in these few years. But because of that, Longevity Heaven's luck fell greatly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun interrupted her as he waved his hand. In this world, there are losses where there are gains. To refine these immortal goo, luck expenditure was a necessary investment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took one of these 4 immortal goo and observed it carefully in front of him. This goo had a peculiar shape. It was cubic and resembled a wooden box. This was imitation goo. It was 8th place on the list of mystical goo, originating from thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If one placed this goo with any immortal goo in the world together for some time, the goo cultivator could activate imitation goo to turn itself into that immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, but imitation goo could bypass this logic to some extent. However, the imitated goo could not compare to the real one in power. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked Heavenly Court for human chi immortal goo and failed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took another path, refining imitation goo and turning it into human chi immortal goo. Next, with this human chi immortal goo as the core, he established 88 True Yang building. Other than this imitation goo, the other 3 rank 8 immortal goo were all blood path immortal goo. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered, the 10 children of human path came out of the painting world, returning to the real world. We are finally back. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down those 2 new paintings. We were nurtured by Heavenly Court, but the time is up. We needed to leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take it down entirely, the situation has been set. There are so many beast tamers in the painting world. Even cultivators have appeared. Moreover, with the deep foundation that we created, there is no chance of failure. That's true. After the 10 children of human path conversed for some time, their sex goo immortals arrived to bring them back. Qin Dingling and the rest concealed their traces, watching the scene unfold before them. These 10 people are the human path immortal seeds of our heavenly court. Regardless of the results from this crazed demon cave expedition, we need to nurture these people, invest fully in them. Qin Dingling announced. Yes, madam. The Goo Immortal in charge listened to Qin Dingling's words and engraved it in his mind. Let's go. Qin Dingling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City moved. The huge city flew up again, heading straight from Central Continent with unparalleled momentum. The target was crazed Demon Cave. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, several variant human men gathered into a circle. They were busily engaging in an important business. Slowly, slowly. Guys, relax a little. Don't be so anxious. Faster, faster. I can't endure it anymore. Bam. A loud sound was heard. A gigantic hill landed on the ground. This hill was not tall, it did not have clear waters of beautiful vegetation. There were mostly dust rocks and ironclad stones on the mountain, causing it to look gray in most areas. And most amazingly, this entire hill was completely silent. Even though there were many life forms, when Gu Immortal spoke here, no sound could be transmitted unless they used specific methods. This was Silent Hill. It had the same reputation as Western Desert's anti-sound desert, famous in the world. Any sound path killer move used here would be greatly weakened and suppressed. Silent Hill was a famous mountain in southern border, but because it produced little resources, it had not been very useful to anyone. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys all over the place to negotiate in transactions. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan as a result. These variant human Gu Immortals moved in groups. They were in charge of moving Silent Hill back into a specific location of the sovereign immortal aperture. But relocation was just the first step. Next, they had to develop its mountain roots. The one in charge of this was a Rockman Gu Immortal. He activated a method as Silent Hill's mountain roots began to grow rapidly, stabbing into the surrounding environment. Deeper! Go deeper! The leader instructed as he suddenly sighed. Sigh! Why did you stop? Are you finished so quickly? The Rockman Gu Immortal said impatiently. Say, leader, can you keep quiet? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. It is very exhausting to influence and manipulate its mountain roots. But the leader said, that's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low. When will you become a rank 8? The Rockman Gu Immortal rolled his eyes. Boss, I was still rank 6 some time ago. I only went to pass the tribulation and reached rank 7 because of our master. I also want to reach rank 8, but that is just too difficult. The other Gu Immortals quickly spoke. Leader is right, in our group, you're the only one that can deal with the mountain roots, allowing them to grow thick and long. If you were stronger, we would complete our mission to a greater extent. We would receive better rewards as well. You are in charge of the mountain veins. Your contribution is the highest among us. I heard that you went to sleep recently? I have not slept in 2 months. I have been doing mountain relocation missions the entire time. Master has such grand ambitions and inspirations. He is managing a project to create artificial earth veins. But this plan will eventually be completed. Aren't we grabbing onto this chance when it is available to us? Look at the other groups, the more missions they complete, the fewer we will have for ourselves. The other Gu Immortals stared at the Rockman Gu Immortal. They had a look of expectation and disappointment. The Rockman Gu Immortal was very helpless. Don't you guys know? We Rockmen have no lack of sleep in our lives. Because our bodies are too heavy, it is a huge burden on our soul. We need to sleep to pacify our soul. Then use the liver life formation. I already used it. On Master's contribution board, aren't there soul path methods to raise your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path, soul path methods are less effective on me. Instead of using my contribution points on them, I might as well raise my earth path attainment instead. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing. Let's pool our funds and help our little Rockman brother. Let's gather some points and raise his soul foundation. The other Gu Immortals agreed together. Right now, the Rockman Gu Immortal was their group's weakness. If he got stronger, the entire group would benefit from it. Fang Yuan handed out all sorts of missions. They were created after wisdom path deductions. Their contents were simple, but they had deep meaning. Be it the difficulty of the mission or the content itself, Gu Immortals often had to cooperate with others. It was hard to do any mission alone. This gave the Gu Immortals of various races a chance to work together intimately. After a long period of cooperation, they naturally developed camaraderie and friendship. Thus, within the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the different tribes and races were seamlessly fusing together into one big community. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others. They were all working together, contributing blood and sweat for the sake of building their wonderful homeland. Excellent, Silent Hill has been relocated already. All the famous mountains are distributed around the mini-5 regions. The most basic requirement has been met. We can now start developing the earth vein. Fang Yuan had been paying huge attention to the famous mountain relocation plan. After seeing the situation over at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the Earth Vein, he had already created many immortal formations in the important areas of the Mini-5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed as immortal essence was expended. The immortal formations started to activate on their own. The ground of the Mini-5 regions was shaking with greater intensity as time passed. The variant humans living in the various areas were lost and confused, while some showed expressions of joy. What is happening? Is there another earthquake? Most of the Mortal Goo Masters did not understand the situation. Master has started to take action. Oh heavens! He is affecting the entire Mini-5 regions in one go. This is truly a huge project. The Goo Immortals sensed the situation. They all felt intense joy and also deeper admiration towards Fang Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to rumble, but the extent was not too severe. There was not much loss from this. An earth vein started to form in a chain due to the effect of the Goo formations in various areas, using the famous mountains as its various nodes. This earth vein crossed through the Mini-5 regions. It was present in Mini-Eastern Sea, Mini-Central Continent, Mini-Northern Plains, Mini-Southern Border, and Mini-Western Desert. If one looked from above, this earth vein would resemble an irregular geometric shape. The lines were very clear and simple. It barely covered the area of half the Mini-5 regions. The earth vein was successfully constructed. The ground returned to normal. The immortal formations of various places came to a halt. They were basically fueled by immortal materials that were almost completely expended. The formations were now incomplete and could not be used again. Fang Yuan started to carefully assess the outcome. He was very patient and thorough. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction. It had gone according to plan. The entire earth vein was created perfectly. No flaws could be observed. Of course, this had to do with the simple design of the artificial earth vein. It was simply too crude. The truth was, the hardest part of the artificial earth vein project was not the creation of the earth vein. The problem was the way to gather enough famous mountains to use as the nodes of the various regions' earth vein. The second hardest thing was the method to create an artificial earth vein. The earth vein is completed in its initial state. It is quite crude now and does not have an immediate impact on the entire sovereign immortal aperture. In fact, it might even cause problems to occur frequently during this initial period. But after some time, when things go back to normal, the sovereign immortal aperture will become more stable than before. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. He withdrew his attention from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to inspect his luck again. With one glance, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Joy was expressed in his gaze. The creation of his artificial earth vein had a huge effect on his luck. His luck was originally a grand pillar of silver light, but it was quite loose like cloud soil. It could scatter with one touch. Now, even though the silver pillar was smaller, it became more condensed. This was quite an assuring development. But the luck of the other venerables has also grown stronger. Fang Yuan frowned to himself. At the top of the silver light pillar, 3 clouds were looming over it. They represented star constellation Immortal Venerable, giant sun Immortal Venerable, and spectral soul demon Venerable. Star Constellation's cloud was still in control of the first level. It had expanded slightly. Spectral Soul was at the second level, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was at the third. But there was an odd scene now. Star Constellation's cloud seemed to be devouring Spectral Soul's cloud. This scene was quite confusing to Fang Yuan. He had many guesses in his mind, but he was not certain about anything. There was also another transformation. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, yellow-brown dust started to spin around it again. This earthy dust moved around the silver light pillar, seemingly stabilizing it. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan confirmed that the artificial earth vein plan was very useful to himself. He became even more resolved to continue this plan. But after getting an earth vein, I can no longer use myriad beings assimilation transformation. Fang Yuan reminded himself. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation Killer Move was the ultimate method of Beast Calamity Immortal. It contained the highest profundity of transformation path, able to turn Dao marks of all other paths into transformation path Dao marks. It could even influence heaven path Dao marks. Thus all sorts of tribulations could turn into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not use it anymore. This move that transformed Dao marks had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's habitat. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now. Ignoring anything else, just refinement path Dao marks alone amounted to over 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly turned into another path's Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt to the change. By then, a huge issue would occur in the environment. The terrifying tribulation that occurs would have unimaginable consequences. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water, but the water turned into lava. It was easy to guess the outcome of the fish. In the past, when Fang Yuan used myriad beings' assimilation transformation, the sovereign immortal aperture's development was still quite low. There were very few life forms inside. At that time, he also had far fewer Dao marks. If he used myriad beings' assimilation transformation now, there would be too many Dao marks transformed, it could not be done. But if he transformed fewer Dao marks instead, against venerables, it would not have any purpose in combat. Immortal killer move. Heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body went from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peered into the clouds, frost energy emanated from it. Its mountain roots were cut already. Fang Yuan was here to retrieve it after the preparations were done. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and sneaked into Wu Clan. He had gotten into conflict with Xia Clan over this mountain. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snowpath resources. However, the originally white and beautiful Frosty Peak was now littered with holes all over as a result of excessive excavation. Not only was it ugly, the production of resources was also affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu Clan. At this moment, there were many Gu Immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu Immortals that Fang Yuan dispatched, Wu Clan's Gu Immortals were here as well. Wu Yong was among them. Fang Yuan, have you been well? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet him, showing a complex expression at the same time. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If the pursuit of Fang Yuan had just ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to him at all. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Wu Yong would not dare to approach him. There was a threat of getting killed. It was too dangerous. But now was different. Fang Yuan had an entire series of methods for foreign affairs. He engaged in transactions with many major forces without using brute strength. The initial effect might be small, but after so long, super forces like Wu Clan, Fang Clan, and Chai Clan could see that Fang Yuan was someone who could work with principles and rules. After these super forces reassessed Fang Yuan, they decided to work with him. It was not easy to reach this stage. Would a rabbit have the guts to make transactions with a wolf? But this man in front of me achieved this feat. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan while feeling complicated internally. Wu Yong was a current generation hero. His talent and aptitude were top-rate even among rank 8 Gu Immortals. Seeing Fang Yuan's actions these days, even Wu Yong sighed to himself as he developed feelings of admiration. Having strength but not abusing it or bullying the weak casually, this was not something easy to achieve. On the surface, this seemed like the demeanor of someone with self-control and an understanding that one could not abuse their advantage or they would eventually falter. But the truth was, he was unaffected by greed or ambition. His logic had always suppressed other emotions. In the current world, no, throughout time, throughout the history of mankind, how many people could reach this stage? Fang Yuan could even make these weaker forces undergo transactions with him without worries. Initially, there was only Wu Clan, but Wu Yong soon found that almost all super forces were transacting with him. They sold some useless famous mountains in exchange for the chance to refine rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. It showed that Fang Yuan had incredible interpersonal skills. Be it through threatening or temptation, even if he used other methods, the result was that he succeeded. Fang Yuan is truly an incredible person. Even though he started from the demonic path, his mannerism and mindset has never been restrained by shallow ideas like factions. He can be righteous or demonic, he can either help the world or cause chaos in the world. Everything depends on the methods he adopts. Even throughout history, such a demon is truly the most terrifying. Being born in the same generation as this person is also my blessing. Wu Yong was wary of Fang Yuan. He had felt disappointment and rage because of Fang Yuan. But he had also gained morale and inspiration. He even saw the beauty of life because of Fang Yuan. Because from Fang Yuan he saw himself, it was a testament to his own ideals. He had too many similarities with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's series of actions during this period allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's vision. He knew that Fang Yuan was someone who saw 10 steps ahead of each action. Since everyone's opinions and actions have changed because of Fang Yuan, why can't I try to cooperate even more deeply with him? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong developed this thought. What to do with an enemy you could not beat? The best way was to cooperate with them, to turn from enemies to allies. Cooperating with Fang Yuan had huge potential for gains. It was very helpful to Wu clan. Wu Yong was someone with high restraint, but he also had the honor of the righteous path. Except that the honor of an ambitionist like him was worth less than a piece of paper. As long as the benefits were high enough, Wu Yong could tear this paper into pieces with no second thought. Thus, Wu Yong took the initiative to come and meet with Fang Yuan personally. He wanted to talk and try to see if he could deepen their cooperation. Seeing Wu Yong, Fang Yuan also revealed a faint smile. Wu Yong had once chased after his life, but so what? If you can kill me, that is testament to your strength. This is a world where the strongest survive. If I die because of you, that is because I am weak. It is my own lack of capability. It is my fault. The weak were devoured by the strong. Was this not a natural thing? Thus, in Fang Yuan's heart, he had never felt any pointless hatred or grudge. Wu Yong came here of his own accord. His intention to cooperate was obvious. Then let's cooperate. For Fang Yuan, working with Wu clan had benefits and gains too. Wu Yong was the leader of the Southern Alliance, while Wu clan was the #1 superforce in Southern Border. They would become a role model for other forces if they chose to cooperate. Like how Fang Yuan traded with other forces for famous mountains. He had used Wu clan's transaction records to tempt them. But just when Fang Yuan was about to talk with Wu Yong, a Gu Immortal flew over in the sky. This Gu Immortal was dressed in a gray hemp garment and conical hat. He had a muscular body and a chin that was wide and thick. It was Lu Wei-yin. He had always been calm and composed, but now he showed an anxious expression. Lu Wei-yin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you. What's the matter?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Wei-yin flew towards Fang Yuan, casting a glance at Wu Yong but not greeting him. Wu Yong became quite curious. He had never seen Lu Wei-yin in such a frantic state. Lu Wei-yin spoke directly in front of Fang Yuan. "Lord Fang Yuan, do you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought Heavenly Court's immortals from Central Continent straight towards Northern Plains' Crazed Demon Cave?" "Oh!" Fang Yuan's expression moved slightly. Lu Wei-yin continued, "Star constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she joins up with Heavenly Court, they will be able to work together. Crazed Demon Cave's situation will be very dangerous. There is no time. We need to head there immediately and take control of the situation." "What?" Wu Yong heard this and felt incredibly shocked. What in the world was going on? Why were Heavenly Court and Crazed Demon Cave involved in something? Wu Yong was very perceptive. He immediately realized that this was an incredibly important fight. Regardless of the result, it would definitely affect the entire Gu Immortal world, as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Wei-yin. "Your information network is really broad. But don't worry. Don't be anxious. I still have matters to settle." Saying this, Fang Yuan used a method to put Frosty Peak into the Sovereign Immortal aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Wei-yin took off his hat as he stared with wide eyes, urging, "We are going against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. The location is also Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Cave, as well as that secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot lose our initiative in this fight." What? Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain? The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Wu Yong had more and more questions in his mind. He felt more anxious as well. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. I know that you want to make contributions. I've already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will help you. But I have my own judgment towards the situation. If I do not use my time to strengthen myself, how can I go up against the Venerables? There is no need to rush me any further. This, Lu Wei-yin pondered without speaking further. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong as he smiled again. Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can expand the scale of transactions. For example, Moon Bowl, Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, or Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian and others. Wu Yong showed a difficult expression. These famous mountains have higher value than Frosty Peak. The true value of Phoenix Peak is that phoenixes will gather every year to lay eggs. If you take the mountain, it might not have great value anymore. As for Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian or Corpse Mountain, they are things that Wu clan needs. Not long ago, we obtained the enslavement path true inheritance of the Corpse Emperor. We are trying to develop and use it. These two mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as the price is reasonable, we can consider selling it. Wu Yong spoke with a sincere tone, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. He had been anticipating this conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Wei-yin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was drawn away to the issue instead. Fang Yuan negotiated with Wu Yong for some time. Lu Wei-yin was left unattended beside them. Fang Yuan truly needed more famous mountains now. Even though the earlier transactions were helpful, they were mostly useless mountains. But if Wu clan led the transaction, this huge deal between Fang Yuan and Southern Border's super forces could go one step further. After the discussion, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. All right, I'll see you both another time. Lu Wei-yin stretched out his hand. Lord Fang Yuan. Before leaving, Fang Yuan cast a cold glance at him. I have other matters to attend to. Lu Wei-yin could not speak any of the words that he had bottled up inside. At the next moment, heaven and earth travel was activated. Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. He really had things to do. This time, he went to Rotten Mud Mountain and took the mountain. Sigh! Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply to himself. Wu Yong smiled. We have not met for some time. Why don't we? Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. When I am free, I will definitely visit Wui Mountain. Saying so, Lu Wei-yin left. He did not have the mood to explain things to Wu Yong. Wu Yong also had a bunch of bottled-up questions. He felt horrible internally. He immediately turned his gaze towards the variant human goo immortals that were present. His smile did not change. He asked these people. But what did these variant human goo immortals know? The leader replied calmly. Without Master's permission, how can us subordinates speak out of line? Please do not blame us. Lord Wu Yong. We need to continue moving the mountains. Wu Yong was helpless as he watched these people leave. Even though he spoke to Fang Yuan and achieved his original goal, Wu Yong could not be happy. He sensed acutely that he was starting to get left behind by Fang Yuan and others. He had no idea what was going on in Crazed Demon Cave, for example. No wonder Fang Yuan is trying to work with the major forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived? One can only imagine the pressure he is facing. Maybe I should use this to haggle for more conditions with Fang Yuan? After understanding Fang Yuan's difficulties, Wu Yong started to develop some thoughts. Wait! His eyes burst with bright light. Lu Wei-yin could have transmitted those words to Fang Yuan. Why did he speak in front of me purposely? It is likely that I can gain more information by asking him. He rejected me earlier to try to raise his status and get a higher price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly internally. He knew that if he contacted Lu Wei-yin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask for information, how could he know if there was a chance to benefit from this situation? Immemorial white heaven. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind as a result. After preparation, he activated his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like what he did earlier, Fang Yuan did not annex this Grotto Heaven wholly. He chose to split it into different portions and place them into the sovereign immortal aperture's various areas. Of course, because this was a Rockman Earthpath Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini-5 regions, only a small portion ended up in the Mini-9 heavens. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, as profound light faded, a mountain range appeared in Mini-Central Continent out of nowhere. It's here, our tribe's myriad ravine mountain range. Sure Sanbai was incredibly excited. Yes, this is our former sacred mountain, but now that it is inside the sovereign immortal aperture, it has become quite ordinary. Sure Guabai had a complex expression. He felt dejected but also happy. These few Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were the Gu immortals of this former grotto heaven. But they were sent into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal Gu. They were simply on a whole new level than before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu immortals flew into myriad ravine mountain range. Greetings to Supreme Ancestor. The ancestors have finally returned. Myriad Ravine Mountain Range still had a large number of Rockman Gu masters. After seeing the Rockman Gu immortals, they cheered loudly. Indeed, this is our new home. We have a bright future living here. After the Rockman Gu immortals gave them a speech, they started to take action. They had missions to do. This Myriad Ravine Mountain Range was a famous mountain too. It was going to be one of the cores of an earth vein. Fang Yuan spent several hours annexing this earth path grotto heaven. During the process, certain changes developed in various places across the sovereign immortal aperture. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King held the fort as he observed the commotions in the sovereign immortal aperture along with other Gu immortals. During this period of time, Master annexed several grotto heavens and caused the Dao marks to rise in number. It can be expected that the various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture will have increasing commotion over time, with rising intensity. Isn't this good? The more incidents there are, the more missions we have to do. Sigh. When will our tribe's grotto heaven be annexed by Master? The Gu immortals talked among themselves, feeling expectant towards their future prospects. Their mindsets had already changed drastically. In the past, they were against Fang Yuan annexing their grotto heavens, but now the situation was different. They looked forward to it. It was as if they could not gain their master's acknowledgement if their grotto heaven had not been annexed. Many Gu immortals who had their immortal apertures annexed felt that they were a true part of the sovereign immortal aperture. They felt superior to the Gu immortals of the two heavens. Lord Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin shouted. He flew over from afar. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled. It has been tough on you. You came all the way here to immemorial White Heaven. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. He said in an urgent tone, Lord Fang Yuan, you must know why I came here. Let's set off now. Do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Gu house flew from immemorial Black Heaven to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan nodded. Many people saw that. The immortal Gu house should be the one that giant sun Immortal Venerable left behind. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, right? Indeed. Lu Wei-yin nodded continuously, staring at Fang Yuan. Right now, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court have moved. If we still do not start taking action, we are going to lose this prime opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded. Fine, let's go. Really? Lu Wei-yin heard the answer he wanted, but he could not believe it. These last days he had used information path methods to urge Fang Yuan to go, but he kept on refusing it. To think that Fang Yuan was actually going to move now. Can I confirm when Lord Fang Yuan will go? Lu Wei-yin was still in disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. How about now? Lu Wei-yin was overjoyed. Lord Fang Yuan is truly resolute. That is the best answer. Let's go. Let's go. The truth was, Fang Yuan had already decided to go to Crazed Demon Cave now. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels rose accordingly. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Refinement Path, Time Path, Enslavement Path, Great Grandmaster, Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path, Grandmaster, Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, sword path, human path, wood path, food path, phantom path, luck path, ice and snow path, master, dream path, space path, metal path, wind path, cloud path, lightning path, information path, light path, sound path. As for the remaining paths like bone path, they were not at master level yet, but he still had some progress. Heaven path was the same. Even though he did not reach spectral souls level, Fang Yuan's attainment levels were already top rate in the current world. Be it breadth or depth, he could be considered the number one person in the world. After all, Spectral Soul lost his attainment levels after leaving behind the Dream Realms, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun would not retain their Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels even if they revived now. Of course, he still had insufficiencies. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and others, they were completely blank. These paths were just too rare. Painting Path was intentionally concealed by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, while Weapon Path was crudely created by Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortal Che Wei recently. With the rise of attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex more Grotto Heavens. The sovereign immortal aperture reached its limit once again. If there was some time to digest the new gains, the sovereign immortal aperture would become more stable. But there was neither time nor opportunity. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan found that the situation had worsened again. Even though there was still leeway, it had clearly gotten quite severe. With a resolute decision, Fang Yuan immediately went to Northern Plains with Lu Wei-yin. Ever since that pursuit battle over Fang Yuan ended, he had already used all his time to the limit, recuperating and raising his strength as much as he could. Now it was time to face the Venerables head-on. Years had passed. Fang Yuan returned to Crazed Demon Cave again. Initially, when he first came here, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by an alliance agreement. Now he looked down towards Crazed Demon Cave, ready to engage in battle with Venerables. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was a huge land of yellow soil. This was a huge cave. It was almost circular at the entrance, spanning hundreds of kilometers. It looked extremely grand. Inside the cave, there was a lush rain forest, filled with the colors yellow and green. Desolate beasts formed into groups, vines and trees tangled together. Growling could be heard everywhere. It was a primitive sight. "We will go down from there," Lu Wei-yin said. "No rush." Fang Yuan raised his hand. "These immortal materials are useful to me." He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Many variant human Gu immortals were let out. These Gu immortals were talking among themselves. They went down in groups, causing chaos in the entire first layer. "Quick! There is a desolate plant here. Dig it up. Bring it back. Oh, there's a group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's work together." "Squeak, squeak!" the monkey group cried out together. "These rocks are immortal materials. Bring them back. Bring them all back. These are all contribution points." The Gu immortals worked enthusiastically. They were like a group of bandits that entered a mortal village. Even though the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave had wild beasts and plants, Fang Yuan's subordinates were superior in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gu immortals among them that possessed rank 8 immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was completely looted. Lu Wei-yin watched with a dazed expression. In just this short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Didn't their strength rise too absurdly? "I have too many people under me. Our resource expenditure is very high, especially when I made the artificial earth vein recently. This is really embarrassing." Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Wei-yin quickly waved his hand. "Of course not. I feel admiration towards you instead. In the current world, only Lord Fang Yuan is capable of making use of these chaotic immortal materials. Because Crazed Demon Cave had demonic sounds at set intervals, Dao marks would become chaotic and all the immortal materials would be useless. Living beings would rampage and lose their senses. Even rank 8 Gu immortals became lunatics in such an environment. A while later, the first layer that was filled with vitality became a barren land. The variant human Gu immortals were still not satisfied as they brought the vast amount of resources back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin went into the second layer after that. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small. The large ones were like huge elephants, the small ones were like pebbles. These goo materials also had chaotic Dao marks, but they were mostly made of fire path and earth path Dao marks. Take them all, Fang Yuan ordered. The variant human goo immortals moved again. They swept the area like a locust swarm, emptying the entire second layer. After that, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin went into the third layer. The third layer was covered in dense fog. It had a vast number of fogworms and cloud bamboos. These life forms were also senseless and chaotic. They were all taken down or chopped down and collected by the variant human goo immortals. There was even a fog city here, a ghost city of dead people. The goo immortals who died in crazed demon cave gathered together with vengeance and created this fog city. When Fang Yuan came here before, he avoided it as he had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered it, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog City? Mine. Take it away. After looting everything in his path, Fang Yuan arrived at the 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He spent much less time compared to his previous expedition. Back then, Fang Yuan was led by not immortal. They kept taking detours. The deeper they went, the more turns they had to make. Sometimes the straight distance seemed to be short, but they had to make a long detour. With their strength back then, detours actually saved them more time than taking a straight path. But now, Fang Yuan moved unhindered. No matter what obstacles he met along the way, he placed them all into the sovereign immortal aperture. The 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with bright colors. The rocks, grass, soil, and trees were all shining in bright lights. Every piece of soil or rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were chaotic. They could not be used at all. Of course, that was the case for most goo immortals in the world. Fang Yuan was the exception, of course. As demonic sounds rang, Fang Yuan had already prepared himself. Back then, he was able to deal with the demonic sounds. Now it was simply too easy. Under the demonic sounds influence, Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer gathered together and formed large areas of beautiful rainbow lights. They were no longer as scattered and random as before. Such an incredible sight! Lu Wei-yin sighed in amazement. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Immortal Goo House Thieves Den Steel Dao Killer move activated. Large numbers of Dao marks were stolen, forming into corresponding rank 9 immortal materials within Thieves Denver. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure. They only had one path's Dao marks. They had immense value. Lu Wei-yin watched. He became tongue-tied. He estimated that in just over 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't he obtaining them simply too easily? Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin moved together. Everywhere they went, large areas of Dao marks vanished. The beautiful sight turned into something that resembled cheese gnawed by rats. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there were large pieces of black and white spots. Lu Wei-yin watched. His eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were too huge. The benefits were large enough for him to feel envy internally. Such wealth, he's earned a fortune. This is the first time I've seen anyone gain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Wei-yin shouted internally to himself. He could no longer guess how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. The only thing he knew, his gains were huge, enormous, unthinkable. Continuing to move forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. The burden of using Thieves' Den and the Killer Move Steel Dao along the way was not small, especially in terms of immortal essence expenditure. Lu Wei-yin became slightly worried. Lord Fang Yuan, do pay attention to your immortal essence storage. No need to worry. Fang Yuan smiled mildly. I have rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Wei-yin heard this and his expression froze before replying. Impressive, impressive, as befitting of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan saw 3 paths ahead again. One path was filled with golden light. Luck surged around it. It was the luck path left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One path was dark and horrifying. Killing intent filled it. It was the soul path left behind by Spectral Soul when he entered the 8th layer. One path was humble and plain, giving a virtuous aura. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's path. Because Lu Wei-yin had methods prepared beforehand, he could enter Paradise Earth's path. But Fang Yuan waved his hand. Thieves' Den activated. The three paths were completely devoured. They disappeared. A large number of rank 9 immortal materials were produced as a result. Lu Wei-yin moved his lips, but he did not manage to say anything. He followed Fang Yuan into the 8th layer wordlessly. Nothingness. This was a boundless void that resembled a huge ocean with no shore in sight. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin who entered were like two bugs in the ocean, extremely minuscule and insignificant. Fang Yuan had once come here. He had a deep impression of the place. In this boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, deriving brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer, but he did not succeed. This void was evidently the profundity of Phantom Path, but Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the location of the 9th layer's entrance. This time he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fang Yuan used his Phantom Path method. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his brows. The void here is different from the one I experienced last time, but Fang Yuan could not point out the exact difference. Even though he made huge progress in Phantom Path, he was still very far from understanding or breaking Limitless Demon Venerable's 8th layer arrangements. Please follow me. Lu Wei-yin activated a certain killer move and found his direction, leading the way. Fang Yuan followed after Lu Wei-yin. Along the way, he saw worlds created and destroyed. It was truly an extraordinary sight. But different from before, these worlds were moving along the void. No matter which world it was, they went in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally had some results. He was evidently moved. I understand now, this void is contracting. At the final moment, all of the worlds and heaven path Dao marks will be squeezed together. They will be completely fused into one. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's plan? Lu Wei-yin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to hurry and head there. The two immortals flew for a few more hours before finally seeing their destination. This is... Lu Wei-yin expressed shock on his face, because he did not just see Yellow Earth Great World. He also saw the worlds that Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus left behind. Fang Yuan squinted. The three great worlds are fusing into one. Not just that, there are also many small worlds following beside them. These worlds were motionless within the void. Each world was like a bubble. The three great worlds were the largest bubbles, being green, yellow, and red respectively. The three worlds were joined together at the center. The periphery was filled with smaller bubbles that were linked to the surface of the three great world bubbles. Oh no, Lord, please look. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the yellow bubble and said anxiously. Fang Yuan turned his gaze and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was currently attacked by the joint efforts of the other two great worlds. Even though the view outside the bubble was quite vague, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin could still sense the intensity of the battle inside. Especially when the connecting area of the three worlds was filled with corpses, it was the most intense area of the battle. Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not resist us. Let's go and reinforce them. Lu Wei-yin charged in like a falling meteor. Fang Yuan followed after him. His body was also shrouded in a yellow light. It was this yellow light that allowed them to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the Great World, the thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze the most was that huge mound at the center. This mound resembled a mountain. The mountain itself was quite flat. It looked man-made. But Fang Yuan could see the true essence of the mountain at first glance. This is Tomb Earth of the 10 Earths? This is such a huge tomb. This unprecedented tomb had a tombstone on it. The tombstone had 6 words written on it. Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Seemingly sensing Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan, the tomb suddenly emitted a grand pillar of light. It rose up into the skies, resembling a pillar that held up heaven itself. The entire battlefield froze. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it. The sacred tomb is shining. Heaven and earth can bear testament to it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of time, a huge roar erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a huge tsunami. The people of Yellow Earth Great World became energized and surged with morale. They started to counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Look at it. Forests and vegetation were abundant. It was filled with greenery and vitality, giving off an unfathomable aura. In this densely green world, there was a black and white mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were rows of chairs that extended downwards. The top 2 chairs were unoccupied, while Qin Dingling sat at the 4th seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin arrived after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin took the initiative to help Fang Yuan. Not only did he help to kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape. Lu Wei-yin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. After that, Paradise Earth's intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan became obvious. The Paradise Earth sacred tomb at the center of Yellow Earth Great World was also openly seen to everyone. The Gu Immortals of the 3 worlds knew of it. Thus, there was nothing strange about Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan showing up here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth as she said, "Currently, we need to split up into 2 groups. One group will advance and attack Yellow Earth Great World. The other will aid Demon Judgment Board in suppressing and resisting Savage Wilderness Great World, as well as restraining Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu Immortals, you can go conquer the small worlds in groups." Originally, our side was cooperating with Longevity Heaven to devour Yellow Earth Great World. But now that Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin showed up, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer meat on the chopping block. We can suffer losses if we are careless. Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Gu Immortal on the 3rd seat. "Lady Ming Hao, please allow this subordinate to use Divine Emperor City and personally lead the group invading Yellow Earth Great World to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Dingling was originally the leader of Heavenly Court, but here, she was only 4th place. She had to obey the 3 fairies at the top. Currently, the 1st and 2nd fairies were not around. Only the 3rd fairy Ming Hao was here to control the situation. This fairy Ming Hao had the appearance of a 3 to 4-year-old girl. She was cute and delicate. Her large eyes shined with sparkling starlight specks. She blinked her large and shiny eyes. She pondered before replying with a childish voice. "I've heard of Fang Yuan, but do you need to deal with him personally? Let them go instead." Saying so, her tiny arm waved as a Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain and landed in front of 2 Gu Immortals. These were neither human nor variant human Gu Immortals. One was an old tree with a thin and dry trunk. It had countless branches of different length but had no leaves on them. It had thin and long roots that number to 100. The tree's name was Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo that was green like jade. Its name was Qing Hao Zi. Qing Hao Zi floated in the air, casually and peacefully sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying on the mountain rock that seemed like a chair. Its branches wrapped around a small rock like a person resting his legs on a stool. It was very relaxed. After seeing the information path Gu worm, Mu Cha Lang stood up immediately. It extended its branches to nudge Qing Hao Zi. "Stop sleeping, stop sleeping. The sage has sent an order." Qing Hao Zi waved back and forth because of the nudge, but it did not land on the ground. After getting awakened, it straightened its body and remained in the air. "To think that we are going to move out so quickly." Next, the 2 immortals left the mountain, leading their troops to the front lines. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark gold palace floated in the sky. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Within the palace, Bing Sai Chuan sat on a cushion with 1 information path Immortal Gu on the tiny table in front of him. Several Gu Immortals were standing towards his left and right. Bing Sai Chuan stared at the information path Immortal Gu. He frowned slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin came together. It created a huge uncertainty in the battle of the 3 great worlds. What should Longevity Heaven, which occupied Savage Wilderness Great World, do? Should they retreat first or send more people to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Sai Chuan could not decide immediately. He thought for a while and cast his gaze towards the first person on his left. A fatty was sitting there. The fatty was lying down on the table, fast asleep. There was even saliva flowing out of his mouth, onto his sleeves and the table below. Bam, bam, bam. Bing Sai-chuan knocked on the table with his knuckle several times. The fatty was woken up by this noise. He opened his sleepy eyes and asked in a daze, "What happened?" Bing Sai-chuan withheld his anger. "Guy Mei, you are the heaven extremity. You cultivate wisdom path. The newest information is here. I want you to deduce what our following actions should be." Saying this, the information path Immortal Gu flew and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not use his hand to touch it. He looked into the Immortal Gu directly. His pupils shrank immediately. "What? That demon Fang Yuan is here." The fatty shrugged. "See, weren't my previous deductions correct?" Bing Sai-chuan knocked on the table again. "I want you to deduce what action our side should take for this situation. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was weak, with our control over Savage Wilderness Great World, and Heavenly Court's control over Green Lotus Great World. We could invade Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen ourselves before deciding the victor between us. But now that Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan appeared in Yellow Earth Great World, if we attack it by force, they might counterattack and expend our strength instead." Bing Sai-chuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the impact on the overall situation instead. After all, the current situation was more complex than before. The three worlds were resisting each other. If any two forces went ahead and fought too intensely, the third force would benefit. "Then let me deduce it." The fatty Gu Immortal, Heaven Extremity Guy Mei, waved his loose sleeves and stretched out 5 fat fingers. He pretended to make a deduction. "Oh, I deduced it. Let's follow our original plan," Guy Mei said. Bing Sai-chuan watched with a dumbfounded expression. "Can you use your Immortal Gu to activate a killer move and make a proper deduction?" Guy Mei blinked innocently. "What? How did you know I was pretending? You actually found out. You are so smart. You must be the wisdom path cultivator instead, right?" Veins bulged on Bing Sai-chuan's forehead. "Do you think you are Southern Borders, Wu Yong? You have no methods to conceal your aura. Hurry up and make a deduction." Guy Mei waved his wide sleeves again, exposing his 5 fat fingers. He was about to make a deduction when he suddenly sighed. "Sigh! Forget it, the killer move is too tiring to activate. Why don't we just ask our Lord Ancestor instead?" Bing Sai-chuan was livid with anger. He shouted, "Absolutely not. Our Lord is working with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce Limitless Demon Venerable's plot. How can we disturb him? Currently, Heavenly Court already has the initiative. They obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on our Lord to have any hope of catching up to Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you see the big picture?" Guy Mei pouted unhappily. "Stop calling me Heaven Extremity all the time. I didn't even want to be Heaven Extremity. You guys forced it on me." Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, tried to convince him. "Brother Guy, just help out and make the deductions. This is not just about the strength of Yellow Earth Great World. It also concerns Fang Yuan's possible actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no regard for his identity as a human. I am more worried that he might relocate the local Gu Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World and the ones he captures from our forces into the sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited the variant humans to become his subordinates and almost rejected nobody. In my opinion, it is likely he would do this. In that case, it might foil our Lord's plans." Jiao Hua spoke, trying his best to convince Guy Mei, but he still shook his head, smiling instead. "Actually, you guys don't have to be so worried. Isn't Heavenly Court just as worried as us? Let's see what Heavenly Court is doing now, wouldn't that do? They are guarded by star constellation Immortal Venerable. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. She is definitely better than me at deductions." Jiao Hua's expression froze. "Even so, if Heavenly Court deduces first, they will gain the initiative. If we join them in their plan, we will fall behind them. Regardless, I am not going to work." Guy Mei rolled his eyes as he went back to sleep on the table. Jiao Hua and Bing Sai-chuan stared at him angrily, but he completely ignored them. Charge with me. Force back all of these enemies. Charge." thousands of goo masters engaged in battle on the ground. The front lines looked disorderly, blood flowed everywhere. The sky was the battlefield for goo immortals as they fought. More than 10 goo immortals engaged in a chaotic battle at once. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's goo master army launched a powerful counterattack. While in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals were suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's sage had already descended. The goo masters were spirited and motivated. But in the battle between goo immortals, morale alone could not make up for their difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer goo immortals than Green Lotus Great World. This could not be helped. The three Great Worlds were made one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but it had a lot of internal conflict over the years. Green Lotus Great World was second, while Yellow Earth Great World was the most recent. After all, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent Venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had very few goo immortals to begin with. It was even attacked by the joint force of two other worlds. They had fewer and fewer goo immortals. Gradually, the situation was dire. Our sages have arrived. There is still hope. I will defend Yellow Earth Great World. I will defend my homeland. The goo immortals of Yellow Earth Great World shouted together, raising their morale. Green Lotus Side laughed coldly. Even if your sages arrive, they cannot stop us from killing you guys. You have sages, but so do we. The result of this battle will not change. We don't want to do this too, but we have orders from our sage. We need to kill all of you and devour all the worlds to prevent the apocalypse from happening. The Green Lotus goo immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's goo immortals were specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely able to hold the line, struggling at the brink of defeat. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World, two armies appeared. They were led by the goo immortals Qing Hao Zi and Mu Cha Lang. Immortal Killer Move. Spring upon withered tree. Mu Cha Lang shouted as green leaves appeared all over its entire tree body. The new leaves flew out and landed on the Green Lotus goo immortals. The Green Lotus goo immortals were not severely injured to begin with. Their large injuries became small while their small injuries healed completely. The condition of the Green Lotus goo immortals improved immediately. Immortal Killer Move Green Life Taker. Qing Hao Zi flew with extreme speed, creating a green trail in the sky, piercing the body of a Yellow Earth goo immortal. The Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortal was a black bear. It grabbed its empty chest. After gasping, it fell to the ground. The Yellow Earth goo immortals were anguished. After dealing the fatal blow, Qing Hao Zi looked at these goo immortals arrogant and said, "The sacred mountain gave orders. You will all die." Mu Cha Lang laughed loudly. "So what if your sage is here? The eventual victor will only be our Green Lotus Great World." At the same time, in another battlefield, Savage Wilderness Great World's main forces were fighting against another group of Yellow Earth Great World inhabitants. Die! 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 A six-legged black tiger that was as large as a mountain charged around in the sky. It managed to grab a Yellow Earth Great World goo immortal. "I finally caught you." The six-legged black tiger laughed and exerted force with both claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the giant-like Yellow Earth goo immortal was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha! The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood spurted all over its face. The tiger licked and showed a maniacal and bloodthirsty expression. Little Rock Monarch was killed by He Lu Biao. "Let's retreat. We are not these people's match. Indeed, our sage has already arrived. Let's return and ask him to take charge of us." The goo master armies were still fighting on the ground, but in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals had lost their fighting spirit. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle cry as white light flashed in the sky. Everyone turned to look. They saw a snow-wing eagle pecking a Yellow Earth goo immortal and devouring him whole. Shueli Du. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth goo immortals were furious and shocked. Snow-wing eagle Shueli Du said in a shrill voice, "Escape? Don't even think of running." The morale of the Yellow Earth goo immortals collapsed at once. Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Ken Kula greets both sages. Big Rock Monarch greets both sages. We implore you, please save our yellow Earth great world. A group of goo immortals knelt on the ground. They were either beasts or plants. Some even had peculiar forms. Some seemed like they had been formed from casually molded clay. Some were like children's doodles. There were no pure humans. These yellow Earth goo immortals were all injured. Some had severe injuries on the brink of death. But because of the commotion that Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin caused when they arrived, these sick and injured goo immortals came over. Fang Yuan took a glance at them, seeing a familiar person. This was a giant gray fish. It resembled a goldfish but had the size of a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he met with this fish and forcefully enslaved it. It was named Little Flower. Right now, as Little Flower saw Fang Yuan, it was very excited and wanted to say something. But in this situation, it chose to control its emotions as the timing was inappropriate. Fang Yuan nodded, saying, I wanted to see the ones behind Green Lotus Dao Field as well. Lord Fang Yuan, you cannot attack rashly. Lu Wei-yin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin with a peculiar gaze, seemingly saying, Didn't you invite me here because of my battle strength? Lu Wei-yin secretly transmitted as he explained in detail. Lord Fang Yuan, you may not know this, because of your high battle strength, it will trigger a retaliative method from Limitless Demon Venerable. After our obvious arrival, why did Heavenly Court send more troops to provoke us? It was to probe our strength and try to lure you into attacking, which would be the best outcome for them. What are the details about this? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. I'm not sure about the exact situation, but I know that Limitless Demon Venerable exerted huge effort to create Crazed Demon Cave back then. It was to make derivations regarding the heavenly Tao, to find the true path of eternal life. At this point in time, the arrangement is finally about to reveal the result and bear fruit. The current 8th layer void is contracting and shrinking now. All the various worlds are lured to the center, fusing into or annexing each other, until only one great world is left in the end. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation. It might contain the answer to eternal life. If we attack abruptly and cause a huge commotion in battle, we may disrupt the eventual derivation of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to deal with us. That will incur an unfavorable loss to our side. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see that happen. If we end up suffering mutual losses with Limitless Demon Venerable's method, we will be less threatening to them, while Limitless Demon Venerable's method will also be exposed. They will be able to discern information about it. Fang Yuan pondered. In that case, we can only make a move when the final great world is formed. Then why would Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven come here early to take charge of their respective great worlds? Lu Wei-yin explained patiently. More precisely, only people with battle strength like yours cannot make a move. I am still able to take action here. If our side can control Yellow Earth Great World and emerge victorious, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. When the final Great World is created, the amount of control we have over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to invade more worlds and devour them to expand our territory. After his transmission, Fang Yuan finally understood the situation. Currently, he could not take action. Once he took action and caused a big commotion, he would disrupt Crazed Demon Cave's final derivation. It would trigger the retaliative method of Limitless Demon Venerable. Of course, Fang Yuan could suppress his strength to take action. But there was no need to. Suppressing his strength would mean that Fang Yuan was about as strong as other Gu Immortals. He might be slightly superior, but that would not have an impact on the overall situation. In fact, after making many moves, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven would gain information about his methods. He would even waste his luck in advance. Thus, Lu Wei-yin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final eventual battle. Once the final world was formed, Fang Yuan, Star Constellation, and Longevity Heaven might have equal battle strength. They would fight it out for the final fruit in Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, they would fight for real. Before that, Lu Wei-yin could still make a move. He was pseudo-venerable battle strength only in terms of defense, to try to make Yellow Earth Great World the victor of this war. This would have significant impact on the final battle. If Lu Weiyin could succeed, Fang Yuan would gain the initiative later. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win in this battle, we cannot let the other two worlds gain too much of a lead. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, during the final battle, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully. By then, our battle strength will reign above the other two forces. Lu Weiyin explained his meticulously crafted plan to Fang Yuan. The conclusion was to defend now and counterattack later. Defending their base initially while stirring conflict in secret, to make Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World fight each other and expend their strength, to make sure the three forces were eventually matched in the end. At the later stage, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, he would gain Fang Yuan's support and use their superior battle strength to gain victory over the others. This was a logical arrangement to bide for time. It suited Lu Weiyin's nature. But this was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the kneeling Yellow Earth Gu Immortals before turning to Lu Weiyin, smiling. Taking hits passively is not how I do things. Since we cannot use our top battle strength easily, it means that Heavenly Court is taking advantage of the fact that we lack subordinates. In that case, Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Everyone, come outside. Saying so, he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of Gu Immortals flew out. We pay respects to Master. Dozens of Gu Immortals greeted at once. Their voices were thunderously loud. All of the Gu Immortals had evident excitement on their faces. The details are listed on the mission board. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand casually. Swoosh swoosh. These Gu Immortals immediately split into two groups, charging towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. How did so many Gu Immortals appear at once? These people seem to be calling that handsome sage master. We are saved. Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu Immortal reacted, they all relaxed and some even wept in joy. Not just them, even Lu Weiyin was shocked. He had seen Fang Yuan dispatching variant human Gu Immortals all over southern border to collect mountains. He also knew that Fang Yuan led the variant human alliance. His force was not small. But after seeing the main force that Fang Yuan sent out, Lu Weiyin was filled with shock. So many Gu Immortals, they number to over 50. And from their aura, there are 18 rank 8 Gu Immortals, the rest are all rank 7 Gu Immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu Immortals? The rank 7 Gu Immortals also have surging auras. They are close to the realm of rank 8 already. No, there is no way Fang Yuan has 0 rank 6 Gu Immortals. This means that these Gu Immortals are not his entire force? That's right. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai has not showed up either. As Lu Weiyin analyzed, the disbelief in his heart intensified. He also felt worried. Did Fang Yuan spend all of his recent time nurturing these subordinates? According to his personality, he should not be this unwise. Also, even though these Gu Immortals are high in number and have high cultivation level, who knows how high their actual battle strength is? The ones that Lu Weiyin was confident in were Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Front lines. Go and die. Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu Immortal. But its injuries were not light either. It had to temporarily stop its movement and go to Mu Cha Lang. After Mu Cha Lang's healing killer move was used, Qing Haozi recovered greatly. This is all thanks to you, my old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Cha Lang said in admiration. This is all I am skilled at. I feel admiration towards your ability to kill so many people. But don't be too rash and forget your defense. The final struggle of these Yellow Earth Gu Immortals will not be simple to heal if you get hit. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised its bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Hey, you guys should calm down. Leave some for me to kill. Qing Haozi called out loudly as it entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of Gu Immortals flew over from the sky. They were led by rank 8 Snowman Gu Immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, "We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage, Guyu Fang Yuan. We are here to help and kill the Green Lotus Gu Immortals." The Gu Immortals were stunned. The yellow earth goo immortals who were in deep peril saw hope. They became overjoyed. The green lotus goo immortals started to feel their hearts pounding wildly. Could not be helped. Together with Mu Cha Lang and Qing Hao Zi, they only had 8 people. But there were over 20 goo immortal reinforcements. Among them, there were 9 rank 8 goo immortals. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Cha Lang, Qing Hao Zi, and Old Forest Moss had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't their reinforcements simply too large? Mu Cha Lang gritted its teeth, shouting, "Don't be scared by numbers. Who knows what their actual battle strength is?" The Green Lotus goo immortals regained their morale upon hearing this. That's right, cultivation level was just part of the battle strength. Only by fighting could their true strength be seen. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated immediately, how would they face the sages on the sacred mountain? The Green Lotus goo immortals disregarded the Yellow Earth goo immortals. They faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group instead. Immortal Killer Move. Snow Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move. Crashing Rock Slide. Immortal Killer Move. Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move. Refine Life. Immortal Killer Move. Multi-layered 5 poisons. Bam 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 bam. The Yellow Earth goo immortals who were disregarded opened their mouths in shock as they watched. The moment they fought, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves were sent out like fireworks. The commotion was huge, resounding in heaven and earth. Green Lotus group also unleashed killer moves, but the quantity was lower. Their strength was also largely inferior. Only after just 1 round, the Green Lotus goo immortals faced a terrible loss. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Old Forest Moss shouted. "How can this be? The other side has so many rank 8 immortal goo." Qing Hao Zi shouted. He had become a rank 8 goo immortal long ago, but he had never obtained a rank 8 immortal goo in this life. He had not even seen 3 rank 8 immortal goo. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was quite unsatisfied. He scolded, "Don't launch a barrage like this. It is very wasteful, understand?" The moves conflicted with each other. Half of it was wasted. Only 30% landed on the enemies. Find your individual targets and don't let them escape. Even though the first round had huge commotion, a lot of the move's strength was wasted. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, the Green Lotus goo immortals managed to survive. But the first round of combat gave them huge gains too. The Green Lotus goo immortals were completely scared and lost their morale. They wanted to retreat now. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group had advantage in number. They dispersed and encircled the enemies. Battle resumed. The Green Lotus goo immortals were soon beaten up harshly. They were battered and bruised. "These goo immortals have an absurdly perfect set of immortal goo," Qing Hao Zi shouted. "We can only focus on one aspect, but all of them have superb healing methods." Mu Cha Lang said bitterly. "They have too many killer moves. They are all incredible methods." Other goo immortals shouted. Fong Yuan's refinement path attainment was #1 in the world. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could only look at him in admiration. After obtaining a vast number of immortal materials from the various grotto heavens, compared to other forces, Fong Yuan had the highest number of immortal goo in the world. Immortal goo were unique, immortal goo were the most fundamental. After sovereign immortal apertures goo immortals obtained immortal goo, they were also able to easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these gains were simply too immense, completely negating the flaw of fewer Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus goo immortals ran with all their strength. Only 3 rank 8s escaped. The rest were all killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Without a battlefield killer move, we cannot kill goo immortals efficiently. Bing Yuan sighed. "Cannot kill efficiently?" The Yellow Earth goo immortals looked at the 5 corpses on the ground, their hearts beating wildly. Too timid. Too timid. Shi Zong sighed in pity. "They actually ran away. They are a disgrace to all rank 8s. The Yellow Earth goo immortals looked at each other and transmitted secretly. "Even if I have rank 8 cultivation level, I would have ran away in this situation too. How can we face our master with just these results?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making a decision. Chase, we will pursue and kill them. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortal were shocked. They quickly urged, everyone, don't be too rash. There are still a number of Green Lotus rank 8 Goo Immortals. They did not join the battle. Indeed, we barely managed to win this fight. We should go on the defense instead. Green Lotus Great World has many immortal Goo houses with terrifying strength. Many Goo Immortals were killed on the spot because of their rampage. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was completely unmoved. He looked at the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals indifferently. We are the subordinates of Sage Gu Yu Fong Yuan. We only obey his orders. You can all stay and clean up the battlefield. Be it the Immortal Goo or Immortal Apertures of these fallen Goo Immortals, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group did not take any. That was Fong Yuan's order. The Goo Immortals and Immortal Goo that belonged here were part of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation results. Killing these Goo Immortals would promote the fusion of the great worlds. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest arrived before He Lu Biao and Shueli Du. So many reinforcements. Wonderful, were saved. There were only 2 Yellow Earth Goo Immortals left. Be careful. These 2 are powerful rank 8 experts from Savage Wilderness Great World. They are very strong. They are specialized in noisy. Xiao Hejian took charge as the leader. He shouted and interrupted the advice of the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. This Miniman Goo Immortal's eyes seemed to be glowing red. He pointed at the mountain like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy belongs to me. I will fight anyone who contests with me. Roar!" He Lu Biao was triggered. Tiny little bug. You are going to die. I will kill you. No Goo Immortal had ever treated me with such an attitude. He Lu Biao charged in a frenzy towards Xiao Hejian. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were deeply scared and shocked. Numbers do not determine everything. Shueli Du also smiled coldly, charging into the Goo Immortal group. Bam, 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 bam. An array of fireworks erupted. It was a beautiful sight. Bam. With a loud sound, He Lu Biao crashed onto the ground, creating a huge and deep crater. It stared with wide eyes, struggling to get up. Boom! Xiao Hejian flew like a meteor charging down. Behind him were 5 to 6 rank 8 Goo Immortals. They also attacked. Bam, 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 bam. The ground shook intensely. Dust clouds rose, almost covering the rays of the sun. With an intense wind that swept by, the dust clouds were dispersed. The crater was even deeper now. He Lu Biao was lying at the bottom of the crater, holding onto its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws were twitching. I told you guys not to interfere, Xiao Hejian shouted. On what basis? Whoever kills it gets the contribution points. The other Goo Immortals shouted in retaliation. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. We all attacked, so who killed him? Who can be sure of it? Easy, we can split up the contribution points. Whoever gets the largest part of the corpse will get the most points. Nobody knew who was the one who suggested this. But at the very next moment, the rank 8 Goo Immortals flew down into the pit, splitting up the corpse of He Lu Biao. The leg is mine. Humph. I only got a tail. Give me back the butt. Head. This tiger head. Ha ha ha. It is mine. The rank 8 Goo Immortals shouted loudly. Some were happy while others were dejected. Those who did not get enough body parts directed their gaze towards Snow Wing Eagle Shueli Du. But Shueli Du had been killed already. It died even earlier than He Lu Biao. The corpse was also completely split up between the Goo Immortals. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals watched in a daze. Too brutal. Too brutal. Weren't these Goo Immortals the subordinates of the sage? Why were they so brutal? Not only did they kill the Goo Immortal, they even dissected the corpse. And they were so happy when dissecting the corpse? Too brutal. Too vicious. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. His ideal was to live in harmony and peace, emphasizing on unity and love. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, the main trend had always been the same. The action of Fong Yuan's subordinates was completely the opposite of Yellow Earth Great World. This was a huge contrast to the expectations of these Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. There are some goo immortals left. The rank 8 goo immortals' eyes flashed. But those rank 7 goo immortals quickly shouted. Before coming here, we already decided that the rank 7s belong to us. You rank 8s already took the bulk of the gains. Shouldn't you leave some to us? The rank 8 goo immortals pouted. Then hurry up. Don't waste time. Otherwise, we will help you out and take a portion of the contribution points. Wishful thinking. The rank 7 goo immortals quickly exerted effort and killed all of the savage wilderness great world goo immortals in a moment's time. Ha ha ha. These goo immortals are so stupid. None of them ran away. Indeed, I was afraid that we lacked a battlefield killer move and could not stop them from escaping. The goo immortals started to discuss heatedly. The 2 yellow earth goo immortals looked at each other. They had peculiar expressions. The goo immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World were combat maniacs. Their ferocity was always the thing that made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's goo immortals wary. Savage Wilderness Great World's goo immortals would rather fight to the death than retreat. They were courageous maniacs who did not care about their own lives when they were in combat. But in the perspective of the sage's subordinates, they were stupid. How much did you snatch? I only got this much. Heh, only? You earned a lot. Hee hee. It was all thanks to Master who handed out such a lucrative mission. The goo immortals collated their gains as they tossed away the corpses in their hands. Fong Yuan had given specific instructions. Be it immortal aperture, body, or immortal goo, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to defy him. Seeing the scattered corpses, the 2 yellow earth goo immortals' eyelids twitched. If you were going to throw them away, why snatch them with such intensity earlier? Was it just for fun? What sort of monsters were these goo immortals? The 2 yellow earth goo immortals who had just mustered up courage to express their gratitude instantly lost all motivation to do so. They breathed in deeply and wanted to speak, but suddenly, Xiao Hejian's group's expression changed. Master sent orders. We need to gather with the other group and attack Green Lotus Great World. Go, let's go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group gain the initiative. Swoosh swoosh. The goo immortals left rapidly in a hurry, leaving the 2 yellow earth goo immortals who stayed behind with a dazed expression on their faces. They looked at the goo master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow earth goo masters were already moving forward and pursuing the enemies. They felt completely lost for words. For some reason, they started to feel pity for the Green Lotus Great World's goo immortals. Fong Yuan watched from afar, capturing the scenes of the 2 battlefields with his eyes. After those goo immortal corpses landed on the ground, they were quickly absorbed into the world. Immortal apertures disintegrated rapidly. The goo worms inside faced the same end. There was no winds of assimilation produced. No traces were left at all. Fong Yuan was not feeling calm internally. This is the profundity of refinement path. Except that limitless demon venerable is not refining immortal goo. He is refining the entire world. If I want to become venerable on the path of refinement, this is an aspect that I lack as well. In his later years, limitless demon venerable wanted to break free from fate and obtain the way to attain eternal life. But he could not find an answer from heavenly court of that time. Thus, he created Crazed Demon Cave. He decided to use his own method and derive the method of eternal life. After all, Fate Goo was still around back then, completely intact. The unified great world that was formed in the end might be the result of his plan. It might contain the method of eternal life. And now, the fighting and slaughter of these goo cultivators became the fuel and sacrifice for this derivation. After understanding this, Fong Yuan would not take the corpses of these goo immortals or their immortal goo. This huge battle between worlds was definitely going to have countless dead goo cultivators, be it mortal or immortal. As for how many could survive in the end, would there be thousands or just one person? Nobody knew. But so what if that was the case? Be it Fong Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, Heavenly Court, and Longevity Heaven, they did not care about that answer. They had their own objectives. The goo immortals born here obeyed the orders of their sages. They fought and killed, using their lives and wits to resist the others. They were necessary sacrifices that were determined from the start. Fong Yuan casted his gaze towards Green Lotus Great World. He saw that his army had gathered and invaded Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Gu Immortal died here, what would happen? Fang Yuan had a calm gaze as he watched with anticipation. These Gu Immortals were just his pawns after all. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy to do so. But I should prevent unnecessary deaths if possible. Thinking so, Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, "Friend Lu, I would like you to go and help out my subordinates. If the situation turns dangerous, your life is the highest priority. You can ignore the rest if necessary." Lu Weiyin nodded and he flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so ferocious. Lu Weiyin was quite pleased and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's plan. They were already behind to begin with. Having such a large force, they had to work hard and catch up to the rest, to make up for their difference. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful, He Lu Biao and Shueli Du are powerful rank 8 experts in Savage Wilderness Great World. They actually died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's 2 groups have gathered to attack Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying so, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of turbid air, feeling emotions of joy and gladness. He was glad that he did not send reinforcements because Heavenly Court sent more troops against Fang Yuan. He sent his army to find trouble with them. That's why I said we should continue with our previous plan. My deduction was not wrong. Heaven Extremity Guy may drank wine and ate snacks while saying shamelessly. Bing Sichuan could not be bothered to retort him. He looked at the rest. Fang Yuan has such a huge force. It is very unexpected. If he attacks us, we will land in a passive spot. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World has the most Gu Immortals, most of them have their own intentions. They do not obey orders. If we could unify and rule them, we would have been the #1 world long ago, suppressing Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was the arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to begin with. Green Lotus Great World is also created by Heavenly Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Savage Wilderness Great World was made by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, but our Lord obtained it. Without a proper relationship, how can we convince them? Bing Sichuan could not help but tap on the table. Forget about the reason. Let's try to deal with the current problem. Do you guys have any good ideas to recruit those Savage Gu Immortals? Green Lotus Great World. Once in a while, an information path Gu worm flew over. Qin Dingling was frowning deeper. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main troops, they even invaded and broke 3 of our defense lines. We've already lost close to 20 Gu Immortals. The defeated rank 8 Gu Immortals have suffered huge injuries. They came to the mountain to seek an audience with the sage. Oh! The third seat Fairy Ming Hao showed an expression of curiosity. As expected of Fang Yuan, I guess. To think that he is skilled at nurturing subordinates too. After pausing for a moment, Fairy Ming Hao asked in a childlike voice. This means to say that Longevity Heaven also sent more troops out? Yes. Qin Dingling nodded. After sensing that Fang Yuan gathered his groups to attack us, Longevity Heaven immediately sent more people to stall Lady Yuxiu's group. This might be the scene that Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed heartily. Since they want to attack us, let them come. Withdraw our defense lines. Let them come and attack us. Yes. Qin Dingling immediately ordered and reorganized the troops without a hint of questioning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian moved unhindered. They charged all the way until the center of Green Lotus Great World, below the sacred mountain. Looking at the mountain, they saw that it had a peculiar appearance. The entire mountain was black and white. All of the mountain rocks looked like they were drawn with black lines and filled with patches of white paper. All of the life forms on the mountain were also altered. They were all white paper people that were drawn with black lines. A tiny white paper person flew down from the mountain. After leaving the area of the sacred mountain, she turned back into flesh and blood, looking like a cute and innocent young girl. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that the situation was not simple. The latter half of their trip was unhindered. That made them uneasy already. And after reaching the enemy's headquarters, they only sent one rank 8 Gu Immortal. This was heavenly court. No matter how weak they became, they had those rank 8 Gu Immortals who escaped earlier at least, right? Why did they send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had surging momentum, they were already feeling uneasy internally. This army was mainly made up of people from the two heavens grotto heavens. They had spent most of their lives hiding in the grotto heaven, living a life of trepidation and fear, afraid that the 5 regions humans would discover them. If Feng Yuan did not have such demonic might that suppressed them, and also with the huge increase in their strength and confidence during these few fights, they would not dare to attack with such intensity in their previous state. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian transmitted their thoughts, sending out one person to test the enemy's strength. This Gu Immortal was Ku Xian Hong. He cultivated Poison Path and was the strongest expert of the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not choose their own members. They chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Men were the last group that joined Feng Yuan. They did not join the current major factions. Thus, as the seniors, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together to target them. And truthfully, many people were jealous of Ku Xian Hong recently. He had the most envoy missions. He was almost the sole beneficiary of these missions that could gain huge rewards by just talking. Many Gu Immortals were jealous. Ku Xian Hong took in a deep breath, stepping forward and facing Fairy Ming Hao. Brilliance shined in his eyes. He had soaring fighting spirit. On one hand, after many envoy missions, he gained a lot of animosity from the rest. He needed to prove himself through combat. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to make a huge contribution, to make sure the Mushroom Man tribe was the #1 faction in Feng Yuan's subordinate force. He would be able to protect his tribesmen in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe joined Master the latest. We are naturally ostracized by the senior members. Even though we want to establish a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, it seems that Master does not want to see that. Why did Master give me envoy missions time and again? He might not have planned this from the start, but as time went on, his intentions became increasingly deep. Master has a total of 2 factions under him. They are the variant humans and the humans. There are fewer humans, forget about them now. There are far more variant humans instead. Led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, these 2 groups are getting larger and more influential as time passes. They will definitely clash over benefits because of their large influence. Master will not be able to control them easily. Thus, from the start, Master did not want us Mushroom Men to join them. The reason why Master gave me envoy missions time and again is to help our Mushroom Man tribe gain power and sow discord between the variant human forces. Ku Xian Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Feng Yuan, the more he felt Feng Yuan's unfathomably deep schemes, as well as his experienced political skills and methods. Ku Xian Hong had already expected Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian to ostracize him in such situations. He calmed his mind and collected all his scattered thoughts. He gathered his spirits and looked at the young girl, cupping his fists. I am Ku Xian Hong. I would like to exchange pointers with you. The young girl smiled. I am Fairy Ming Hao. Ku Xian Hong. I know about you. Is your poison path method used like this? Saying so, Ming Hao moved her tiny arm as poisonous fluid flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poisonous fluid flew into the air and turned into a goose. Soon, an army of poisonous geese danced around in the sky, changing their formation constantly. Ku Xian Hong was shook internally. This is my uniquely created method. Why can she use it? Is she also a poison path Gu Immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Ku Xian Hong stabilized his mind. Fairy Ming Hao, that is an amazing method. But this move has a variation move. Watch. Saying so, Ku Xian Hong used the same poison path killer move. After the geese were formed, they cried out as poison seeped out wherever their voices reached. Ming Hao's eyes shined. She moved her poisonous geese to fight them as she observed carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled and laughed. So that's how it is? Look, is this how the move works? Saying so, She activated Ku Xian Hong's variation move and caused her own geese group to cry out as well. What? This time, not only was Ku Xian Hong shocked, even the other subordinates were shook. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian thought to themselves, this Immortal is very strange. She can mimic other people's killer moves, but she only has rank 8 cultivation level. Our army is huge. How can we falter to one person? The two of them had similar thoughts. They immediately ordered and led the other immortals to get around Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Oh, you guys? Can't you play along? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged as she resonated with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain made of black lines and white paper shot out profound lights that had countless killer moves flying out of them. Fang Yuan's subordinates were busy resisting the attacks. Bam bam bam. After an intense clash of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates' attacks were all dealt with. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian showed expressions of shock. What killer move is this? It can actually mimic all of the killer moves that we used earlier? This mountain is not normal. It is not just a famous mountain. It is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the legendary book mountain recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was casually created by me. It uses humility goo as the core. It is called humble reciprocation. This move can use the information recorded on Book Mountain to deduce and unleash the killer moves that you use. Every killer move that you use is a present for me. Thank you very much. Is that really Book Mountain? Humble reciprocation? That is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shook internally. They attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao unleashed humble reciprocation killer move again, dealing with all of their offenses. Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but they were all stopped by one person. Master often told me that a lack of reciprocation is a lack of proper manners. After receiving so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take these. Fairy Ming Hao raised the intensity of her attacks. The attacks came in waves. They were hard to block. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian had to use their full strength to defend and retreat. At the crucial moment, a muddy yellowish light shot out and blocked most of the attacks, helping Fang Yuan's subordinates stabilize their footing. It was Lu Weiyin who had helped. Fairy Ming Hao casted her gaze and smiled. You are the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor? You finally showed yourself. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply, bowing at Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings to Fairy Ming Hao. I wonder what is your relationship with star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Ming Hao blinked cheekily. Make a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin. Boom! A 5-pointed starlight speck shot out with intense speed. Once it was activated, it arrived before Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change. He did not dodge either. The starlight speck arrived before him and got blocked by a yellowish light wall, turning into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something from this as he raised his brows, saying with peculiarity, Carefree wisdom heart? You are quite perceptive. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Around her, starlight specks continued to shoot out towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up against the attack and started to engage in battle. Initially, he was able to fight evenly with Fairy Ming Hao, but soon he started to get suppressed. Fairy Ming Hao only used the flying stars to attack her enemy. Initially, she shot out the flying stars one by one, but soon they started to shoot out in groups of 3, 5, or even 10 at once. The power of her flying stars did not increase, but Lu Weiyin faced increased pressure when they landed on him. These flying stars are very profound. This seems to be an endless consecutive move. I am going to face greater and greater pressure as time passes. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression as he felt fatigue in defending himself. Both sides only fought for some time. Lu Weiyin had to retreat as he fought. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete advantage. Each time she waved her hand, a large cloud of fragmented starlight specks flew out. Each time the stars shot out, their quantity rose. They were already over 100 in number. Starlight shined as the stars moved in the air. The sound of air getting pierced was unceasing. It was a dazzling sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Wei-yin had intentions of retreating. Fang Yuan also gave out orders to retreat at the appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out a sigh of relief as they quickly backed out. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You all came here to seek death. Why don't you stay here for good? Fairy Ming Hao attacked the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Wei-yin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. A mysterious light flashed in her eyes, shooting towards Lu Wei-yin's forehead. Lu Wei-yin felt an indescribable change in his mind. He only had the capacity to store up half of his original thoughts. At the same time, when his thoughts moved, they became much faster, but each time, they would stop preemptively. It seemed like all of his remaining thoughts became rash. They collided impatiently, trying to deduce the results more quickly. Lu Wei-yin fell into a predicament immediately. When using killer moves, he needed to mobilize thoughts. The more killer moves he used, or the more complex they were, the more thoughts he would need to use. But now that he had only half his thoughts left, he could not think as easily as before. More importantly, even when these thoughts collided, they would resolve in advance. He could not get the most useful result that he wanted. This was quite fatal. Once Lu Wei-yin's thoughts end preemptively when he activates a killer move, towards the end when he prepares his killer move, it would end up in failure. With the killer move activation failing, Lu Wei-yin would suffer a heavy backlash himself. Such an incredible wisdom path method. Lu Wei-yin was helpless. He could only defend himself. He could not care about the rest. Fairy Ming Hao grasped the absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Sacred Mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates and kill them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He-jian retreated with huge losses. Along the way, they lost 9 Gu Immortals, among which 3 were rank 8 Gu Immortals. The immortal apertures of these Gu Immortals landed on the ground and got absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. Their immortal Gu were also quickly dissolved. When the Gu Immortals died, their obsession was left behind, but Fang Yuan did not see the birth of any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates returned to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao judged the situation and stopped her advances. Lu Wei-yin led the immortals to meet Fang Yuan. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He-jian quickly knelt down and sought for forgiveness. But Fang Yuan consoled them amicably. This loss is not your fault. I could tell clearly that this Fairy Ming Hao had outstanding strength. She possesses pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could nurture an expert of such a level. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest were relieved. They started to calm down. While retreating, they were all worried that Fang Yuan would be enraged and kill them all to vent his anger. After that, Fang Yuan sent out these Gu Immortals to be stationed at all the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The emphasis of their defense was on the boundary and connection points of Yellow Earth Great World and the 2 other Great Worlds, Green Lotus Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed to think that Heavenly Court actually has such a female immortal. She possesses an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Wei-yin said with an expression of guilt. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Wei-yin had already used his full strength at this point. After all, in the previous fight, he had worked with Lu Wei-yin to fight against Spectral Soul and Heavenly Court. It was a near-death situation. During that time, Lu Wei-yin had no way of concealing his strength if he wanted to live. When fighting against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Wei-yin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew he had. Yet, he was still not the enemy's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, you and I might lose our lives too. This is the world of the Gu Immortals. We do not need to harp on it. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. The conclusion was that Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. This was considered a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He-jian even forced someone like Fairy Ming Hao to take action. Fang Yuan gained useful information about her. Fang Yuan nurtured Gu Immortals for the purpose of sacrificing them to begin with. If these cannon fodder could display their value, it would not be his loss. The biggest pity is that Lord Fang Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Weiyin added. But now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right before us. Lord might have something to gain from it. Lu Weiyin was referring to Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Even without his explanation, when Fang Yuan sent him on this mission, he had already done his investigations. The tomb of Paradise Earth contains extraordinary profundity. I have not gotten any useful leads yet. Fang Yuan said frankly before asking, Do you know anything? Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. I know nothing about it. Fang Yuan nodded and said, The wisdom path killer move that hit you earlier was the key that resulted in your loss? What do you think about it? This wisdom path killer move was too powerful. Since it was exposed already, Fang Yuan wanted to create a counter for it. Lu Weiyin thought about it and said with uncertainty, It seems that the core immortal goo of that move is pride goo. Fang Yuan nodded again. That is what I deduced as well. Lu Weiyin took in a deep breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She possesses the carefree wisdom heart physique. She also has humility goo and pride goo. This reminds me of the description within The Legends of Ren Zhu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Heavenly Court, and she seems to have a deep connection with star constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 35 states, Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial went through great hurdles and finally arrived before Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was straight and stood upright in the void. It was like a huge mirror that reflected everything that happened in the world. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial went inside Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Numerous flowers, birds, fish and insects converged into a colorful dazzling shadow that filled Great Strength True Martial's vision. The sound of the waves, thunder, and birds singing in his ears rippled together. There was a fresh, sweet, exciting, spicy taste dancing on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path. At other times, he felt like he was swimming in the waves, and at other times he felt as if he was falling from a great height. Father, Father, where are you? Great Strength True Martial shouted. But Ren Zhu could not hear Great Strength True Martial. He could not see Great Strength True Martial. The color of white filled his vision. It was boundless and vast. Oh son, where are you? Ren Zhu sprinted, wanting to find Great Strength True Martial. Ren Zhu ran and ran and ran. After a long time, he saw a black dot at the furthest point within his vision. Initially, he felt happy and thought it was Great Strength True Martial. But when he approached the black dot, he found that it was actually a huge mountain. This mountain was very special. The mountain rocks and vegetation were made of white paper. The streams and waterfalls were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village with many inkmen living in it. Ren Zhu went into the village, causing a huge commotion to arise. This is really a rare sight, the inkman spoke. When ordinary life forms enter Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, they would get lost after a few steps. They cannot resist the allure of the material world or the countless temptations within it. They can never reach here. You are the first person to arrive here. Ren Zhu was confused. Why so? The Inkman elder replied, O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. It allowed you to roam Qian Kuan Crystal Wall freely without losing your life. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall existed when the world was first created. It reflected everyone and everything. It contained all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person enters it, they would face the barrage of endless information. After some time, they would die from information overload. After Ren Zhu heard this, he felt very worried about Great Strength True Martial. He asked the Inkman elder about the way to survive. The elder thus brought Ren Zhu to ascend the mountain. On Book Mountain there was a largest ink waterfall, and below it was a deep pool. The ink men called this pool Literature Spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow as it landed on the Literature Spring. Water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into ink texts. If a person wants to continue living in Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, the ink text will be your best helper. The reason why we Inkmen can live here is also because of the ink text. The Inkman elder told Ren Zhu about this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's advice. He collected a lot of ink texts and left the mountain. Every time he walked for some distance, he would leave behind some ink texts as reference points. In this vast world of whiteness, the pitch-black ink text became very conspicuous. Even though ink texts faded over time, using them, Renzu no longer walked on unnecessary trails. He eventually found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial received Renzu's ink texts. Every step he walked, he would leave behind some ink texts. The ink texts recorded the information that barraged Great Strength True Martial, turning them all into pieces of literary work. These literary pieces turned into pieces of tiles that were layered below Great Strength True Martial's feet. Great Strength True Martial was finally free. His eyes were not blurry. His ears were not buzzing. He could no longer smell the mix of countless fragrances as well. Stepping on these tiles, he followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder again, "Oh elder, how can I find wisdom goo inside Qian Kuan crystal wall?"